Chapter 1651. Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 5. Quan Xingnan arranged for someone to carefully handle Lu Zhenju's plea for help, with the most important step being to investigate. If it turned out to be true, she would of course primarily support her in pursuing her studies and resolve the trouble caused by her parents forbidding her from studying and forcing her to work. Only after the Xuyang Foundation was on the right track did Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong, amidst their relatives' reluctance to part with them, take the baby and return to Hong Kong. Before leaving, Quan Xingnan made a point to observe every relative around her to ensure they would be safe in the short term, especially the elderly ones. Only then did she feel at ease enough to leave, as she truly did not want to face the sorrow of eternal separation. After all, after marriage, the center of her life was in Hong Kong. After being away for over a month and then returning, little Sweetie and old Madame Hua had grown quite interactive. At 4 or 5 months old, the baby could already roll over, filling the old madam with joy every day. Before Quan Xingnan could even catch her breath, someone who had learned of her return to Hong Kong came seeking her fortune-telling services. Because of the sudden passing of the senior leader, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan personally called the customers who had originally booked appointments 10 days after the baby's 100-day celebration to express their sincere apologies. Moreover, Quan Xingnan used their birth dates and times over the phone to first calculate their safety for free, thereby earning the understanding and gratitude of all the customers. Although Quan Xingnan performed the calculations for free, they still donated sums of money meant for fortune-telling fees to Quan Xingnan's foundation as charitable acts. "Master Annie, I'd like to ask when my marriage fate will come," said the first to arrive, a fairly young man named Wang Tang, around 26 or 27 years old. Although his attire was understated, with only a Rolex watch on him worth a considerable amount, his facial features exuded an air of nobility, clearly indicating he came from a wealthy background. Quan Xingnan glanced at him. "Mr. Wang, you're so young. Why are you in such a hurry about marriage?" "Young?" Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. "I think you, Master Annie, are the truly young one, aren't you? You're only 20 and already have a perfect family and twin babies. Countless people envy you to death. I'm already 27, so of course I'm anxious. Not only am I anxious, but my parents are too, eager to see the next generation." Quan Xingnan studied his facial features and couldn't help letting out a soft exclamation. "What's wrong? Is there something off?" Wang Tang asked, his heart involuntarily tightening. "Nothing's off. Your fate is very good, wealth and honor for life, a natural death, with no major upheavals." The reason Quan Xingnan was surprised was that Wang Tang's other half turned out to be Xing Man, though by the time they married, Xing Man would also hold a significant status, hardly a Cinderella in the eyes of the world. Thus, as Wang Tang's expression relaxed, Quan Xingnan said, "Your marriage is good, but it comes a bit late. You'll only win your beauty's hand about 10 years from now, and your beauty is in the northern part of the mainland." Wang Tang asked eagerly, "Can I know who it is?" Quan Xingnan flatly refused. "Of course not. That's a heavenly secret, and heavenly secrets must not be revealed. If I divulge it and you don't end up spending your life with this beauty due to other complications, wouldn't that be my fault?" With that said, Wang Tang felt too embarrassed to press further. But thinking that he would have to wait 10 years to win his beauty's hand, Wang Tang wore a bitter expression, which made Quan Xingnan cover her mouth with a laugh, until Rong Peihuan entered and said, "Madam, there's a girl outside named Xia Tao. She says you told her at the cinema that if she ever ran into trouble, she could come here to find you." "No more tonight. I'm extremely sleepy. I feel like I've been severely lacking sleep lately." 7 chapters tomorrow. Chapter end. Chapter 1652. Life, Aging, Sickness, and Death 6. Upon hearing Rong Peihuan's words, Quan Xingnan recalled the innocent and lively girl in the cinema, as well as the ghost beside her. "There is such a matter, but there are 3 scheduled guests today. Please ask her to wait a moment," Quan Xingnan said decisively, then added a reminder, "Tell Xiaomei to treat her well." Rong Peihuan acknowledged and left. Wang Tang, after repeatedly confirming with Quan Xingnan that his marriage would occur in 10 years, grew a bit anxious and asked, "Master Annie, can you set up a peach blossom array to help me meet my true love sooner? What is destined to come will come when the time is right. What is not destined cannot be forced." Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. "A peach blossom array won't be of much use to you, and I suggest you remain chaste and pure before your true marriage arrives. In this regard, you might follow the example of our Mr. Hua. Perhaps then your marriage will come a little earlier." Wang Tang and Xing Man were fated to be together, but their path was fraught with obstacles. First, Xing Man came from extreme poverty. Even though she would become a wealthy and powerful woman in 10 years, many people, sour with jealousy, would still attack her background, pretending not to see her efforts. Second, by then, Wang Tang would be 37 years old. Before meeting Xingman, he would inevitably go through breakups and makeups with girlfriends. Men like Hu Xuedong, who remained chaste and pure, were rare. While Wang Tang's behavior might seem normal to him, engaging in sincere relationships without being promiscuous, Xingman would see him as a frivolous and womanizing rich young master, treating him with cold indifference. Wang Tang was momentarily stunned by Quan Xingnan's words. He frowned in thought for a moment, then said solemnly, "I understand your meaning, Master Annie. To hasten my marriage, I will follow your advice." As soon as he finished speaking, his facial features shifted. Everyone has countless choices, and each choice leads to a different outcome. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, your marriage has been moved up by 3 years. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly, sharing the good news. Wang Tang was both surprised and delighted, feeling a sense of awe. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. He had only just decided to give up his pursuit of the aloof campus beauty, and such a significant change occurred. The study of fate was indeed mysterious. A small shift could lead to a completely different destiny. After handing over a generous red envelope, Wang Tang politely took his leave. Rong Peihuan, who had been sitting at the door chatting with the other 2 customers and Xia Tao, quickly stood up. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Goodbye, everyone. I wish you all the best. Wang Tang said to the 2 customers waiting behind him. They were all from the same social circle, so they knew each other, though they hadn't expected to end up consulting the fortune teller on the same day. As he left, the next customer immediately went in. Xia Tao, an ordinary girl, sat a little farther away, holding the juice Rong Peihuan had poured for her. Her big, round eyes darted around lively as she examined the room's decor and secretly observed one of the waiting customers, a wealthy woman often featured in gossip magazines, Mrs. Wu Shuzhen, whose husband's scandals frequently made headlines. She was Wu Qingwan's mother. Xia Tao had once heard from classmates that Wu Qingwan seemed to have feelings for Hu Xuedong. Wu Qingwan had been quite open about it, even ambitiously vowing to defeat Quan Xingnan. But after a trip to Guangdong province, she returned and announced she was giving up her pursuit of Hu Xuedong, claiming that he and Quan Xingnan were the perfect match and no one could replace her. Later, she started dating Lin Wenqing, a wealthy young man from the mainland, though nothing had been heard about that recently. Finally managed a short nap but overslept. Starting to write now, we'll update again at 6. Chapter end. Chapter 1653. Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 7. After the previous customer left, Mrs. Wu Shuzhen hurriedly entered. Please, Master Quan, help me calculate my daughter's marriage prospects. Shuzhen got straight to the point, pulling out her daughter's birth details from her bag and handing them to Quan Xingnan. Can she and Lin Wenqing make it? Or does she need to keep waiting? How strange, why were all 3 today asking about marriage? Wang Tang was calculating for himself, the previous one for his son, and this one for her daughter. Wu Qingwan and Lin Wenqing have no signs of a marital connection. Quan Xingnan answered her very directly. Instead, she would become a lifelong pair of happy bickering lovers with Yu Tao. Wu Qingwan's marriage prospects lie in the north. Though she won't be extremely wealthy or noble, she will have no worries about food or clothing, have both sons and daughters, and possess a very blessed destiny. As for you, Mrs. Wu, I see a dark cloud hanging over you. In time, you will inevitably bear the consequences of Mr. Wu's bankruptcy. It would be better for you to cut your losses now. It would benefit both you and your daughter. Shuzhen was startled, leaning forward. Master Quan, could you explain more clearly? My husband will go bankrupt? And then I'll be burdened with a bankruptcy order too? Is that true? Quan Xingnan nodded. In fact, Mr. Wu's company is already showing signs of a funding shortfall. He's actively trying to remedy it, but unfortunately, he won't succeed in the end. Mrs. Wu, I see that your marriage is unhappy, and you've long endured scorn. What meaning does such a marriage hold? During the marriage, though you've had expenses, most came from your own dowry and limited household allowance. Moreover, you constantly face ridicule from a third party, forcing you to travel frequently to clear your mind. Watching you coldly bear a bankruptcy order, I find it hard to be indifferent. Shuzhen and Wu Qingwan had never committed any great evil in their lives. Their earlier coveting of Hu Xuedong was normal. Someone as outstanding as Hu Xuedong would be strange without admirers. Besides, Wu Qingwan had changed. Knowing her mistake and correcting it before causing severe harm was commendable. The most pitiable was Shuzhen. After her husband became successful, he indulged in pleasure, neglecting her and their daughter, keeping a mistress and a son in a hidden love nest, enjoying himself freely. The household allowance he gave Shuzhen was very limited. Why should she bear half of his debts? All her dowry wouldn't be enough to cover it, and she'd be stuck with a bankruptcy order, leading to a desolate and miserable life in her middle age. Once burdened with a bankruptcy order, without money, it's very hard to lift it. Moreover, Wu Pei's debts were substantial, far exceeding his company's market value. It was his own reckless spending that caused the company's funding shortage, leading to the inevitable bankruptcy declaration 6 months later. Thank you for the reminder, Master Quan. Qin Shuzhen bit her lower lip. He's wanted to divorce me for a long time, to legitimize his mistress and son. I refused because I didn't want to make it easy for that little homewrecker outside. Also, Wanner isn't married yet, and I was afraid divorce would affect her prospects. Now, hearing your words, I know what to do. He's basically never shown us any care, not even as much as Yuhuan cares for Wanner. I'm not afraid of people saying husband and wife are birds in the same forest. Each flies separately when trouble comes. I have to think about Wanner. I can't bear a bankruptcy order, leaving Wanner without food or clothing and affecting her future marriage. Qin Shuzhen expressed her gratitude profusely, filled out a new check, handed it to Quan Xingnan with both hands, then hurriedly left, beginning to think about how to confront her husband for divorce and how to protect her own interests. Xia Tao walked in slowly with a nervous heart, and the ghost came in with her. The chapter ends. Chapter 1654. Birth, Aging, Illness, and Death 8. Mrs. Hua. Xia Tao called out softly, a mix of nervousness and surprise in her voice. Facing Quan Xingnan, she seemed at a loss, even walking stiffly with both arms and legs moving in sync as she approached. Quan Xingnan found it quite amusing and pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Please have a seat. Sit down and we can talk. Thank you, Mrs. Hua. She was truly approachable. Xia Tao was so moved she could cry. After sitting down, she looked at Quan Xingnan with wide, admiring eyes. Mrs. Hua, last time you said I could come to you if I had something. I have a small matter now, and I was wondering if you could help me. I don't have much money for a consultation, but I'll work hard and save up to pay you. Quan Xingnan smiled slightly. You're not within the appointment schedule, so I'll only charge $100. You can afford $100, can't you? Of course, of course. Xia Tao fumbled to pull out $100 bill and placed it on the table, watching as Quan Xingnan took it without any sign of disdain. Beside the bill lay a check for $1 million. Quan Xingnan pressed the $100 Hong Kong note onto the check. Tell me what you need my help with. I've been having dreams lately, dreams about my foster father, Xia Tao said quietly, a hint of sadness in her eyes. He passed away a year ago from a heart attack that couldn't be treated in time. His funeral was handled by my foster mother and his older brother and sister-in-law, whom I'd never met. They didn't let me see him. I searched many columbariums but couldn't find his memorial tablet. In my dreams, he looks like he wants to tell me something, but I can't hear what he's saying. I think he must be short on money in the afterlife, but I can't find where he is. Mrs. Hua, can you help me figure out where my foster father's ashes are? I want to visit him, offer incense and fruit, so he can have enough to eat down there. Quan Xingnan sighed and glanced at the male ghost gently touching Xia Tao's hand. He was Xia Tao's foster father, Xia Xuan. He had once had a wife and a son, but his wife had an affair and took their son, Xia Cheng, with her. So he adopted a girl from a relative's family who was about to be sent to an orphanage, Xia Tao, and raised her with care. The father and daughter relied on each other and lived happily until it all ended with Xia Xuan's heart attack. The heart attack was no accident. Someone had tampered with Xia Xuan's medication. It was Xia Xuan's son, Xia Cheng, conspiring with his mother and wife. Their goal was Xia Xuan's apartment. Though the real estate market was sluggish, land prices in Hong Kong were high, and the 600-square-foot apartment was still worth a considerable sum. Selling it could pay off Xia Cheng's gambling debts, with enough left over for them to live comfortably for a while. Xia Cheng was a nobody with little property, so after the heart attack killed him, the family assumed it was a natural death. No one suspected foul play, no autopsy was performed, and he was hastily cremated. Xia Cheng and his wife, along with his mother, pressured the newly adult Xia Tao to give up her inheritance rights, then sold the apartment. Now Xia Tao lived in public housing, working part-time while studying, showing remarkable resilience. The master can see me, can't you? Please don't tell Tao Tao how I died, Xia Xuan said, noticing Quan Xingnan's gaze on him. He pleaded softly, Tao Tao is young, a girl with a pure heart. She's only just managed to move past the pain of losing me. I don't want her to dwell on the cause of my death, to think it was her fault that I was killed. Besides, they've already gotten their comeuppance. Don't let Tao Tao grieve for me anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 1655. Birth, Aging, Illness, and Death 9. Quan Xingnan knew that Xia Xuan was telling the truth. Xia Cheng's nature was hard to change. Gambling was an addiction he couldn't quit. After barely paying off his gambling debts, he took the remaining money and went to Macau to gamble again, losing himself in it. Unable to repay, he was beaten into a cripple and forced to beg for a living. His wife ran off with another man, but was beaten and disfigured by the original spouse. Now she shares the same fate as Xia Cheng. That original spouse came from a wealthy family and had people watching her. Xia Cheng's mother fell down the stairs and became paralyzed. With no children and no one to care for her, and the person she had an affair with refusing to take her in, she was left to fend for herself. Her ashes are now lost somewhere. So it's true, good begets good, evil begets evil. It's not that there's no retribution, but that the time hasn't come yet. I agree to your request. There's no point in digging up your past. Quan Xingnan transmitted her voice to him. You've been following Xia Tao and appearing in her dreams. Is there an unfinished wish you have? Xia Xuan quickly replied, please, master, tell Tao Tao that her boyfriend is no good. He's been tricking her into working hard and earning money to support him, but he actually has another girlfriend. The two of them are playing Tao Tao for a fool. Because Tao Tao has good grades, a good attitude, and is well-behaved, she gets paid well for tutoring children. Is there nothing else? No, Xia Xuan answered Quan Xingnan. I discovered this before I died and wanted to tell Tao Tao, but I never found the right chance before I passed. I guess I couldn't let it go, so I never reincarnated. I've been following Tao Tao or watching that boyfriend of hers, listening to them badmouth her behind her back. It's infuriating. Quan Xingnan said, all right, I'll pass your words on to Xia Tao, but you have to agree to one condition. Name it. Xia Xuan wasn't surprised. Accept my rights for liberation, enter the cycle of rebirth, and stop wandering the human world. Women are yin in nature, and Xia Tao's constitution is somewhat special, which is why she can dream of you. If you stay with her too long, it won't do her any good. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Xia Xuan agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xia Tao looked at Quan Xingnan curiously. After a long pause, she cautiously reminded her, Mrs. Hua, why aren't you saying anything? Is my request troubling you? Quan Xingnan had already finished communicating with Xia Xuan. She turned to look at Xia Tao and said gently, no, it's not troubling. I was reading your fortune and tracing your foster father's whereabouts. I'm sorry to tell you, Xia Tao, but you should hold a memorial for your foster father by the sea from now on. His ashes were scattered into the ocean long ago, because his son couldn't afford an urn. Xia Tao's tears immediately fell. They didn't buy an urn? How could they? I gave up my inheritance. The house and savings my father left behind were all for them. How could they do this? Scattering my father's ashes into the sea is environmentally friendly, but I have nothing left to remember him by. No wonder I kept searching and searching, but could never find his urn. Don't you want to know why your father appeared in your dream? Xia Tao wiped her tears haphazardly. Yes, of course I do. Mrs. Hua, can you even figure that out? You're amazing. Only someone with spiritual insight could know why an ancestor sends a dream. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Your father wants to tell you that your boyfriend is no good. He wants you to break up with him immediately. This chapter ends. Chapter 1656. Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 10. As Xia Tao was momentarily stunned, Quan Xingnan continued, based on your facial features, I can deduce that this is indeed the case. He's using you to earn money to support his and his girlfriend's life together. Silly girl, haven't you noticed? You and your boyfriend are both in school, yet you've been working part-time all along, while he can brazenly spend the money you earn from your job. What do you need a man like that for? Any man who treats his girlfriend this way isn't a real man. He's just squeezing her hard-earned money out of her. Once he makes it big, he'll abandon you. Besides, even if the husband you find in the future isn't as good as our Huixing, you shouldn't degrade yourself like this. This kind of situation is far too common. Many men use sweet talk to coax their girlfriends or wives into giving up everything, working hard to earn money, while they themselves continue their studies to climb the social ladder. Once they achieve their goals, they kick their girlfriends or wives to the curb, claiming she can no longer keep up with them or share common interests. Quan Xingnan wanted to spit in their faces. When they needed their girlfriend or wife to earn money to support their studies, why didn't they complain about her low education or lack of culture and insight? In short, they're ungrateful wolves, despicable and shameless scumbags. Xia Tao listened silently, her face turning pale. No wonder that day, the day Huixing and Huatai went to the movies together, I asked him to go see a movie, but he said he didn't have time because he had a report to finish and told me to just give him the money for the movie instead. Usually, when I invite him out, he always makes excuses, but he never hesitates to ask for money, whether it's for meals, clothes, or study materials. Xia Xuan's heart ached. My poor Tao Tao, it's all Dad's fault for not telling you the moment I found out, letting you waste over a year on him. You have to be strong and cut ties with a scumbag like him once and for all. Quan Xingnan reached out and patted her shoulder. I'm glad you can make that decision. If not for this, Xia Tao would have been foolishly used by her boyfriend until he no longer needed her, and by then, she would be older and left with nothing because of him. But now it's different. Xia Tao is a very smart girl with strong decisiveness. You'll have a great future, a wonderful career, and a good marriage. Keep working hard, girl. Who doesn't run into a few scumbags in life? You're still young, and you have a long way to go. Quan Xingnan's voice was gentle, soothing the sadness in Xia Tao's heart. Thank you, Huatai. If I hadn't gathered the courage to come to you, that despicable man would have used me completely. Now I know. I'll catch him in the act, break up with him, and focus on my studies from now on. Even though I'm not as wonderful or capable as Huatai, and I'll never meet a man as perfect as Huixing, I will definitely find myself a good husband and not make the same mistake again. You will get your wish. Quan Xingnan said. Thank you for your blessing, Huatai. Your blessing will definitely come true. Xia Tao beamed a big smile. After seeing Xia Tao off and performing the ritual for Xia Xuan, Quan Xingnan ended her day's work. She went home to feed her 2 babies breast milk, then headed off to find Hua Xuedong. Recently, the group had been working on several major projects, and since she had been staying in the capital for a while, Hua Xuedong was now incredibly busy. If she didn't go keep him company, he'd probably forget to eat. As soon as she entered the company building, she saw a group of young people coming out after an interview. Raising an eyebrow, Quan Xingnan memorized one person's face and, once upstairs, described it to Rong Peihuan. Tell the recruitment staff not to hire this person. I accidentally posted this chapter in another book. I need to fix it quickly. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated at 9. End of this chapter. Chapter 1657, Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 11. Rong Peihuan noted this in her mind. Why, madam? They should be fresh graduates recruited by the company. The status of the Hua group was so esteemed that, even when recruiting fresh graduates, it was a highly sought-after opportunity. Who wouldn't want to enter the Hua group directly after graduation? Yet, it was only through the company's rigorous selection process that the 1-in-a-million candidate could be chosen. Quan Xingnan said indifferently, although he is a student from the University of Hong Kong, our Hua group does not have the honor of employing him. What she didn't say was that this person was narrow-minded, inherently cold-hearted, and extremely selfish. For his own benefit, he would do anything, including betrayal. Someone who would betray a partner would also betray the company. Because he had no concept of loyalty. It was worth mentioning that this person was Xia Tao's boyfriend, the one who relied on Xia Tao to cover his expenses while playing both sides. He was an outstanding fresh graduate from the University of Hong Kong, and his name was... What was his name? That person just now. Quan Xingnan asked Rong Peihuan. Rong Peihuan had been managing the studio recently and scratched her head. Sorry, madam, I'm not at the company and don't handle this task, so I don't know his name. You don't need to apologize to me, Quan Xingnan said. Got it, madam. Rong Peihuan had just habitually apologized first, forgetting that Quan Xingnan was genuinely approachable and never put on airs in front of junior employees. If you want to know, madam, I'll ask HR later. Recruitment is always handled by HR, so they must have his information. Quan Xingnan shook her head. No need. He's just a nobody. I have no interest in knowing his name or background. Just remind me that none of the companies under the Hua group should hire him. Rong Peihuan nodded and readily agreed. Their mistress had remarkable foresight. If she said he couldn't be hired, then his character must be flawed. Generally, those who made it to the interview stage had passed the academic requirements, so the issue had to be with character or coping ability. Clearly, this person, who was chatting and laughing with those around him, didn't have poor coping skills. She naturally entered Hua Xuedong's office, where Hua Xuedong was in a meeting. Secretary Assistant Gung Xian hurried over and was about to brew tea when she remembered that Quan Xingnan was still breastfeeding. She quickly poured a glass of milk and a glass of juice instead, both warm, knowing Quan Xingnan didn't drink cold beverages. Mrs. Hua, I haven't seen you in a while. I must thank you today. Because of you, my father didn't get into trouble and didn't give my brother and sister-in-law any leverage. Quan Xingnan smiled. It's only right. You're part of the Hua group, so matters concerning you and your family are naturally our responsibility. Just work hard in the future, and that will be the greatest thanks to the Hua group. Rest assured. Gung Xian nodded firmly. She didn't want to go anywhere else but the Hua group. With nothing else to do, Quan Xingnan picked up the newspapers and some gossip magazines nearby, reading them with great interest. She didn't even notice when Hua Xuedong came in. Wife, you're so relaxed, it makes me jealous. In front of the secretary and secretary assistant, Hua Xuedong naturally kissed her. Quan Xingnan covered the spot he kissed, which was her forehead. You know I don't understand your work. If I listen to what you discuss, I'd be completely lost, so I can't help you. Hua Xuedong smiled. It's fine if you can't help. Just accompany me to and from work every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 1658, Birth, Aging, Sickness, and Death 12. Go to work. Quan Xingnan was tempted, then immediately laughed. Don't forget, I still have to go to school this year. If I'm attending school, how can I come to work? Besides, what position would Chairman Hua arrange for me? She had taken a 1-year break from school, and now the baby was already 4 or 5 months old. It wouldn't be long before she had to return to campus. I'll temporarily give you the position of executive director on the board. Hua Xuedong sat down beside her. If you're unhappy and think the position is too low, I could give you my chairman seat. You could lead the Hua group, and I'm sure performance would soar. Quan Xingnan shook her head. No way, I have my own work, remember? 3 fortune-telling sessions a day, booked up a year in advance. The Hua group was enormous, touching every aspect of business. She couldn't handle it and didn't want the burden. I'll just enjoy the fruits of your labor now, be a carefree little woman. Quan Xingnan rested her head on his shoulder, unconcerned as Secretary Bu, Secretary Chen, and several assistant secretaries filed out, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. You've worked hard, Hua. Leave the heavy responsibility of managing the Hua group to you. The baby and I will give you our spiritual encouragement. I need practical encouragement. Hua Xuedong kissed her deeply. Quan Xingnan tilted her face up to meet his, lips pressing against lips, tongues intertwining, saliva mingling together, indistinguishable from one another. Her face flushed, her breath unsteady. After a long time, they finally parted, panting, savoring a rare moment of warmth, no subordinates interrupting, no babies' piercing cries. Honey, even though I'm not capable of holding a company position and have to balance school starting in the second half of the year, I can still come keep you company often. Quan Xingnan said softly. Whenever I have time, I'll come see you every day. Leave the baby at home. Don't let them come. Don't let them disturb our alone time. Good. Compared to the baby, his wife was obviously more important. The vision was beautiful, but reality was harsh. An old friend of old Master Hua was hospitalized. With so few old friends left, the elderly couple quickly dropped the babies off at the Hua group to their parents and went straight to the hospital to visit. The twin babies made their first appearance at the Hua group, drawing a lot of attention. Many wanted to come upstairs to see them. Although the baby's full-month banquet and 100-day banquet had been held, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had protected them meticulously. Not a single photo of the babies had ever leaked for paparazzi to splash across headlines. So, some senior executives of the Hua group who hadn't attended the banquets used reporting work as an excuse to actually come see the babies. The twin babies, who would one day inherit billions in family wealth, were their next generation of leaders. Who wasn't curious? As soon as he entered the office, CEO Qin Han saw Hua Xuedong holding one baby in one arm while signing documents Secretary Bu handed him with the other. The chubby, pink baby had a pacifier in her mouth. A pink little dress, clearly the little princess. As for the little prince, he was nowhere to be seen, nor was Quan Xingnan. She was probably in the inner room feeding him. So this is our little sweetheart. How adorable. The middle-aged Qin Han couldn't help but lean in. The little princess's big, round eyes immediately turned to him, prompting him to extend his hands. Hua, let me hold her. Let me hold our little princess, sweetie. Little sweetie wasn't shy and settled into his arms, offering a sweet smile. That's all for today. End of chapter. Chapter 1659, Chapter 1681 one after another one. Chapter 1659, one after another one. After Zhuang had eaten and drunk his fill, Quan Xingnan carried him out. As soon as she reached the outer room, she saw Qin Han sitting on the sofa holding little sweetie, surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4 familiar senior executives of the Hua group. They were all gathered around little sweetie, talking over each other, completely ignoring Hua Xuedong, who was signing documents behind the desk. Wow! Wow! Little sweetie's smile is so sweet. Her eyes are so beautiful, bright and sparkling, just like Hua Sheng's, but her features are more delicate and refined. Her skin is so fair, she's a Snow White. She smiled at me. Her eyelashes are like little fans. How can there be such a delicate little baby? No wonder Hua Sheng and Mrs. Hua have been keeping the baby hidden away. If I had such a beautiful and adorable daughter, I would definitely hide her at home and not let anyone see her. It really makes you want to take her away. Too beautiful, too adorable. She was only a few months old, a natural beauty, perfectly combining the best traits of Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. They praised little sweetie to the skies, and Quan Xingnan couldn't help but laugh. Is she really that good? What you're describing doesn't seem to exist in this world, she said, even though her heart was blooming with joy. Who doesn't love their own child? Who doesn't enjoy hearing others praise their child? Even if a child is as plain as a blade of grass, you still hope others will praise them as if they were a flower. Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, everyone dispersed. Little sweetie reached her arms out toward Quan Xingnan. When Quan Xingnan approached holding Zhuang, the little tyrant immediately let out an unhappy sound and patted Qin Hantong's arm. What a little tyrant. Can't mommy even hold her brother? Quan Xingnan said as she handed Zhuang to a nearby staff member, who then passed him to Hua Xuedong's arms. Only then did she take the little tyrant. The little tyrant finally showed a cute smile, stunning everyone who saw it. So smart, isn't she? So young and already knows how to compete for affection. She knows mommy is the richest in the family, so she won't let her brother have mommy all to herself. She seems a bit of a little tyrant. Because they were familiar and had a good relationship, they weren't as reverent toward the person in power as most outsiders were. They often joked around, so today they said whatever came to mind. Hua Xuedong stood up, placed Zhuang Zhuang in a new double crib that had appeared in the office, and said to them, "All right, you've seen the babies, you've said your praises, now it's time to go back to work. You'll be busy soon enough." With so many projects and non-stop work, they didn't have this much leisure time to joke around here. "Hua Sheng, you have to let us see Zhuang Zhuang too." Qin Hondeng spoke, and everyone echoed him. They had seen the little princess, but there was also the little prince. Who knew which one would inherit the Hua group in the future? So they all wanted to get a good look at him. Zhuang Zhuang, however, was much more well-behaved. He lay in the crib without crying or fussing, his big eyes seemingly taking in his surroundings. When he saw the strangers gathered around the crib looking down at him, he opened his little mouth, yawned, turned on his side, pillowed his head on his little fist, and fell asleep. His calm demeanor was very much in the style of Hua Xuedong. Everyone couldn't help but praise him again before taking their leave from Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. After the group left, the room fell quiet. Zhuang Zhuang opened his eyes, rolled over, and propped himself up on his unsteady arms in the crib, trying to lift his head as if he wanted to see farther and more. Little Sweetie had just been placed into the same crib when she immediately turned into a little tyrant, rolling over and pinning Zhuang Zhuang beneath her. Chapter 1660, One After Another 2. Chapter 1660, One After Another 2. Zhuang Zhuang furrowed his brow, but did not launch a forceful counterattack. Instead, he grabbed a toy by his pillow. It was a brightly colored rattle that little Sweetie had played with for a while earlier before tossing it onto the crib. Seeing her toy in her brother's hand, little Sweetie immediately rolled off him, snatched the rattle back with effort, and lay sprawled on the bed playing with it, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. Are they really that young and already have so many expressions and thoughts? Quan Xingnan leaned over the crib, finding it hard to believe. They weren't even 5 months old yet. Usually, they could at most roll over, pass gas, and cry a little. Hua Xuedong stood beside her, observing together, and ultimately concluded that while their daughter was domineering, her intelligence was definitely no match for her son's. She was focused on playing, whereas Zhuang Zhuang always liked to observe his surroundings, never clashing head-on with his sister, but instead using strategy to win. Although, according to parenting books, this was an exceptionally outstanding performance, no parent would ever resent their child's excellence. "Tomorrow, I'll just stay home and take care of the babies. Bringing them to the office will definitely disrupt your work." Hua Xuedong smiled. It's fine. He loved having his wife and children by his side, of course. Just having his wife would be even better, enjoying time alone as a couple. But since they had welcomed the fruits of their love, they had to be good to the children and take proper care of them. Parents are irreplaceable in a child's life. That said, after Grandpa Hua and Grandma Hua returned from visiting a sick friend, Grandpa's health soon took a turn for the worse. Perhaps it was the impact of his old friend's severe illness and passing, or perhaps Grandpa was simply too old. He refused to eat, only drinking water, which frightened Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong into staying home with the elderly couple. The latter even brought most of his work home. The desire to care for one's parents when they are gone is life's greatest pain. They had already experienced the loss of several elders and did not want to leave themselves with more regrets. With their nephew and his wife nearby, and their grandchildren lying on the bed staring at each other and drooling, the dark clouds in Grandpa Hua's heart gradually dispersed. He finally regained a bit of appetite and ate a bowl of bird's nest porridge. "You two go ahead and do what you need to do. No need to keep hovering around me," Grandpa Hua said. Quan Xingnan took the empty bowl and smiled. "Aren't we already busy doing what we need to do? If you find us annoying, fine, then little Sweetie and little Zhuang Zhuang won't hover around you either." "No way." Grandpa Hua quickly waved his hand. "Little Zhuang Zhuang and little Sweetie are the darlings of your aunt and me. I can't stand a day without seeing them. Don't you dare take them away." Oh, little Sweetie, you can't bite your brother's hand. That's your brother, not a bad guy. When you grow up, you can bite the bad guys." Quan Xingnan turned around and saw little Sweetie gnawing on Zhuang Zhuang's fist, drool all over it. The baby had no teeth yet, so she couldn't bite hard. Quan Xingnan thought to herself that the most important thing was that Zhuang Zhuang wasn't crying, so she wouldn't separate the loving siblings. Grandpa Hua's mood improved, and he gradually started eating again, allowing Hua Xuedong to go to the company with peace of mind. He was busy with work, and the burden of caring for the elderly and children fell on Quan Xingnan. But he didn't want his wife's life to revolve solely around the old and the young, leaving her without personal space or time. So, as the school term approached, he was especially eager to take his wife to register, not caring at all about the commotion they caused when they walked into the school together. Sorry. Today, it's really not that I didn't have time, nor that I have a cold or fever, nor that the kids brought a bunch of children home to cause chaos. It's writer's block really stuck. Sigh, I'll add more tomorrow. I've been staring at the computer since 1 o'clock today, and I'm still stuck. End of chapter. Chapter 1661, one after another 3. Back on campus, seeing the smiling faces of both new and returning students, Quan Xingnan felt her whole body brimming with youthful vitality. This is what student life is like. I'd forgotten that I should be one of them too. Getting married, having children, taking care of them, she had been so busy that she felt she had grown old. Only now did she realize she was just 20 years old. 20 years old, a flower just beginning to bloom, fragrance at its peak, the prime of youth. After completing a series of registration procedures, Xuedong intertwined her fingers with hers, strolling through the campus, avoiding the crowds, and fully enjoying the beauty of the scenery. Thank you, wife. Thank you for your dedication to the family, for putting your own studies on hold. Sensing the apology in Xuedong's tone, Quan Xingnan felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice was soft. I should be the one thanking you, husband. Because of you, I have the most perfect love, the most perfect marriage, the most perfect baby, and the most perfect family. I am already a winner in life. How many people out there envied her? So many that they couldn't even be counted. Although it was because of the baby that her life plans had been disrupted, if others were given the choice, everyone would surely choose marriage over academics. In their eyes, no matter how hard one struggled after graduation, they could never build a conglomerate as vast as the Hua Group. She guessed that people outside thought she felt the same way. She seemed to recall some gossip magazine saying something like that about her. Xuedong tightened her grip. We should thank each other for making our lives complete. Yes, exactly. Love requires both people. Neither can be missing. Quan Xingnan was about to nod when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a girl she didn't recognize. The girl, panting, ran up to them and bowed deeply to Quan Xingnan, startling her. This classmate, why are you giving me such a grand salute all of a sudden? What are you doing? She found it very strange. The girl straightened up and said earnestly, I wanted to personally thank Mrs. Hua. Thank you. Hearing her accent, Quan Xingnan knew she was from the mainland. Her Mandarin was standard. Thank me? What good deed did I do that made you come all this way to thank me? The girl was simply dressed, her long, thin face filled with stubborn yet sincere gratitude. My name is Wang Zhihong. Mrs. Hua probably doesn't know me or recognize my name, but I still wanted to come before you as soon as possible and say thank you, Mrs. Hua. Because of you, I had the chance to study. Because of you, I had the opportunity to leave the mountains and see the wonders of the outside world. Last year, I saw a news article saying that you had been admitted to the University of Hong Kong, married into Hong Kong, and would be living here permanently. I told myself that I had to work hard to get into the University of Hong Kong, and tell you in person that I didn't let you down, that I didn't waste your support. Quan Xingnan, with her free hand not held by Xuedong, touched the braid hanging over her chest. I supported you? When? I'm sorry, classmate Wang Zhihong, I don't remember. In her memory, the name Wang Zhihong had never appeared. Even though she had been feeling dizzy and scatterbrained lately from dealing with the 2 children, her memory was still sharp. Wang Zhihong smiled, revealing 2 faint dimples that added a touch of delicacy to her dark, ordinary features. Yes, you funded the building of roads and a school in our village. The children in our village could attend school for free, regardless of gender. That was how I was able to leave the mountains. Later, your scholarship allowed me to keep advancing until I got into the best high school and earned a scholarship. Having plenty of time but stuck on writing what to do. So frustrating, 2 or 3 hours just to write 1 chapter. This chapter ends. Chapter 1662, one after another 4. The scholarships Quan Xingnan had donated could be traced back to before the establishment of the Quan Xingnan Foundation. Later, after the foundation was set up, there were dedicated scholarship programs. She had donated a lot of money to impoverished mountain areas, so much that she herself couldn't remember the exact amounts or where she had sent them. She only knew that once her funds arrived, they truly benefited those regions and enabled many poor children to afford schooling. Because her ability to foresee outcomes was well known, no one dared to commit fraud. Every year, she received countless thank you letters, so many that she simply didn't have time to read them all. These letters were now stored in boxes, piled up in the warehouse of her courtyard home, filling several rooms. She wasn't even sure how many. Getting into the University of Hong Kong means your grades must be excellent. Your hard work has paid off. Congratulations. Quan Xingnan sincerely congratulated Wang Zhihong. She admired everyone who seized opportunities to change their destiny, regardless of gender. The world was vast, and there were many people in need. Giving them a glimmer of hope was like helping a golden scale transform into a dragon. Wang Zhenghong's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Mrs. Hua. Truly, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known that the outside world is so vast, worth exploring for a lifetime. She fumbled in her backpack and pulled out 2 small red brocade boxes, holding them out to Quan Xingnan with both hands. What are these? Quan Xingnan asked, puzzled. Wang Zhehong replied naturally, a gold guanyin and a gold Buddha. Mrs. Hua, I used my first scholarship for tuition, so I had nothing left to repay the scholarship. Even though it was a free scholarship due to my age and didn't require repayment, I still felt I should give back. I didn't want to get something for nothing. For me, having the chance to go to school and change my life is already more than enough. This year, my college entrance exam scores were exceptionally high, so the school gave me a large reward, as did the county, city, and province, and even the University of Hong Kong. After repaying the scholarship, I still had a lot left. From now on, I'll work part-time while studying, which will be enough to get me through graduation. So, I used a little of that money to get a guanyin and a Buddha for Mrs. Hua's 2 babies. Where I come from, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha for protection and safety. At this point, she added sheepishly, you and Mr. Hua are very wealthy, so my gift is truly insignificant. But I still wanted to express my gratitude to you this way. After I graduate and find a good job, I'll continue to prepare gifts for the babies, because that will be money I earned through my own abilities. Quan Xingnan accepted the gifts with a smile. I'll thank you on behalf of the babies. But Hong Kong is very expensive, so don't prepare such costly gifts in the future. Seeing how outstanding you are fills me with relief. It means my efforts weren't in vain. The University of Hong Kong is a paradise for learning. Focus on your studies and work hard. One day, you'll become a pillar of the nation. I'll remember your words, Mrs. Hua. I won't forget them. I'll study hard and make progress every day. Wang Zhenhong bowed to her. I'll be going now. I just arrived today for registration, and when I heard that Mr. and Mrs. Hua were here, I rushed over to see you both. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt. Thank you. After she ran off, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong opened the small boxes together. Chapter 1663, one after another 5. Inside the box, just as Wang Zhehong had said, a guanyin and a Buddha were resting on the velvet. They were very small. The guanyin was no bigger than a pinky finger, and the Buddha was the size of a 1 yuan coin. But they were solid, and their weight was considerable. 1 gram of gold cost 80 or 90 yuan, so these 20 to 30 grams were worth at least over 2,000 yuan. For Wang Zhenghong's financial situation, this pair of guanyin and Buddha was truly a generous gift. After finishing her inspection, Quan Xingnan closed the lid and put it into her handbag. She smiled at Hua Xuedong and said, see? If you give, you get something in return, right? I know a lot of people outside say I'm foolish, having money but not enjoying it myself, instead throwing it at people I don't even know. But I think it's worth it. Seeing someone who never had a chance to go to school get into the University of Hong Kong makes me incredibly proud. She had just used her clairvoyance to glance at Wang Zhenghong's life and also read her facial features. It was wonderful. Truly inspiring. Changes in facial features were something you could see. According to her original fate, Wang Zhehong would have spent her whole life trapped in the mountains, uneducated and drifting aimlessly. At 17 or 18, she would marry and have children. Her husband would go out to work but end up living with another woman elsewhere, calling it a temporary couple, a common practice among migrant workers who stayed away from home for long periods. Sometimes living with women who also had husbands and children back home, a situation even widely accepted by society. Later, Wang Zhenghong's husband would stop returning to the rugged mountain roads. She would have to raise her children alone, find a wife for her son, and choose a husband for her daughter. In her old age, she would face her children's ingratitude, blaming her for not being born into a better family. But now, everything was different. Wang Zhenghong's fate had completely changed. After graduating from the University of Hong Kong, she would go to work at a subsidiary of the Hua Group in Guangdong Province. She would work while continuing her studies. Though she wouldn't become a formidable career woman in her own right, her life would be worlds apart from her original fate. Her job and salary would be excellent, and she would marry a top medical professional. The couple would be very happy together, eventually having a son and a daughter. Hua Xuedong looked at his wife's smug face and praised her. That's because my wife is especially kind. This kindness has changed countless people's fates, and the accumulated merit is beyond measure. I only wish that the merit from my past life bought me rebirth, and the merit from this life buys me the next, so I can meet you again in the future. Alright, let's accumulate virtue and do good deeds together, using endless merit to secure our lives, life after life, never parting, never abandoning. Hua Xuedong made this grand vow and carried it out without hesitation. After donating 100 million yuan in research funding to the University of Hong Kong, he continuously poured billions into the mainland, also supporting scientific research and operations across various projects, all in the name of the couple. Money was just numbers to them, but many people wished they would be buried under those numbers. That was a line from a domestic newspaper, later picked up by Hong Kong media. Their charitable image was deeply ingrained in people's minds. When students at the University of Hong Kong organized public welfare events, they invariably invited Quan Xingnan, who was usually as elusive as a dragon's head or a phoenix's tail. As long as she showed up, they wouldn't have to worry about raising funds. Quan Xingnan occasionally attended some more formal charity events, but not frequently. When doing good deeds, it was enough to know it yourself, no need to announce it to the world. For now, most of her energy was focused on her studies, while the other half went to the elderly and the children at home. The elderly were getting on in years, and the baby was still very young. Both needed her care. The ending felt a bit off, but I couldn't quite finish it. I hit a wall and suddenly felt like there was nothing left to write. I'll try harder today. Hitting a wall is so painful. Chapter end. Chapter 1664, one after another 6. Babies grow at a remarkable speed, and the elderly age just as quickly, visible to the naked eye. The baby stood up, while the two elders grew more stooped. Fortunately, with Quan Xingnan's attentive care, old Master Hua and old Madame Hua remained quite robust. Before meeting Quan Xingnan, the two elders were frail and rarely traveled far, but in recent years, things had changed completely. They could even hold hands and attend an auction in early March, generously spending 200 million. Old Mr. Hua, old Mrs. Hua, you bought so many precious jewels and antiques today. Are you planning to give them to Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua? A familiar face asked, unable to resist teasing. The Hua family elders' generosity toward their nephew's wife was well known to everyone. Not to mention anything else, just the annual rent from Harbor City alone amounted to billions. The sluggish real estate market had no impact on Harbor City's rent. If you didn't rent, plenty of others were willing to. Old Madame Hua smiled and shook her head, then nodded. Our Atong doesn't need them. He can buy his own. What we bid on today are birthday gifts for Nan An and the two babies. Birthday gifts? Weren't the twins born in February? I remember it was late February. That's right. Mrs. Hua's birthday hasn't arrived yet, but the baby's birthday has already passed. I saw in the newspaper a while ago that celebrities from all over the world sent gifts by private jets and cars. Wasn't that to celebrate the baby's birthday? The first birthday was a significant milestone. Newspapers covered it extensively, and after reading the reports, every single citizen was envious. Even one random gift was something they could never obtain in a lifetime. Quan Xingnan's reputation was at its peak, and the influential figures she had helped were far from stingy. Her studio was now the most famous one. Anyone who sought her help to resolve their troubles never left disappointed. It was said the waiting list stretched all the way to the Pacific Ocean. So, with her talent, no one could envy her enough. Old Madame Hua wouldn't mention that their family celebrated the baby's birthday according to the lunar calendar, the Chinese calendar, not the Western solar calendar. She just smiled and replied, the children are too young. We don't plan to hold a birthday party for them. But everyone was too kind. Even without a party, they sent so many gifts. The babies were very happy. Then which one is Mrs. Hua's birthday gift? Or which gifts are for the babies? The jewelry goes to Nan An and Tian Tian. Girls, after all, jewels can brighten up life. Zhuang is a boy. He can follow in his father's footsteps and earn his own living later. So we're giving him the calligraphy and paintings we bought today. Everyone was speechless, because the elders had spent 170 million on several top-tier pieces of jewelry and only 30 million on antiques. What a bias. Zhuang and Tiantian's birthday was celebrated at home, with only family present. Those from the capital who could come did, those who couldn't sent gifts with someone else. The gifts were all kinds, diverse and varied. Hua Zhuang sat calmly playing with a Rubik's Cube, while Hua Tian gleefully tore open presents, full of destructive energy. She ripped the wrapping paper off the gift boxes, pulled at the ribbons, and when she couldn't get them open, she turned to old Madame Hua for help, blinking her big, watery eyes. Grandma. Zhuang hadn't spoken a single word yet, but little Tian could already say Mommy, Daddy, and Grandma. Stuck. I need some quiet. End of chapter. Chapter 1665, one after another 7. Old Madame Hua beamed with joy at Tian's address. All right. Grandma will open it for you. Let's see what gift Tian has received. Her trembling hands untied the ribbon on the gift box. The elderly woman was advanced in years and had little strength, but she could still manage to open the gift box. The grandmother and granddaughter sat on the carpet. The first thing they unwrapped was a Barbie doll, its outfit adorned with pearls and diamonds that shimmered under the light, clearly indicating it was extremely valuable. Who sent this? Quan Xingnan frowned slightly. An ordinary doll would have been fine. Is this expensive doll meant to be displayed in a cabinet? With pearls, gems, and diamonds on it, I wouldn't dare let her play with it. Little children love to grab things and put them in their mouths. Even though the doll's craftsmanship was impeccable, what if something happened? Such an extravagant doll was typically the work of a world-class master artisan. Old Madame Hua glanced at the card on the gift box. Qin Boying. Oh, Boying, did you send this? Quan Xingnan looked at Qin Boying, who was just pouring tea for his wife. This is too extravagant, Uncle Qin. You shouldn't be so generous. Really, you and Auntie should be saving up for a daughter-in-law. My sister-in-law is waiting for your betrothal gift. Fong Fong, who had been listening to Quan Anon speak, immediately blushed. Nan, what nonsense are you talking? Who's anxious? Sister-in-law, I didn't say you were anxious. Quan Xingnan smirked slyly. I only said you were waiting. Waiting can be patient or impatient. You're the one who said anxious. Fong Fong was speechless, her face flushed bright red. Anon. Yes. Fong Fong isn't anxious, not anxious. I'm the one who's anxious. Quan Anon quickly soothed her, then turned to Qin Boying. Nan is right, Dad. You and Mom need to save up to get me a wife. Your son has no assets to his name right now. Whether I can get married soon depends entirely on you and Mom. No assets to his name? Everyone was stunned by his words. That couldn't be right. After Qin Boying and Quan Anon were reunited, Quan Anon had received a substantial inheritance. By now, it amounted to half of Qin Boying's wealth. At the time, many media reports criticized Quan Anon for being too greedy, but Qin Boying and Ling Qiushui were willing to give everything to their son, much to the envy of gossips. Fong Fong's head immediately drooped, and she even shrank back a little. Her parents and elders had been holding back, observing Quan Anon during the courtship period. Unable to wait any longer, Quan Anon had followed Hua Xuedong's example and offered her all his assets. Although her family finally believed in his sincerity, she felt undeserving and hadn't accepted. Now, the two were still in a tug-of-war. Quan Anon insisted on giving, while she stubbornly refused. She knew her place. She wasn't Quan Xingnan. She lacked the confidence and justification to accept her future husband's property as premarital assets. She simply felt that no matter whether Quan Anon might change in the future, at least they would marry out of genuine love. Sister-in-law probably didn't accept it, right? Judging by her expression, there's no sign of an unexpected windfall. Quan Xingnan genuinely liked this sister-in-law. In her past life, their family had been so poor, far worse off than the Fong family, yet Fong Fong had willingly married Quan Anon and even cared for Quan Shuang in her old age. Truly, even a biological daughter couldn't have done more. Quan Anon sighed. I wish she would sign it and sign the marriage application along with it. Writer's block has turned a tragic chapter into a comedy. No one else could pull that off. Stuck in a rut, begging for a cure for writer's block. End of chapter. Chapter 1666, one after another 8. Chapter 1666, one after another 8. Quan Xingnan said with a smile, Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin can go propose marriage now. I guarantee my brother's dream will come true. Although Fong Fong ultimately did not accept Quan Aonon's gift, the Fang family had already confirmed Quan Aonon's sincerity, so they would not put any obstacles in the way of the marriage. They couldn't very well say, why don't you come and propose, could they? Proposing marriage ultimately requires the man to take the initiative. Qin Boying was momentarily stunned, but Quan Anon was overjoyed. Little sister, really? Of course, brother, you have to trust me. I'm the divine fortune teller, and now a reading from me is hard to come by. Quan Xingnan saw the smiles on Ling Qiushui and Quan Shuang's faces. Indeed, children's lifelong matters are the greatest worry for parents. Quan Anon nodded repeatedly. All right. I'll have someone book tickets right now. We'll fly back to the capital tomorrow. Quan Shuang and Ling Qiushui both said, don't rush. Although the betrothal gifts are all stored in the capital and have been prepared for a long time, just waiting for the in-laws to give the go-ahead, proposing marriage requires choosing an auspicious day. However, we can head back to the capital first. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and smiled. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 3 months. Since she said so, everyone agreed to return to the capital tomorrow and then go propose marriage. Fong Fong, standing nearby, was as red as fire, her head lowered in silence, almost burying herself under the carpet. Qin Binjie watched with envy. Unfortunately, Lin Tianjing was in the military and couldn't easily leave the country, so he couldn't see her expression. But Quan Xingnan saw it. She took Qin Binjie's hand and said, Sister Binjie, do you want me to calculate your fate in love? What's there to calculate about me? Qin Binjie suddenly became a little shy. To calculate when you'll become my sixth sister-in-law, Quan Xingnan said with a laugh. Lin Xiaoxue suddenly interjected, no need to calculate. Your uncle and aunt have already agreed. The date is set during Lao Lu's leave. It shouldn't be long now. Due to their positions, the wedding will be held in the compound's hall, so it certainly won't be as grand as yours and Atong's. Binjie, don't be upset when the time comes. Qin Binjie was stunned, then slowly widened her eyes. Being with Lin Tianjing, she was actually quite insecure. Aside from having some inheritance left by her mother and attending a decent university, she felt she didn't measure up to Lin Tianjing in any other way. In the eyes of others, Lin Tianjing was a prime catch, and his choice to be with her left her both flattered and incredulous. Wedding? Aunt Lin. Since she wasn't married to Lin Tianjing yet, Qin Binjie didn't address Lin Xiaoxue as aunt following Lin Tianjing's lead, but instead called her auntie, based on Quan Xingnan's address. Little did she know, this made the Lin family think even more highly of her. Lin Xiaoxue took her hand and laughed. We can't let Aonan and Fangfang get ahead of us, can we? Of course, I don't mean to compare with Aonan, it's just a joke. Your weddings could even be held on the same day, and I'd just split myself in two. You and Lao Lu have been together for quite a while now. Isn't marriage just a natural next step? The men of our Lin family are all loyal and devoted. Once they choose someone, they hold hands for a lifetime and won't let outside influences make them doubt their choice. Throughout Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie's relationship, aside from family, there had been little blessing from the outside world. Instead, many people watched coldly from the sidelines, saying that Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie would definitely break up. Their journey together hasn't been easy, and Lin Xiaoxue felt she should encourage Qin Binjie. I should be able to update more tomorrow. I've finally sorted out my thoughts. Opening a new map means new chapters, right? Actually, I originally planned to kill off the elderly one after another, and then end the story, with some things explained in side stories. But now, I think I'll continue writing about happy events and wrap things up properly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1667, One After Another 9. Although Lin Xiaoxue was a married daughter of the Lin family, she could still represent everyone in the Lin family. If it weren't for the family's intent, she wouldn't have said these things in front of Qin Binjie. So, Qin Binjie, overwhelmed with surprise and joy, felt her eyes redden. She had grown up without a mother, while her wicked father, stepmother, and family all coveted the inheritance left by her mother. Though she had played the fool to protect some of it and prevented them from leading her astray, there was still a lingering regret in her heart. The Lin family's recognition and Lin Tianjing's love meant more to her than anything else. Auntie Lin, I'm so happy, Qin Binjie said without a hint of shyness. I'm going to call Tianjing. With that, she politely excused herself and ran off. Lin Xiaoxue let out a laugh. Old Six got lucky. I worked so hard to win Binjie over, and yet he's the one who gets to hear sweet words. Mom, are you really going to hold that against sixth brother? Hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but laugh. When your sixth brother gets married, will you come back to the capital? Of course I will, he's my sixth brother, Quan Xingnan said without hesitation. Even though I'm the younger sister, I got married first, so I can give sixth brother and his wife a big red envelope. Besides, she had to prepare a gift for Qin Binjie. Qin Binjie had given her so many things, so she couldn't be stingy in return. Lin Tianjing was in the military, and every move the Lin family made drew attention. From now on, Qin Binjie probably wouldn't be able to wear priceless jewelry in public, not even her mother's heirlooms, as she had to be mindful of appearances. So, on the day of Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie's wedding, Quan Xingnan gave her a set of mellow pearl jewelry, a set of glass-grade imperial green jadeite jewelry, a set of natural seawater white pearl jewelry, and a set of natural South Sea golden pearl jewelry, all flawless. Qin Binjie, who knew quality when she saw it, was immediately captivated. Nan, thank you. Mellow pearls are even rarer than diamonds, gemstones, or jadeite, and since most people wouldn't know their value, they're perfect for me. To those who didn't know better, they might just look like ordinary pearls or beeswax-polished beads. Quan Xingnan said, I'm glad you like them. Let me put them on for you. The wedding ceremony was over, and the bridesmaids accompanied Qin Binjie as she changed into a toast dress, a bright red qipao with subtle patterns. However, Qin Binjie only wore a mellow pearl necklace and a pair of earrings, leaving the rest in the jewelry box. Mellow pearls are considered rare treasures, extremely uncommon in the collector's market. Also known as dragon pearls or flame pearls, they come from sea snails and cannot be cultivated artificially. A single mellow pearl is worth a fortune, let alone an entire set of jewelry. The set included a necklace, earrings, a bracelet, and a ring, everything. Though the pearls on the necklace varied in diameter, the largest in the center measuring 14 millimeters, tapering down to 10 millimeters at the clasp, they were perfectly symmetrical. Each pearl was nearly round, orange like a ripe papaya, with internal patterns resembling clouds or flames, and a glossy, ceramic-like sheen. Though mellow pearls were rare in the outside world, the Hua family had a collection of them. The largest one, 30 millimeters in diameter, didn't look good on a necklace, so Quan Xingnan made it into a pendant for herself, paired with a set of mellow pearl earrings. "This is the first time I've seen you wear pearls, Nan, but they're gorgeous," Qin Bingjie said with a smile. Quan Xingnan smiled back. "The bride is even more beautiful. I must not have been updating properly, so everyone came and punched me while I was asleep. Now my right eye hurts so much it feels like there's something in it, or like I've been hit. It hurts all the time." This chapter ends. Chapter 1668, one after another 10. Chapter 1668, one after another 10. In the groom's eyes, the bride was the most beautiful, but in Hua Xueding's eyes, his own wife was the most beautiful and adorable. So when she came out, he stepped forward, took her hand, and led her back to the Qin family's table. "Fourth brother, are you afraid that Nan will get lost?" Jimingxin said with a laugh. "Yes," Hua Xueding replied with absolute confidence, leaving his sister-in-law staring at him, speechless. The whole table burst into laughter. Little Tian, sitting in Qin Fengjie's arms, joined in the silly laughter. Her fair, rosy little face was adorned with 2 deep dimples, paired with big, sparkling eyes. She looked sweet and lovely no matter how you saw her. She was quite vain and had chosen for herself a white lace dress, paired with little white leather shoes. Yes, after getting up that morning, she had picked out her own outfit. When Quan Xingnan asked her which dress to wear, she walked over to the clothes rack with an air of importance and pointed to the dress she was now wearing. Seeing Quan Xingnan putting on jewelry, she stretched out her own jade-like little wrist. It wasn't until Hua Xueding put a glass-grade imperial green jadeite lucky bead bracelet on her that she was satisfied and withdrew her hand. When she saw Quan Xingnan return, she slid down from Qin Fengjie's lap, climbed into Quan Xingnan's arms, reached out to touch the mellow pearl pendant around her neck, and said sweetly, "Mommy pretty." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wow, Tian is so smart. She can say such nice things at such a young age. Is she saying that mommy is beautiful? Little Tian, look at me, look at me. Tell me, is third aunt pretty? Yang leaned in front of her, pointing at herself with a smile. Little Tian, say it. Tian pointed at the white pearl necklace around her neck. Pretty. Chenjing, Jimingxin, and Yang were all wearing cheongsams, paired with simple and understated pearl jewelry. The difference was that Chenjing wore a linen-colored cheongsam with only pearl earrings and a pearl brooch. Jimingxin, with her fairer skin, wore a sapphire blue satin cheongsam with a single pearl collar pin. Yang wore a dark red cheongsam with a pearl necklace. Their pearl jewelry was far less valuable than the mellow pearl, yet it still exuded unique feminine charm. Hearing Tian's words, Yang couldn't help but ask, so, does wearing jewelry make everyone pretty? Tian raised her hand, pointed at the bracelet on her wrist, and said in a soft, sticky voice, Tian pretty. At those words, everyone wished they could tuck her away into the depths of their hearts. No wonder antidotes on little Tian. How can she be so adorable? Chenjing's heart melted. Tian, call me First Aunt, and First Aunt will give you lots of pretty things. Little Tian's eyes lit up. Before she could speak, Quan Xingnan said, Sister-in-law, you can't spoil her. Tian is really vain, not just a little vain. Maybe because she started talking a bit earlier and can express herself, she especially loves pretty clothes and pretty jewelry. Anything given to her, or anything she's worn, becomes hers. She won't let anyone else take it. This morning, she picked out her own dress and shoes. When she saw me putting on jewelry, she insisted on wearing something too before she'd let it go. Chenjing wasn't upset but instead delighted. Oh my, our little Tian is this capable already? How wonderful. She can even pick out her own clothes now. First Aunt has lots of pretty things she can't wear, so how about giving them to little Tian as a dowry? Okay. Ignoring Qin Fengjie's daughter-in-law's expression, little Tian answered crisply and loudly. My niece is super vain. At 1.5, she started putting on lipstick herself, wearing high heels, and picking her own skirts. She won't let me touch her hair ties or barrettes. Her mom uses my makeup and face masks, and when I go to use them, she says they're her mom's and absolutely refuses to let me. The necklaces and jade in my jewelry box have also become her necklaces. She wears them every day, showing off. The end. Chapter 1669, one after another 11. Qin Fengjie and Chenjing had 2 sons, one named Qin Vingtai and the other named Qin Vinglong, taken from the phrases peace and prosperity for the nation and flourishing fortunes for the country. After completing their studies, both entered politics, starting from grassroots positions, and now hold some status. Their wives were named Cheng Meizhu and Lu Xintian respectively, possessing a combination of family background, education, talent, and appearance. However, they did not like Quan Xingnan, maintaining a polite but distant attitude because Quan Xingnan's existence harmed the interests of their entire family. The valuable jewelry, antiques, and trinkets in old Madame Qin's hands had all been given to Quan Xingnan and her mother, while they, as granddaughters-in-law, received only a small portion. Now, hearing Qin Jing say she would give her jewelry to Tian, the two sisters-in-law's expressions immediately changed, but afraid of being noticed, they quickly covered it with smiles, though they looked particularly stiff and awkward. Although they were sitting at another table in a lower position, Quan Xingnan still saw them. Hua Xiuedong calmly picked Tian back up. Tian, tell your aunt. Say I have lots of pretty things, don't want any. Don't want. Tian echoed like a parrot. That's right, tell your aunt. Keep the pretty things for your sisters-in-law. Tian has them. Tian has them at home. Tian doesn't want any. Quan Xingnan didn't even glance at Qing Meizhu and Lu Xintian, instead lowering her head to teach her precious daughter. When it's your aunt's birthday, Tian will pick something from her own treasures to give her as a birthday gift, okay? Okay. Whether she understood or not, little Tian agreed to everything. Old Madame Qin adjusted the reading glasses on her nose, taking in everything before her, sighing inwardly. The two granddaughters-in-law from the eldest branch hadn't been like this before. How had they changed so quickly? Had she and her husband, along with the eldest couple, misjudged them, or had they simply succumbed to the erosion of wealth and status? The elders weren't even dead yet, and they were already coveting their inheritance. Old Master Qin, however, wasn't concerned. Children and grandchildren had their own fortunes. He couldn't control it anymore. But he could still tease his little grandson, who always refused to speak. Zhuang, how about you stay and live with Grandpa and not go back to Hong Kong? Zhuang sat in his high chair, calmly scooping meat porridge with a spoon and putting it into his mouth. At just 1.5 years old, his hands were very unsteady. With a slight wobble, a bit of the meat porridge on the spoon spilled onto his bib. After swallowing the food in his mouth, his eyes darted around, and seeing no one was watching, he quickly disposed of the evidence, the bit of porridge on his bib, by flicking it onto the floor, pretending he was still a clean and adorable little baby. Everyone was struggling to hold back their laughter. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but say, "Dad, don't ask him. He's too dumb to talk." Just then, Zhuang suddenly opened his mouth and uttered 2 words, "Not dumb." Quan Xingnan was stunned. "Oh, my big treasure finally speaks? Call me Mom." Zhuang kept his mouth tightly shut, only opening it when the spoon approached, taking a big gulp, swallowing the delicious food, and then closing his mouth again, as if he hadn't heard Quan Xingnan's request. "Really not endearing. You're 1.5, all your teeth are in, and you still can't call Mom or Dad," Quan Xingnan muttered. Little Tian piped up loudly beside her, "Mommy, Daddy." She proudly lifted her little face, seeking praise, and was rewarded with a loving kiss from Quan Xingnan. Zhuang thought for a moment, then called out, "Mommy." End of chapter. Chapter 1670, one after another 12. Chapter 1670, one after another 12. Quan Xingnan was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. She walked over and kissed his little face, and sure enough, she saw the satisfied look in the little one's eyes. She couldn't resist teasing him further. "Zhuang is so good. Mommy loves you very much. How about you call Daddy? Daddy loves you too, and Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie all love Zhuang very much. Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie." Zhuang rattled them off in one breath, smooth without a single pause. Everyone was overjoyed. They had been waiting and hoping, and finally, he had opened his golden mouth. It turned out he wasn't unable to speak, he just couldn't be bothered. After all, with Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan being so clever, and the little one always performing well, how could he possibly not know how to talk? Lin Xiaoxue and the others heard this and quickly came over to join in, refusing to let up until Zhuang called them Grandma and Grandpa. "Zhuang is amazing." Lin Xiaoxue showered her grandson with praise, which made Tian unhappy. She ran up to Lin Xiaoxue, tugged at her skirt, and pointed at her own nose, saying, Tian is amazing." Lin Xiaoxue quickly bent down, squatting, and kissed her cheek. "Right, Tian is amazing. Tian is so pretty." Hearing this, Tian immediately beamed. She touched Lin Xiaoxue's jade pendant and complimented, "Grandma is pretty. What about me? What about me?" Little Lion shoved his face in front of Tian. 2 years older, he was much more sensible than before and especially adored the soft, delicate, and beautiful niece. From the start of the wedding, he had been trailing after her, but little Tian was so lovable that he ended up being overlooked. Tian Tian kissed his left cheek, made him turn his face, then kissed his right cheek, and then made him lower his head so she could kiss his forehead. I like little uncle the most. That was the longest sentence she had ever spoken, and Little Lion was so happy he scratched his ears and cheeks in delight. Tian Tian and Zhuang Zhuang were everyone's treasures. Everyone wanted to hold them, everyone wanted to tease them, especially little Tian Tian, whom even the top leader called a darling. It only wound down when Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie came out to toast. Compared to Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's grand wedding, Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie's was extremely low-key. Aside from a few top leaders from the compound, everyone present was relatives of the Lin family. There was no one from the Qin family. That was Qin Binjie's own decision. Everyone present knew about the Qin family's past, but no one brought it up. No one was foolish enough to say something inappropriate at old Master Lin's grandson's wedding, so most of the well-wishes were for Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie. Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie were married now. It was a done deal. No matter how good Lin Tianjing was, he was no longer a candidate for anyone else's son-in-law. After all, people need to have some dignity. Unlike Yuan Jihong, who was so shameless that she and her daughter were now in a state of living death. Catching snippets of gossip about them from the guests, Quan Xingnan was briefly startled. She turned to hear her aunt-in-law, Xia Tingyin, tell her, "You know the customs in Arabia. Wives are treated as personal property there, with no rights at all. So Yuan Jihong has plenty of money, and her husband lets her spend it, but as for other aspects." Xia Tingyin let out a cold laugh. She and her husband had been childless because of Zhang Hui's doing, so she naturally hated Zhang Hui, Yuan Jihong, and Yuan Wei to the bone, and she took grim satisfaction in their miserable fate now. Yuan Jihong still acted like the daughter of an old revolutionary back home, so she had her legs broken and wasn't allowed to leave the house. As for Yuan Wei, her fate was no better. It seemed her stepfather had married her off to another local wealthy man, meaning she would repeat her mother's post-marital life, never allowed to leave Dubai without her husband's permission. End of chapter. Chapter 1671, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 1. Quan Xingnan was very puzzled. Yuan Wei was inherently intelligent. Knowing her mother's marital life, would she choose to marry into Dubai? Impossible. That didn't seem like her character. She would probably take the vast wealth her mother obtained from her stepfather and return to her home country to live freely. No matter how many unfavorable remarks were made about the country abroad, the freest country was still one's own homeland. With money, one could do whatever they wanted. Xia Tingyin coughed. Someone will always use some tricks. Who that person was, she didn't know. But she strongly agreed. Seeing Yuan Jihong's 3 generations made her nauseous. Quan Xingnan glanced at Hu Xuedong. Noticing his wife's gaze, Hu Xuedong ladled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her. "Want some soup? Even though the weather is hot, drinking soup won't hurt your body." "Sure." Quan Xingnan smiled and drank it. Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei, as long as they didn't get in the way, she didn't care what they did. Didn't they love money and power? If they were willing to destroy others' families for it, then let them stay in Dubai forever, sitting on their mountain of gold and silver, buying whatever they wanted every day. No one cared what would happen to Yuan Jihong and her daughter Yuan Wei. They weren't even mentioned. Perhaps, aside from the traumatized 3 Yuan brothers, no one even remembered who Yuan Jihong and Yuan Wei were. Reality was just that cruel. Everyone always looked forward. After attending this wedding, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan flew to Taiwan to attend Quan Onan and Fang Fang's wedding. Good news truly came one after another. Since Xia Chun and Li Qianxuan got married, Li Qianxuan had given birth to a lovely daughter weighing 8 Jin and 2 Liang. Old Xia was overjoyed, but Li Qianxuan, as the mother, had suffered quite a bit. A natural delivery failed, and she had to undergo a cesarean section. The date happened to coincide with Lin Tianjing and Qin Binjie's wedding day, so the couple and old Xia couldn't attend the wedding feast. Later, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan would definitely return to the capital for the full moon banquet. So Zhuang Zhuang and Tian Tian stayed in the capital, cared for by Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaxue, with help from Ming Chuiying and Xia Tingyin. Old Mr. and Mrs. Yun could also keep an eye on them, and old Mr. and Mrs. Qin even moved in to live with them, bringing their bodyguards along. Zhuang Zhuang was easy to take care of and wasn't too clingy to his parents. He was so sensible it was heartbreaking. Tian Tian was the main concern, lively, active, sweet-talking, and lovable. When she separated from Little Lion, she cried heartbreakingly. One called out "Little Uncle," the other "Little Tian Tian." Her hand reached for him, his hand reached for her. In the end, both stayed in the capital. Hu Xuedong had long wanted some time alone as a couple. In Hong Kong, it wasn't possible because old Mr. and Mrs. Hua were too old. They couldn't leave the children in their care. The elderly couple now couldn't do without family doctors and nurses. Leaving them with his in-laws worked out well. Yuan Ziyuan and Lin Xiaoxue were in their prime, and with Little Lion and his two brothers as companions, little Tian Tian was too happy to miss home. Little kids always loved playing with bigger kids, and they had a blast. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan left with peace of mind. Traveling with them were Wang Juanda, Quan Shuaing, Wang Hui, and others, along with Chen Boying, who had attended Lin Tianjing's wedding. As for Ling Qiushue, he stayed home to prepare everything needed for the wedding. Quan Onan, who had already gotten his marriage certificate with Fong Fong in the capital, was busy organizing the wedding venue, sending out invitations, and so on. Their planned wedding schedule was that the day before the wedding, Quan Onan and the groomsmen would arrive in the capital. Early the next morning, they would pick up the bride, bid farewell to her parents, and then fly directly to Taiwan using the family's private jet. Stuck. No idea how many chapters one can update tonight. I'm such a fool. I really am. I'm foolish. After browsing a forum, I realized I'm a fool. From now on, updating is the priority. Head down, type away, ignore everything else, ignore everything else. This chapter ends. Chapter 1672, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 2. For the first time in her life, Quan Xingnan set foot on the soil of Taiwan, after Hong Kong and Macau had returned to the motherland one after the other. Even though it is a small piece of land, it remains an inseparable part of the motherland. Her arrival, along with Hu Xuedong, immediately caused a huge sensation locally and drew the attention of those in power. For no other reason than their identities. Politically, the relationship between the mainland and Taiwan is very sensitive. Public figures like Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, with their extraordinary backgrounds and origins, especially the latter, as the child of a high-ranking mainland official, could cause an earth-shattering stir with the slightest misstep. Mindful of this, Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan did not leave the Qin family estate after checking in. However, Su Qinglian, upon hearing of their arrival in Taiwan, specially brought her son and daughter to pay them a visit. "Oh, Miss Su, when did you and Hanwen come here from Hong Kong?" Quan Xingnan was surprised to see Su Qinglian, who had settled in Hong Kong with her son, but even more surprised by Su Qinglian's daughter, Su Baoi. After her parents' divorce, she had changed her surname from Wang to Su and now ran the entertainment and film company founded by Su Qinglian. This strong woman, shrewd, capable, talented, and beautiful, had a face that indicated she would face a bloody disaster. Unaware that Quan Xingnan had seen her daughter's misfortune, Su Qinglian smiled and replied, "My daughter's birthday is in a few days, so Hanwen and I came for a visit. We'll return to Hong Kong after her birthday. I hired a nanny and a caregiver for Dad. They'll take good care of him while we're away. But of course, a nanny and caregiver can never be as attentive as family, so we won't stay in Taiwan too long. Mrs. Hua, why haven't I seen the two little ones? Did you not bring them?" Although Su Qinglian had sent gifts for the baby's full moon, 100-day, and first birthday celebrations, the full moon banquet was too high profile, and the first birthday was held in the capital with great discretion. So she had gone to offer her congratulations in advance. No one who had seen the twin babies disliked them, and Su Qinglian was no exception. Quan Xingnan nodded. "They're with their grandmother in the capital. They didn't come with us." "Is Miss Su's birthday coming up soon?" "Which day is it? Let me see if I'll still be here." Su Baoi said sheepishly, "It's August 8th on the Western calendar." "Oh, that happens to be the day of my brother's wedding." A hint of apology appeared on Quan Xingnan's face. "I won't be able to attend Miss Su's birthday banquet then, but I can send a gift in advance." With that, she said to Hu Xuedong, "Honey, go open the suitcase and bring one of the peace talismans from the jewelry box, the ones carved from Hetian jade." Hu Xuedong nodded, excused himself to Su Qinglian and the others, and went upstairs. Upon hearing it was a peace talisman, Su Qinglian stopped her daughter, who was about to speak. "If it were anything else, I'd be too embarrassed to let my daughter accept it, but Mrs. Hua's peace talismans are rare and hard to come by." "Thank you, Mrs. Hua." Hu Xuedong soon came back down with a small brocade box. The peace talisman didn't come in a box, but he had found one to wrap it in, making it a more presentable gift. Quan Xingnan took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Su Baoi. "This isn't a birthday gift. If Ms. Su starts wearing this peace talisman close to her body from today onward, then on your birthday, I will have another gift for you." Su Qinglian, sharp as ever, immediately understood the implication. End of this chapter. Chapter 1673, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 3. "Are you saying my daughter is in danger?" Su Qinglian immediately became anxious. During the 10 years of searching for her son, she and her daughter had relied on each other, their bond deep and strong, and her worry nearly caused her to lose composure. Dong Hanwen was startled and quickly said, "Boss's wife, please help my sister calculate her fortune." Su Baoi held the brocade box, staring blankly at Quan Xingnan. Would she be in mortal danger? Or danger in some other aspect? Dong Hanwen, more familiar with Quan Xingnan's rules, fumbled to open his wallet, pulled out a stack of bills, and stuffed them into Su Baoi's hand, urging, "Sister, quickly give the divination fee to the boss's wife and ask her to calculate your recent fortune. Don't doubt the boss's wife, she's incredibly skilled, and now it's hard to get a reading from her." So, he said, they were extremely lucky to have run into the boss's wife and received her talisman and advice. This would make those elites from all walks of life, who had been queuing up far beyond the Pacific Ocean, green with envy. Su Baoi quickly handed the money to Quan Xingnan. "Please trouble Mrs. Hua to guide me. Do you have a boyfriend?" Quan Xingnan asked after taking the money. Su Baoi paused, then nodded. "Yes, I have a boyfriend. He's an actor under my company, a very low-key, serious, and responsible man, not one of those flashy celebrities. Moreover, acting isn't his main career. We were alumni at the same school. He's a few years older than me, and we both studied business management. He has many investments in the business world. As for acting, it happened when we invested in a film and the lead actor threw a tantrum and was fired by me. I roped him in to take over, and it became a huge hit." Su Qinglian, however, asked, "Mrs. Hua, is he the problem?" Once bitten, twice shy. Su Qinglian was most worried that her daughter would encounter the same issues she had, even though she had always been satisfied with her boyfriend's behavior over the years. Su Baoi frowned. "Jianan is fine. I haven't noticed any change in him." Her mother's failed marriage made her especially vigilant about her own romantic life. Her boyfriend, Jiang Jianan, treated her very well. Over the years of their relationship, he always kept her informed of his every move and frequently reported his whereabouts to her. Quan Xingnan reassured them, "Miss Su's partner is not the problem, but what?" The three of them were nearly frantic, wishing Quan Xingnan would just finish speaking in one breath. "Miss Su's boyfriend has been targeted by someone," Quan Xingnan said. Looking at the three who exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding her meaning, she sighed and said calmly, "In your circle, there is a woman. She is very talented, very beautiful, very young, very innocent. She is like an angel, pitiable and lovable. She has a tragic and lamentable background. For her grand, passionate love, she can throw herself into the fire like a moth, sacrificing everything. Gossip and so-called ethics and morals must vanish in the face of her true love. Otherwise, she is deemed vicious, harsh, irritable, inhuman, and ignorant of true love." Su Qinglian's heart stirred. "Isn't that Zhou Shui?" "Zhou Shui?" Su Baoi's brows knitted tightly. "She set her sights on my boyfriend, Jiang Jianan? She snatched my father from my mother, caused my brother to go missing for 10 years, and only after all our hardship were we finally reunited. Now she wants to destroy my love? She's targeting Jianan. Has he responded to her? Has she forgotten that she's now a married woman? She's my father's mistress." This chapter ends. Chapter 1674. Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 4. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Su Baoi wouldn't have wanted to bring up the name Zhou Shui at all. Just mentioning Zhou Shui made her feel sick. Su Qinglian felt the same, but ultimately her daughter's happiness took precedence, along with the intent behind Quan Xingnan's sudden gift of a safety charm. Giving a safety charm meant her daughter was in danger, so she set aside the nausea that mentioning Zhou Shui brought on. "Mrs. Hua, could you be clearer? What does her targeting Jiang Jianan have to do with my daughter?" "It has everything to do with it, since your daughter is Jiang Jianan's official girlfriend," Quan Xingnan said. "In some people's eyes, love knows no boundaries, and a marriage certificate can't stop the surging tide of love. In their view, since Miss Su and Mr. Jiang aren't married, then the interloper isn't the third party. The one who doesn't get the love is the third party. 10 years of marriage have worn away this Ms. Zhou Shui's love, worn away by the marriage itself, not because Master Wang is bloated and overweight. You need to remember that." Su Qinglian and Dong Hanwen both caught the sarcasm in her words and nearly laughed out loud. The gist of this was that Zhou Shui had started to despise Wang Yuxian for being bloated and overweight, so their love had vanished, and she had set her sights on Jiang Jianan, a man with talent, looks, and a thriving career. "But Jianan loves me very much," Su Baoi said. She had taken over the family business at a young age and considered herself a good judge of character. She could fully sense if her boyfriend had any wandering eyes, and so far, he had shown no signs of misbehavior. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. "Some people think that when a woman pursues a man, it's just a thin veil away." Su Baoi's face darkened. "So, Zhou Shui has started inciting her fans to go after me? Just like she did to my mother back then? The danger you mentioned, is this it?" Su Qinglian gritted her teeth. "How can that bitch be so shameless? She destroyed my marriage, and now she's coming after my daughter's happiness. Does she think that as long as she has money and fame and controls public opinion, she can command the wind and rain, rallying a bunch of vain, love-obsessed little girls to clear the path for her?" Zhou Shui was very skilled at managing her image. In the eyes of the public, she was the embodiment of truth, goodness, and beauty. And, because she had successfully replacing Su Qinglian and marrying the art master Wang Yuxian, reaping both love and wealth, she was highly admired by those gold-digging women who wanted something for nothing. They looked up to her as a role model and imitated her in every way. Su Baoyi was very calm. What does she want to do to me? Does Jianan know that Zhou Shui has feelings for him? Quan Xingnan rested her chin on her hand. I foresee that the day before Miss Su's birthday, you'll be attacked by a minor girl throwing sulfuric acid. Unfortunately, caught off guard, you'll be hit, suffering extensive burns on your face and body, even losing sight in one eye. Your birthday banquet will naturally fall through. However, you did find a very good boyfriend. He'll be devoted to you, accompanying you through your recovery, skin grafts, and all the hardships, including launching a fierce revenge against Zhou Shui. Su Qinglian and Dong Hanwen's faces turned extremely grim, their eyes blazing with fury. Cruel, too cruel. Zhou Shui's move was utterly insane. Does she think everyone is like that scumbag who abandons his wife for a new flame? So she wants to disfigure me first, then swoop in while I'm vulnerable. The more Su Baoyi hated, the clearer her mind became, and the calmer her face grew. I finally figured out why I've been stuck writing. It's because I haven't eaten meat. Ever since I started dieting and cut out meat, I've been stuck. It wasn't until I had a fish meal at noon that things improved. I think after I go out for exercise today, come back to shower and wash my hair, and then sit down to write, I can manage 2 more chapters. This chapter ends. Chapter 1675, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 5. Quan Xingnan spread her hands. Yes, that was exactly what Zhou Shui had planned. Taking advantage of the fact that Su Baoyan and Jiang Jianan were not together today, she had failed in her confession to Jiang Jianan and then secretly incited her fans to act. First, she lamented her own misfortune, crying about her unhappy marriage and the despair of being without love, then complained about Su Baoyi's domineering behavior, using her company and looks to tie down her beloved Jiang Jianan, and so on. The hot-blooded young girls couldn't sit still and were willing to go through fire and water for her, even facing death without regret. Su Baoyi was very smart and immediately indicated she understood. She thought for a moment and asked, Mrs. Hua, can you be sure the incident will happen on August 7th? Has the other party already planned it? Because today was August 5th, if someone really wanted to disfigure her, they would inevitably make arrangements a day or 2 in advance and look for an opportunity. Quan Xingnan nodded. Of course I can be sure of the date when you'll be in trouble. Su Baoyi asked again, no matter where I appear on the 7th, the person who wants to harm me will show up, right? If you don't change your itinerary, or if today's plans have been leaked, then yes, no matter where you appear, the other party will show up. If they want to strike, they will definitely find out your route for the day. If they don't know where you are, for example, if you stay home and don't go out, then even if they want to act, they can't. After hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Su Baoyi expressed her understanding and said solemnly, thank you for the reminder, Mrs. Hua. I know what to do. As she said this, she carefully took out the safety charm from the brocade box and put it on herself. It was a plaque made of Hetian jade seed material, with an autumn pear skin on the back and intricate, mysterious patterns carved on the front. Su Qinglian and Dong Hanwen sincerely thanked Quan Xingnan. Girls are different from men. Even if they have money, girls still value their appearance. Disfigurement is more painful than death. Zhou Shui was truly rotten to the core. Su Baoyi didn't intend to let her off easy. At noon on the 7th, Quan Xingnan accompanied Leng Qiushui to inspect the wedding venue preparations. As for Quan Onan and the groomsmen, they had already set off for the capital. The mother and daughter were discussing the details of the wedding scene when they heard that rising painting star Zhou Shui had been disfigured. Someone had thrown sulfuric acid on her. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips and smiled. What happened? Leng Qiushui asked. Quan Xingnan leaned close to her ear and recounted the story of meeting Su Qinglian and her family 2 days earlier, finally whispering, after Su Baoyi received my warning, I noticed her facial expression changed. She hated Zhou Shui to the bone, since the other party had first destroyed her parents' marriage and now came to snatch her boyfriend. So Su Baoyi went with the flow, changed her original itinerary, and then leaked her travel plans for the day. She appeared at Zhou Shui's gallery by chance. When the sulfuric acid was thrown, she was having a fierce argument with Zhou Shui and happened to dodge the acid, causing most of it to splash onto Zhou Shui's face and body, who was very close to her. Zhou Shui had incited her fans to attack Su Baoyi, but to maintain her own innocence, she hadn't participated in the subsequent plan. She never expected that her fans would act while she was arguing with Su Baoyi. Su Baoyi had calculated carefully for a long time, subtly leading the attacker over, and naturally didn't give Zhou Shui a chance to escape. When the sulfuric acid was thrown, Zhou Shui tried to dodge in terror, but Su Baoyi quietly tripped her. End of chapter. Chapter 1676, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 6. Subawi did not regret tripping her at all. Zhou Shui could play innocent, couldn't she? Subawi could do it too, who wouldn't defend themselves? After all, the one who struck was Zhou Shui's fan, not hers. No matter how the police investigated, the sulfuric acid attack had nothing to do with her planning. Instead, it was directed at her, and she was the victim who cleverly dodged the assault. Did Zhou Shui have evidence that she tripped her? What proof was there? Wasn't it more likely that Zhou Shui was framing her? She was in the middle of arguing with her after all. Moreover, Zhou Shui had deep grudges against her, so her words wouldn't convince anyone. Subawi had already thought of various ways to escape blame when she did it. Am I so bad that you think I'm terrifying? Jiang Jianan rushed over to help handle the aftermath of Zhou Shui being splashed with acid, calming his frightened girlfriend, calling an ambulance for Zhou Shui, reporting the sulfuric acid attacker to the police, dealing with the media that caught wind of the incident, and managing Wang Yuxian and Zhou Yu. After finally wrapping things up, he returned to his place, and Subawi told him about her little scheme. Jiang Jianan was stunned for a moment, then affectionately ruffled her hair. They wronged you first. Your counterattack was not wrong. Evil people deserve their punishment. Whether you're kind or vicious, I've already chosen you. No matter what you are or what you become, in my eyes, you'll always be that little girl comforting her mother while searching for her brother. Subawi smiled, beaming with joy. At that moment, she wasn't the sharp and capable businesswoman in the boardroom, but Jiang Jianan's girlfriend, clinging to him like a little bird. Mrs. Hua has helped our family a lot. She found my brother for us and saved me from disaster. When I get the chance, I'll take you to visit her. If you ever treat me badly, Mrs. Hua will surely remind me. She has sharp eyes. I truly admire her so much. With her abilities, she can always steer herself and her family away from danger. Sounds good. I have a sincere heart, so I'm not afraid. And there's something I really want to ask her for help with, but I have no opportunity or way to meet her, Jiang Jianan said. Subawi asked curiously, what is it? Is there something I don't know about? If you wanted to see Mrs. Hua, you should have told me earlier. I could have helped you sooner. I could have taken you with us to visit her a couple of days ago. I want to find someone, Jiang Jianan replied. Find someone. Just as Quan Xingnan and Ling Qiushui finished inspecting the wedding venue, Subawi arrived with Jiang Jianan. Coincidentally, this hotel was one that Chen Boying had wisely invested in years ago for a young man, Jiang Jianan, with each holding a 50% share. After hearing Subawi and Jiang Jianan's thanks and purpose, Quan Xingnan glanced at her watch. All right, who are you looking for? Jiang Jianan respectfully handed over a check and said, I want to find my mother. With that, he briefly recounted his story. He was a trafficked child, which was why he had fallen for Subawi at first sight when she insisted on searching for her brother. As time passed, my childhood memories grew faint. The only thing I remember is my father personally handing me over to human traffickers, and then I was taken to Taiwan. I should be from the mainland. I remember I had a mother who loved me dearly, and I always dream of her calling out to me from afar. When mentioning his father, Jiang Jianan's expression was calm, but when speaking of his mother, he became deeply emotional. Oh, I finally understand why live pigs fear boiling water. Today, while showering, there was no cold water in the solar heater, and I almost got scalded. The worst part was that the tap water was cut off, so I couldn't add cold water. I was halfway through washing my hair and body covered in foam from head to toe. End of chapter. Chapter 1677, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 7. Jiang Jianan was startled, took it with both hands, and repeatedly expressed his thanks. After the couple left contentedly, Ling Qiushui couldn't help but say, I've been following your charity news all these years. Are there a lot of people begging you to find their children? She was referring to parents whose children had been abducted. Quan Xingnan nodded. A lot. So many that I can't even keep count myself. Every year, every month, every day, people come to the foundation for help, and that's even with some people not knowing the foundation exists. Can you find them all? Ling Qiushui asked. Quan Xingnan shook her head. Ling Qiushui was taken aback. With your abilities, there are children you can't find? It's not that I can't find them, it's that finding them is futile. Quan Xingnan sighed softly. Being sold to infertile families is the best outcome for those children, at least they're still alive. When I search for abducted children, what I dread most is finding them dead or disabled. The traffickers cripple them, leaving them missing limbs to beg on the streets, exploiting public sympathy to collect more money than ordinary beggars. There are also organ trafficking rings that specifically target children. Patients needing organ transplants aren't just adults. Many children also require surgery to survive. Organ trafficking rings have long lost all conscience and won't show mercy just because the victims are young. Privately, Quan Xingnan had already helped the police dismantle many dens of human traffickers and organ trafficking rings. None of this had ever been reported in the news. It was an endless cycle. Where there was demand, there was harm. No sooner had she helped the police shut down a few dens than another group of criminals would emerge, just as vicious. There were many good people in the world, but plenty of evil ones too. Ling Qiuxue had been separated from her son for years. She understood the immense grief of parents who had lost their children and harbored a particular hatred for these villains. So the first thing she did upon returning home was to have Chen Boying donate 100 million to Quan Xingnan's foundation in the name of their son's wedding as charity funds for finding abducted children. Of course, this 100 million wasn't in New Taiwan dollars, it was in RMB. Quan Xingnan only found out about it that evening when she received a call from Xue Xiaojun. Beaming, she said to Hu Xuedong, "Hey, honey, see how fast I can make money?" A few words, and Uncle Chen and Aunt Chen willingly donated 100 million. 100 million can do so much. It can help many parents find their children, and help many children find their way home. There were plenty of people like Jiang Jianan who knew they had been abducted and were searching for their biological parents. Hu Xuedong kissed her. "My wife is the best." Quan Xingnan covered her mouth. "I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Let's go now. We'll wash together." Without hesitation, Hu Xuedong pulled her into the bathroom, making sure to bring their pajamas and underwear along. Somehow, brushing their teeth and washing their faces ended with them taking a shower together. By the time they finally finished bathing and got back into bed, the night was already deep. It was the height of summer and the heat in Taiwan was like being in a steamer. Fortunately, air conditioning was the greatest invention, allowing them to lie comfortably in bed, whispering softly. Just as Quan Xingnan's eyelids were drooping, Wu Xuedong said gently, "Go to sleep. Tomorrow is the big day. There'll be plenty to do." Quan Xingnan mumbled drowsily and soon fell fast asleep. Hu Xuedong pulled her into his arms and slept soundly through the night. "I, who have had less than 5 hours of sleep since last night, need to sleep too. Stuck in writer's block with no friends to turn to, and I can't even travel to clear my mind and find inspiration." This chapter ends. Chapter 1678, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 8. As the only son and heir of Chen Boying, Quan Ao Nan's wedding was extremely grand, hailed by the media as second only to the century wedding of Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan in recent years. The venue was filled with elegantly dressed guests and a gathering of celebrities. Chen Boying and Hu Xuedong's social circles overlapped by half, so Quan Xingnan ran into many acquaintances at the wedding. As the world-renowned divine fortune teller, the vast majority of those who sought her help left satisfied. Quan Xingnan was far more popular than the bride, and since the wedding ceremony hadn't started yet, the bride hadn't appeared. Thus, a steady stream of people came to greet Quan Xingnan, crowding around her so tightly that it was almost impossible to move. Hu Xuedong, who had been holding Quan Xingnan's hand with fingers intertwined, was pushed out of the crowd. He smiled gently at his wife and, seeing the enthusiastic men and women, tactfully stepped aside to chat with a few friends from business dealings. "Annie is really popular, aren't you?" asked her husband, feeling a bit helpless. In response to He Deming's teasing, Hu Xuedong spread his hands. "No, I'm very proud. In this world, no one is as lucky as I am." Hearing Hu Xuedong's words, He Deming stared wide-eyed. The friends standing nearby couldn't help but laugh in unison. Hu Xuedong wasn't wrong. He truly was lucky. There wouldn't be a second person in the world with such fortune to marry such an amazing girl. "Mrs. Hu, you look so beautiful today." This was the phrase Quan Xingnan heard most often. "Was I not good-looking before?" Quan Xingnan asked with a smile to the fifth person who said this to her, an older wealthy woman whose husband's surname was Liang. She was from Hong Kong, and her family ran an entertainment and film company with considerable business dealings with Chen Boying. Mrs. Liang quickly corrected herself. No, I should say Mrs. Hu looks beautiful every day. Every time I see you, I can't help but think how fortunate Mr. Hu is. You're beautiful, lovely, talented, and bring prosperity to your husband and children." Those feng shui masters and fortune tellers were right. Mr. Hu is incredibly blessed. Isn't it me who's incredibly blessed? Meeting my husband is the greatest luck of my life. Quan Xingnan said cheerfully, not hesitating to praise Hu Xuedong in front of others. Yes, and Mr. Hu is also the most outstanding and exceptional figure in Hong Kong. Mrs. Liang quickly changed the subject, pointing at Quan Xingnan's wrist. "Is that the legendary 5 blessings bracelet on your hand? It's crystal clear, colorful, yet so harmonious. Truly beautiful. Most importantly, the symbolism is simply perfect." Quan Xingnan raised her hand and looked at the bracelet on her wrist. At present, this was the world's one-of-a-kind perfect multicolored jadeite, with red, blue, white, yellow, and purple, representing fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness, and wealth, the 5 blessings. The bracelets originally made had all been given to the elders in the family, and none of the leftover scraps or core materials were wasted. They were made into various accessories, just as Mrs. Liang said, with such auspicious meanings. However, Madame Hua had given the pair of bracelets Quan Xingnan gifted her back to Quan Xingnan. I'm old now, what would I do with these things? Aren't they all for you and Tian Tian? Tian Tian's grandmother gave hers to Tian Tian, so I'm giving mine to you. When Tian Tian grows up, the two of you can wear matching bracelets. How lovely that would be. That was what Madame Hua had said at the time. Quan Xingnan couldn't bear to refuse her kindness, and had kept them with her ever since. Thinking of Madame Hua's heartfelt gesture, Quan Xingnan smiled back at Mrs. Liang. Yes, it's the 5 blessings jadeite. It came from a stone I gambled on long ago, but it was only cut open a few years back. I had a few pieces of jewelry made from it, none of which were sold publicly. If it were put up for auction, I believe it would fetch a sky-high price. The glass grade 5 blessings jadeite was even rarer than imperial green jade. If I don't update properly today, feel free to hand me a stick and hit me to break through the writer's block. There's plenty of meaty content at noon today. Grin. End of this chapter. Chapter 1679, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 9. Even if it were at a sky-high price, Quan Xingnan, who cherished jade, would never put rare jade ornaments up for auction. Unless they were passed down to future generations who turned out to be utterly useless and destitute, the family heirlooms could be disposed of as they pleased. After all, she wouldn't be around to see it. However, no one could be certain whether jade would be worthless or still as precious as gold by then. Quan Xingnan couldn't bear to see her elders leave, but she was quite open-minded about her own passing. Not everyone was lucky enough to live 2 lifetimes, and not everyone was fortunate enough to meet the same soulmate in both lives. She couldn't help but glance at Hua Xuedong, who seemed to sense it and looked up. Their eyes met, emotions flowing between them. Those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but smile, sighing at how deep their bond was. Even the atmosphere was so sweet it made hearts bloom. Everyone sincerely blessed genuine affection, just like they did for today's newlyweds. No one doubted the love between Quan Anan and Fang Fang. Quan Anan was handsome, talented, and had a father like Chen Boying, who had given him most of his fortune. He had long been regarded as a prime catch, with many speculating which noble daughter he would marry. No one expected that a woman named Fang Fang would suddenly appear, ordinary in background, unremarkable in appearance, and, by high society standards, utterly lacking in merit. Yet Quan Anan chose her. If that wasn't love, what was? On the dreamlike, exquisitely decorated stage, the elaborately dressed bride Fang Fang looked stunning. Under Quan Anan's affectionate gaze, she placed her hand in his, and he slipped a dazzling diamond ring onto her finger. From the audience, Quan Xingnan was the first to applaud, the bracelet on her wrist shimmering with a riot of colorful light. As soon as she lowered her hand, Hua Xuedong grabbed it. Husband. Quan Xingnan turned to look at him, her eyes as soft as water, constantly revealing her love for her husband. Hua Xuedong smiled gently. Seeing this scene on stage reminds me of our wedding. Unknowingly, 2 years have passed. Sweetheart, how about we hold another century wedding when we reach our golden anniversary? I believe that 50 years into our marriage, the world will have undergone earth-shattering changes. All right. Quan Xingnan agreed without hesitation. I believe that even after 48 years, you'll still be the most handsome and outstanding groom, making me the envy of everyone. And I believe that 48 years from now, you'll still be the most beautiful bride, Hua Xuedong replied. He Deming, sitting beside them, grimaced. Good grief, that was too sweet. His old teeth were aching from the saccharine exchange. Hua Xuedong, at his age, never missed a chance to profess his love to his wife, effortlessly tossing out sweet words. He could compile a complete book of love quotes, which would undoubtedly be a bestseller among women worldwide. A middle-aged wealthy businessman next to He Deming chuckled. Mr. and Mrs. Hua are truly deeply in love. At his words, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan both turned to him with a slight smile. The former merely nodded, but Quan Xingnan paused briefly because beside this unfamiliar Taiwanese businessman was a young male ghost. The ghost appeared to be around 25 or 26, with no visible injuries on the surface. His face was twisted with rage, his eyes filled with venom, as he frantically tore at the businessman, just like the scenes Quan Xingnan had seen before, where the living and the dead were separated, making it impossible to harm the living. May I ask your surname, sir? I don't believe we've met, Quan Xingnan suddenly said with a smile. Hearing her speak, the Taiwanese businessman was flattered and quickly replied, My surname is Long Xiaoxing. There were many guests at home, and I still haven't had any meat. No meat means no inspiration, and no inspiration means writer's block. End of chapter. Chapter 1680, The Grand Wedding of Ao Nan 10. Long Xiaoxing, Quan Xingnan savored the name in her mouth. The name was good, but as for the man himself, opinions varied. His facial features were decent. A square face, thick eyebrows, double eyelids, big eyes, refined and handsome, with slightly thick lips, giving an impression of honesty, loyalty, and righteousness. He seemed to live up to his name, but in reality, he was the complete opposite. He had done plenty of swindling and cheating, amassing assets worth tens of billions in new Taiwan dollars, yet his fate was one of having no descendants. Long Xiaoxing said respectfully, "I've long heard that Mrs. Hua is a brilliant fortune-teller. I wonder if I have the honor of asking Mrs. Hua to read my face." The young man who was biting Long Xiaoxing froze, abruptly stopping his actions. He looked at Quan Xingnan and asked, "Are you the great Master Quan, the brilliant fortune-teller? Can you see me? Many ghosts say that powerful masters can open yin-yang eyes. Can you see me? Can you seek justice for me? Can you avenge me?" "Yes, I can." Quan Xingnan replied to him telepathically, but she smiled at Long Xiaoxing and said aloud, "Mr. Long, you are blessed with wealth and honor, and you face no bloodshed or life-threatening danger in the near future. Why would you need me to show off my skills?" Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoxing burst into hearty laughter. But the young man biting him grew extremely excited, repeatedly asking Quan Xingnan, "Can you really see me? Can you really see me?" "That's right, I can see you. As you said, I have opened my heavenly eye, so naturally I can perceive your existence." Quan Xingnan continued conversing with him. "You want revenge, and I can help you, but after the revenge is done, you must accept my rights to cross over, leave the mortal world, and enter reincarnation. Can you do that?" Tears welled up in the young man's eyes. "I can do it, I promise, I can do it. I died long ago, but I couldn't rest in peace, so I've lingered in the human world. And I can't stay far from Long Xiaoxing, that ruthless and vicious man, probably because one of my kidneys is inside his body. As long as I can get revenge, I'll agree to anything you say." Quan Xingnan blurted out, "Organ trafficking?" Hearing those words, the young man wept bitterly. "Yes, that's right, it's organ trafficking, organ trafficking. I died on the operating table. I was kept captive by that group in a place I didn't recognize. When they needed something, they dragged me onto the operating table and removed one of my kidneys. I lost one kidney, but I was still alive. Then someone else needed it, and that kidney was transplanted to Long Xiaoxing. My heart, yes. What about my heart? What about my heart? I can't find my heart. My heart was taken along with the last kidney, but why am I following Long Xiaoxing? Who got my heart?" The young man looked confused, spinning in place, but ultimately found nothing. Quan Xingnan sighed. "I will help you find out where your heart and your other kidney ended up. Can you tell me your name? Where are you from? Around when did this happen? If you can't recall, I'll calculate it for you. My name is Dong Xianglai from Jinling. It's been about 5 years since it happened." As Dong Xianglai spoke, tears streamed down his face. He had said goodbye to his wife and child and gone out to work with a fellow villager, only to fall into a den of evil. That fellow villager was the head of the organ trafficking ring. They drew his blood for tests, first extracted his bone marrow, and then gradually removed most of his organs, leading to his death. If the group hadn't failed to find a buyer for his corneas, even his eyes would have been taken. End of this chapter. Chapter 1681, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 11. Quan Xingnan felt very sympathetic toward him, because she herself had only mentioned the matter of organ trafficking to Ling Qiushui yesterday. However, since they were currently at Quan Ao Nan's wedding venue, such a bloody topic was unsuitable to describe at this moment. To her, Quan Ao Nan and Fong Fong were very important. Moreover, she couldn't keep conversing with Dong Xianglai through telepathy while ignoring everyone else present. Rather than splitting her attention, it was better to wait until the wedding was over. "Today is my brother's wedding. After the wedding ends, come find me, and I will help you seek justice and revenge." Nothing in Quan Xingnan's life disgusted her more than human traffickers, especially those who sold human organs or disabled children to make them beg on the streets to gain public sympathy. If hatred were a knife, then Quan Xingnan wished that knife could chop off the heads of all human traffickers. How many families and how many innocent people had traffickers ruined? Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Dong Xianglai hurriedly said, "But I can't leave Long Xiaoxing's side." Quan Xingnan replied, "Don't worry. The moment you met me, you already left." Dong Xianglai was startled. He then drifted to the door and found that the previous sense of restraint was gone. Before, he couldn't leave a radius of 3 meters around Long Xiaoxing, but now he could go more than 10 meters. Quan Xingnan was truly formidable. Thank you, Master Quan. Thank you, Mrs. Hua." Having spent a long time by Long Xiaoxing's side, Dong Xianglai had gained much knowledge. He was no longer the rural man who had left his village hoping to earn money to support his family. Now, he only hoped that Quan Xingnan would help him seek justice and revenge, then send news of his death to his family, and also check on how they were doing. Every time he thought of his wife waiting for him at home and his child crying for milk, Dong Xianglai felt immense pain. Before leaving home, he had sworn to his wife that he would earn money to build a house for her and their child, to give them a good life. Now no, from the moment he left home, all those wishes and promises had turned to dust. Watching Quan Ao Nan and Fong Fong's wedding, Dong Xianglai was reminded of his own wedding. Though it wasn't as grand as this, and though he hadn't been able to buy his wife a gold ring, she had been very, very good to him. She had given him a chubby son. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have believed his fellow villagers' words that going out would earn him big money. Finally, the wedding came to an end. Dong Xianglai immediately followed behind Quan Xingnan and entered the Qin family mansion. After chatting for a while with Qin Boying and his wife, as well as Quan Ao Nan and his wife, Quan Xingnan excused herself, saying she was tired. She went upstairs with Hu Xuedong, and only when they were inside the room did she let Dong Xianglai in. "You can speak now." Seeing that she spoke aloud instead of using telepathy, Dong Xianglai was taken aback. Quan Xingnan saw through his thoughts at a glance. "My husband knows everything about me. Feel free to speak. He can't hear you. I'll need to relay it to him so he can offer advice and help you fulfill your wishes." Dong Xianglai let out an "oh" and told Quan Xingnan his fellow villager's name, as well as the location and time of the surgery. He hadn't originally known the location, time, or the surgeon's identity, but since he had been following Long Xiaoxing after his death, he had naturally learned these secrets. It was a coastal city, surprisingly in Jinling province. Long Xiaoxing had investments there, and also a mistress with children living there. Long Xiaoxing has 3 mistresses and 6 children. Having been too close to Long Xiaoxing, Dong Xianglai had helplessly witnessed all sorts of their intimate scenes. His legal wife is infertile. Now Long Xiaoxing is also involved with an older woman named Zhou Shui. Too sleepy to function, too stuck to proceed. End of chapter. Chapter 1682, Ao Nan's Grand Wedding 12. "Wait," Quan Xingnan said. "Did you say Zhou Shui? Wasn't Zhou Shui interested in Jiang Jianan? How could she be involved with Long Xiaoxing?" Dong Xianglai quickly corrected himself. "Not Zhou Shui, it's Zhou Yu. I misspoke. Zhou Shui is the one who had sulfuric acid thrown on her yesterday. She's Zhou Yu's daughter. The mother and daughter are despicable. They specialize in wrecking other people's families and marriages. Zhou Shui getting splashed with acid is truly satisfying. I've heard many people secretly applauding." Quan Xingnan nodded. That made sense. She had been wondering how Zhou Shui, who had her sights set on Jiang Jianan, could possibly be with Long Xiaoxing. According to Su Qinglian and her daughter, Zhou Shui was far more particular than her mother in certain ways. As long as there was money, Zhou Yu didn't care whether a wealthy man was ugly or handsome. But Zhou Shui valued appearance and temperament, though, of course, wealth and status were still the most important factors. Without money and power, no matter how good-looking a man was, he wouldn't be Zhou Shui's target. Not hearing a response from Quan Xingnan, Dong Xianglai continued. "There's not much to say about Long Xiaoxing. That man is rotten to the core, black-hearted and utterly vile. Cheating is just one of his many sins. He once had uremia and needed a kidney transplant, so a middleman arranged a deal with a fellow villager of mine named Wang Cheng. That gang trafficked many women and children and also lured people like me, those looking for work, under the pretense of recruitment. But aside from the children and me, who were kept captive, the others worked in the boss's factory. Of course, Wang Cheng and his boss were birds of a feather. They recruited workers under the guise of hiring, used medical checkups as an excuse to test blood and match donors, and then found opportunities to sell their organs. The factory operated under a closed management system. Workers went home once a year, and the pay was high, so many were willing. If someone went missing, the factory would claim they had quit. No one ever suspected anything. Quan Xingnan relayed this to Hu Xuedong. He frowned slightly and said calmly, "Have him give us the factory's address, the boss's details, and the middleman's information. I'll immediately arrange to dismantle this criminal ring. By the way, if you were following Long Xiaoxing, how do you know about your fellow villagers' situation? Didn't you say you were kept captive?" Dong Xianglai replied, "Because the middleman, Zhao Liang, came to extort Long Xiaoxing. Long Xiaoxing spent a lot of money to get rid of him. But Zhao Liang grew greedier and greedier to Long Xiaoxing. He was nothing but a bottomless pit. So Long Xiaoxing traced Zhao Liang's connections and dug up all the dirt on him, Wang Qing and the others, then turned the tables and threatened them instead. In short, it was a game of threats and counter-threats. Both sides held leverage over each other, so neither dared to make a move." Upon learning the factory's name and location, Quan Xingnan's eyes burned with anger. "Husband, we absolutely cannot let them off. I can't imagine how many people they've harmed. Even cutting them into 1,000 pieces wouldn't be enough to satisfy public outrage." To quickly obtain more detailed information, she activated her clairvoyance and investigated the matter through Dong Xianglai. Indeed, most of what Dong Xianglai said was accurate, but there were things even he didn't know, for instance, that this criminal ring had long been protected by powerful figures in both politics and business. People valued their lives, and some had used this gang to obtain healthy organs to ensure their own survival. Hua Xuedong also found the situation extremely grave. He immediately contacted Zhou Aizhang, a key figure in the police force. I don't care how you arrange things in the end, but I hope you'll use the pretext of receiving an anonymous tip to swiftly dismantle this criminal ring. The sooner we rescue those being held captive, the fewer people will suffer. I feel like this writing is all over the place. My mind is a mess. I'm going to bed. End of chapter. Chapter 1683, Honeymoon Trip 1. Zhou Aizhang had collaborated with Quan Xingnan many times. As soon as he received Hua Xuedong's call, he knew a major criminal gang had been discovered. Otherwise, she wouldn't have contacted him on the very day of Quan Aonan's wedding. After listening to Hua Xuedong's detailed account of the whole story, Zhou Aizhang was furious. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. What do they think human lives are? Raising healthy people just to harvest their organs for wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials to prolong their lives? Do they have any sense of justice left? Zhou Aizhang slammed his hand hard on his desk. Hua Xuedong said calmly, if there were justice, they wouldn't commit such heinous crimes. My daughter is very angry. I've given you all the information, addresses, names, buyers, the surgeons who performed the operations, everything. Arrest them as soon as possible and make sure none escape. Don't worry about the local officials involved in this matter. I'll contact my elder brother and have him mobilize all local military and police forces to ensure no criminal gets away. The most crucial point she didn't tell Zhou Aizhang was that this official was actually a member of Qin Fengji's faction. In earlier years, he had been upright and dedicated to the country and its people, but he had fallen to such depths. Quan Xingnan's clairvoyance had revealed that this official had once suffered from a severe kidney disease. If he didn't get a transplant, he could only rely on dialysis to survive. Only a patient can truly understand the agony of dialysis. This official didn't want to go to the hospital for dialysis regularly, waiting for death every day. But he knew that waiting for an organ match meant standing in a long queue. Only after those ahead of him received donated organs could it be his turn for a match. If the match failed, he would have to keep waiting. He couldn't wait that long. He couldn't bear the torment. So, through the introduction of a business tycoon, he met Wang Cheng and learned about this criminal gang. He desperately needed to prolong his own life, so he turned a blind eye to the crimes of Wang Cheng and the others. Because Wang Cheng and his crew thoughtfully found a kidney donor perfectly matched for him in every aspect, it was Dong Xianglai, whose soul had been following Long Xiaoxing. What he didn't know was that his first kidney was already inside that official's body. The official recovered his health and became a protective umbrella, allowing the criminal gang to continue expanding. The factory grew larger and larger, recruiting more and more workers. It was no longer under closed management, but Wang Cheng and the others, as factory managers, still kept detailed records of every worker's condition. They could still remove their organs and explain it away as resignations to the other workers. If someone else had handled or reported this matter, Qin Fengji's faction would have suffered a severe blow. But since Qin Fengji himself stepped in, it was entirely different. He showed no leniency, proving his integrity. After receiving Hua Xuedong's call, Qin Fengji's face darkened. Fourth, given our positions, don't get involved in this. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Since you want to deal with that Taiwanese businessman Long Xiaoxing, wait for now. When this investigation reaches its end, it will inevitably lead to Long Xiaoxing. We won't let any heinous criminal escape. This also prevented any vengeful survivors from targeting Hua Xuedong, Quan Xingnan, and their children. Organ trafficking involves too many parties. Those who can afford organs are never poor. Most are from the upper and middle classes, just like the political and business elites who shielded this gang. Stuck endlessly, can't write today, already crying in the bathroom. End of chapter. Chapter 1684, Honeymoon Trip 2. Power is truly a wonderful thing. No wonder so many people chase after it. This time, when Quan Xingnan mentioned power, it carried both a negative and a positive connotation. The negative referred to those high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants involved in organ trafficking, while the positive referred to Qin Fengji and Zhou Aizhang, among others. Because they held power, their actions were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. As for how exactly the arrests were made and under what pretext, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were still in Taiwan and had not left. Quan Xingnan simply told Qin Fengji everything she had seen through her clairvoyance, detail by detail. Qin Fengji said he understood. During this time, he did not call them. It was only 3 days later that he informed them that everyone who could be arrested had been rounded up. This case was not concealed from the public, and it immediately caused an uproar in society. For a time, everyone felt a sense of panic. The workers who had been lucky enough not to have their organs harvested, and the adults and children who had had one kidney or half a liver removed, or had their bone marrow extracted, yet still survived, but were kept captive and deprived of freedom, wept bitterly when they were rescued. Qin Fengji used those who had had organs removed, but were still kept captive as a breakthrough. They were living evidence. Then, they searched for the bodies of those who had died after all their organs were removed. A large portion had already been disposed of, reduced to ashes long ago. A very small number had simply been buried in the desolate wilderness around the factory, and every dig turned up a body. It didn't matter that the bodies had decomposed, the skeletons remained. Although this matter originated from Dong Xianglai had been with Long Xiaoxing for several years. The original organ trafficking organization had long since changed, growing larger and more powerful, and many things no longer matched what Dong Xianglai had said. Even so, they were all caught. Qin Fengji, holding a high position, was wholeheartedly dedicated to the country and its people. He would not allow such criminals to continue to escape justice. He could even abandon officials from his own faction, let alone these heinous criminals. However, tracking down the buyers encountered some difficulties and faced considerable obstruction, as many officials believed that the buyers' identities were too significant and could easily shake the foundation of the nation. Shake the foundation of the nation? Qin Fengji sneered and said sternly, "What is the foundation of the nation? The foundation of the nation is the people. The lives of the people are the foundation, not those so-called rich and powerful people. Power and money have never been a reason for them to be above others. Even if their status is higher than mine, selfishly buying and selling organs should be met with the punishment they deserve. This is not voluntary organ donation, this is organ trafficking. Organ trafficking that leads to death, not just one or two, but dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. Every person has their own life. Poverty is not a reason for them to have their organs stripped away. This matter will be investigated to the very end." After Qin Fengji's speech, no one dared to oppose him. Because this matter could not be suppressed. The more it was suppressed, the stronger the backlash. On the day Quan Xingnan and Hu Xiuedong received Qin Fengji's call, the news had already spread to Taiwan, and it was known to everyone in Hong Kong as well. How terrifying, how terrifying. Fong Fong patted her chest, a trace of fear in her eyes. "I had some classmates from middle and high school who didn't do well academically and went south to work as laborers right after graduation. If they had encountered something like this, how heartbroken would their families be? Everyone is raised by parents. How could those people be so vicious? Forcibly harvesting organs from living people, these murderers, whether buyers, sellers, intermediaries, or medical staff, all deserve to be cut into pieces. I really want to take a few days off to reorganize my thoughts. If this continues, how will it ever end? I'm stuck, completely stuck." End of this chapter. Chapter 1685, Honeymoon Trip 3. Yes, they deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Lang Qiushui strongly agreed with her daughter-in-law's words, turning her head to look at Quan Xingnan, who was whispering with Hu Xiuedong. "Did you hear this news, little one? With how well-informed you are, you must have heard about it, right? It's said that some of the victims are children. At such an innocent and carefree age, they should have been nurtured and growing strong under their family's care like flower buds and saplings, yet they encountered those heartless human traffickers." Even someone as cold and aloof as Lang Qiushui couldn't help but shed tears as she spoke. She couldn't bear to imagine that if her own child hadn't met Quan Shuang and had grown up in someone else's home, could he have been trafficked at such a young age? Facing such a tragic fate? Chen Boying held his wife's hand and gently patted it. "Now that we know, let's donate some money to help those harmed adults and children, especially the children, those missing an organ or already disabled." Quan Xingnan said seriously, "Our foundation has already launched this project. Xue Xiaojun is personally leading the team there." The incident occurred in Jinling province, and wasn't the headquarters right there in Jinling? Very close, very convenient. The situation had escalated beyond just a Dong Xianglai problem. It involved countless innocent adults and children. Human malice had truly reached an extreme, sending chills down her spine even though she had witnessed many of the world's evils. We couldn't foresee the cruelty of the criminals in advance. The only thing we can do is make amends. When their crimes are exposed to the world, we contribute our modest efforts, handle the follow-up work, and comfort the hearts of all victims. Along with Xue Xiaojun, our foundation staff, including psychologists. Hu Xiuedong's warm, jade-like face now showed a hint of sharpness. Since many buyers are involved with celebrities from all walks of life, at the very least middle-class figures, my little one and I have decided to fly back to Hong Kong immediately, gather our team, and begin various acquisitions to clean up the mess. Chen Boying understood at once. "So you're taking over those buyers' companies? Even though the buyers will definitely be sentenced, they still have families, and someone should step up to manage their companies and such." Hua Xuedong said calmly, even if their families step in to manage, so what? Can they turn things around? No, absolutely not. Either the capital chain breaks and they go bankrupt, or they sell off assets and flee far away. The chance of recovery is negligible. This case is too massive. It involves organ trafficking and child trafficking, not the kind of scandals like adultery, corruption, or bribery that the public might tolerate to some extent. Of course, there might be people among the buyers' families capable of turning the tide, but such cases are definitely rare. I've checked. The wealthiest boss ran a listed company worth $4.5 billion. With his imprisonment, the stock price has hit rock bottom. His family is preparing to flee but hasn't succeeded yet. The company's projects involve many livelihood issues, and its employees support many families. The consequences of losing their jobs are unimaginable. If my little one and I don't step in now, my elder brother will have a hard time handling things. The mess needs someone to take over. As long as someone steps in, reorganizes, and prevents economic issues or problems with people's livelihoods, even if Qin Fengji investigates thoroughly, it won't spark discontent across society. Instead, it will easily win public support, showing that he truly acts for the people rather than serving as a shield for the wealthy and powerful. End of chapter. Chapter 1686, Honeymoon Trip 4. Chen Boying nodded slightly. There's no need to spell it out. I understand what you mean. You brothers naturally need to work together and support each other. Your eldest brother is in politics and you're in business. It's a perfect match. Since you're leaving, we won't keep you. If you're short on money, just say the word. I may not have much, but I can still scrape together a few billion. A few billion, is that in RMB, Hong Kong dollars, or Taiwan dollars? Quan Xingnan teased. Chen Boying said, little girl, if you call me dad, I'll give you a few billion RMB directly. Forget it. Quan Xingnan didn't need that few billion. After she saved various influential figures, aside from gifts, the red envelopes they gave her added up to over 10 billion, not to mention the fees she later earned from her studio's fortune-telling. So, there was no need for her to call him dad just for money. It would make people laugh at her. Chen Boying expressed regret, thinking he could coax her into saying it. TSK. Although Quan Xingnan didn't call him dad, she treated him like an elder. Before leaving, she gave each of their family a protective talisman, the kind that could ward off external harm. Uncle Chen, please keep an eye on Long Xiaoxing for us, or you could help resolve his family issues. Long Xiaoxing? Oh, that Long Xiaoxing who keeps several mistresses? Tell me, how should I handle it? Chen Boying didn't hesitate. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. He's actually involved in organ trafficking, but because it involves cross-strait relations, he hasn't been arrested yet. However, someone like that can't be let off. He's facing a severe bloody disaster that will cost him his life. Uncle Chen, when something happens to him, just arrange for someone to tell his wife that the children aren't his. Then, arrange for someone to help that poor woman fully inherit all of Long Xiaoxing's assets. Long Xiaoxing's legal wife had always believed she was infertile and had to endure his affairs in silence. Though she seemed somewhat weak, not everyone can face marital turmoil with strength. She had suffered miserably for most of her life, so letting her have Long Xiaoxing's assets as compensation for her remaining years would be fitting. If Long Xiaoxing died, his mistresses and children wouldn't get a single cent. Mistresses aren't legal spouses, and the children aren't his biological offspring. They have no inheritance rights. Chen Boying was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Got it, got it. How amusing, none of the children Long Xiaoxing fathered outside are actually his. That's a huge green hat, as big as a prairie. Don't worry, I know what to do. Dong Xianglai directly followed Quan Xingnan and left. Since Quan Xingnan said Long Xiaoxing was doomed to die, he no longer needed to tail him. He had to follow Quan Xingnan instead. He needed to witness with his own eyes the punishment of that high-ranking official who had taken one of his kidneys, and then ask Quan Xingnan to visit his wife and child in his hometown. Otherwise, he couldn't rest in peace. Quan Xingnan agreed to it. For Chapter 1687, Honeymoon Travel 5. To allow Dong Xianglai to see his wife and children, Quan Xingnan made a special trip to Nanjing. After all, she couldn't understand the intricacies of the business world and couldn't help Hua Xuedong with much, but this case required her personal involvement. Because the foundation had been actively contributing money and effort to help the nation comfort the victims, the arrival of Quan Xingnan, the foundation's holder, was warmly welcomed by the local government and both the military and police. Even setting aside the foundation's actions, Quan Xingnan's identity alone was enough to warrant such a reception. Quan Xingnan was very concerned about the progress of the case and expressed her intention to personally console the victims and their families. The local authorities immediately arranged for her to go to the police station, where all the responsible parties, victims, and their families were gathered nearby, causing a commotion at the station every day. When she arrived, Mao Xiaomei was pleading with the police to find Dong Xianglai. She held a child in each hand, a boy and a girl. Though she was under 30, she looked weathered like a woman in her 40s, with rough hands and feet and a bronze complexion. Only her facial features hinted that she must have been a very delicate and proper woman in her youth. Dong Xianglai was from Nanjing, close to the crime scene, but Mao Xiaomei lived in the countryside. How could she know the specifics of the city? Besides, when Wang Cheng and Dong Xianglai left together, they said they were going far away to work, not mentioning that they were still in Nanjing province. My husband went out to work with that Wang Cheng, saying they'd earned big money to build a house back home. But then he was gone for years without a trace, and we country folk couldn't find Wang Cheng either. I did hear someone say Wang Cheng was still in Nanjing province, but back then, my in-laws fell ill from missing their son, and the kids were small, so I couldn't leave. Mao Xiaomei said tearfully. It wasn't until this year, when I saw news that Wang Cheng had been caught, he's the ringleader of a human organ trafficking ring, that I panicked. My husband hasn't been home for so many years. Could something have happened to him? Officers, you have to help me. Please find my husband. My in-laws are waiting at home. When Dong Xianglai finally saw his wife and children, he fell to his knees and wept bitterly, his cries heart-wrenching. I'm sorry, Xiaomei. If only he hadn't trusted Wang Cheng, if only he had tried to escape after having one kidney removed, he wouldn't have died in a foreign land, separated from his family by life and death. This case was significant, drawing attention both domestically and internationally, and the Strait was no exception. So, the police officer receiving Mao Xiaomei was very kind, jotting down the details of her husband Dong Xianglai while handing her a tissue. Don't worry, we'll give you an answer. Whether he was alive or dead. In truth, many of the police present knew in their hearts that Dong Xianglai, who had vanished without a trace, was likely in grave danger. None of the surviving victims or the factory workers were named Dong Xianglai. After the case broke, they had conducted thorough statistics and investigations. When the name Dong Xianglai came up, one of the workers who had come to demand justice from the police immediately recalled something and spoke up. I know Dong Xianglai. He entered the factory at the same time as me. Well, I joined up with him and Wang Cheng along the way. Not long after, Dong Xianglai disappeared, and Wang Cheng said he quit because the work was too hard. The speaker was a fairly young man, around 25 or 26, also surnamed Wang, named Wang Long. The police officer taking notes and Mao Xiaomei both turned to look at him, along with the other workers, victims, their families, and the other officers present. They all asked in unison, you know Dong Xianglai? This chapter ends. Chapter 1688, Honeymoon Trip 8. I do remember him. If you hadn't brought up this Dong Xianglai, I wouldn't have thought of him. Back then, I was also heading out to find work. Coincidentally, I ran into Dong Xianglai and Wang Cheng on the bus. While chatting, when they heard I was going to work, Wang Cheng said his factory was hiring and the pay was high. So, he said he'd take a fellow townsman along, and I followed them into the factory. Little did I know I was walking into a den of wolves. Wang Long paused, thinking carefully, then said, if quitting a job means being harmed, then Dong Xianglai must have been harmed. He was so young and healthy, someone must have had their eye on his kidneys, liver, heart, or something. Isn't that what they say? Those rich people who want organ transplants all hope the donor is a young, healthy youth with healthy organs. Thank heavens for blessing me, for keeping me from becoming one of them. I'm also young and healthy, but maybe my blood type or something didn't match. Wang Long patted his chest, secretly relieved. He seemed to have a lot to say and continued. The factory often gave us physical exams, saying the management cared about our health. Thinking back now, they were definitely doing some kind of matching test for us. No wonder after every physical exam, 1 or 2 people would quit. They must have had their hearts, livers, kidneys, corneas, or something taken. Tell me, how can people be so cruel? As he finished his long speech, the victims present were immediately in tears. Mao Xiaomei was almost hysterical. No, it can't be. My Xianglai was so young. He went out to work so that me and the kids could have a better life. How? Everyone looked at her with sympathy in their eyes. Wang Long's words suggested that Dong Xianglai was in grave danger. Zhou Aizheng looked at Quan Shengnan beside him. Nanan, tell me, is Dong Xianglai alive or dead? This case was significant, directly handled by the Ministry of Public Security in the capital. Although local military and police were borrowed, the Ministry of Public Security had full authority, and Zhou Aizheng was one of the people in charge. Hearing Zhou Aizheng ask Quan Shengnan, someone suddenly spoke up. I know her. She's the powerful master who married into Hong Kong, and she's also the daughter of our Jinling's secretary Yuan. She can calculate a person's past and future. Sister, go ask the master. Maybe the master can give you an answer. I've heard the master's calculations are incredibly accurate and never wrong. Mao Xiaomei fell to her knees with a thud in front of Quan Xingnan, and her two innocent children followed suit, not understanding what the adults were saying, their faces full of confusion. Master, I beg you, please tell me where my Xianglai is. Quan Xingnan bent down and helped her up, saying softly, stand up and speak. Don't kneel at the drop of a hat. They say men have gold under their knees, but it's the same for us women. Mao Xiaomei stood up with her help. Master, just tell me. Can you accept whatever the outcome is? Quan Xingnan asked gently. Even if I can't accept it, I have to. Mao Xiaomei's tears burst forth, her voice choked with sobs. If Xianglai is alive, I have to find him. I don't ask him to make a fortune, and I don't want to live in a fancy building. I just want him to be safe. But if something really happened to him, me and the kids have to bring him home. I can't let him be a wandering ghost out there. In their hometown, there was a custom. If someone died away from home, their soul couldn't return unless their son walked from the place of death back home, calling out loudly at every bridge and crossroads. End of chapter. Chapter 1689, Honeymoon Trip 9. Chapter 1689, Honeymoon Trip 9. As Mao Xiaomei said and thought this, she had already vaguely sensed that Dong Xianglai was indeed in grave danger. Otherwise, Quan Xingnan wouldn't have deliberately asked if she could accept any outcome. If it were good news, Quan Xingnan would have simply congratulated her directly. Quan Xingnan saw through Mao Xiaomei's thoughts at a glance and had to admit that this rural woman was very sharp, and her bond with Dong Xianglai was deep. Glancing at Dong Xianglai, who was weeping bitterly, Quan Xingnan let out a soft sigh and said gently amid Mao Xiaomei's desolate expression, the deceased has passed. Please accept my condolences and carry on. Mao Xiaomei's face instantly turned ashen, as if all her vitality had been drained away. So, this means my Xianglai can never come home again, she murmured, her eyes filled with despair. How do I explain this to his parents? How do I tell the children that their father will never return? For 5 years, I've told the elders every day that Xianglai is out there earning money, that once he's saved enough, he'll come back to build a house. I've told the children every day that their dad is out there earning money, and when he's saved enough, he'll come back to buy them clothes and toys. The children didn't understand what death meant, nor why their mother was crying, but that didn't stop them from crying along. Even those who had asked the police to help them seek justice were moved to sorrow. Dong Xianglai wept even harder, a grown man crying just like his children. Quan Xingnan patted the heads of the two children, took out a handkerchief to wipe their tears, and bent down to meet their eyes. What are your names? Can you tell me? I'm Dong Debao, and my sister is Dong Ernie, the boy replied. Are those your formal names or nicknames? Hearing Quan Xingnan's question, Mao Xiaomei said, their nicknames. Their formal names are Dong Helene and Dong Shilin. And now they've lost their father. Ernie was conceived after her father left home. From birth until now, at 5 years old, she's never even seen her father once. Master, can you tell me where Xianglai's remains are? I need to bring him back to his roots. I just don't know, after so many years have passed, whether the children's calls can lead his soul home. Yes, they can. They definitely can. Dong Xianglai is worried about you all, so he will surely follow you home, Quan Xingnan said. A faint smile appeared on Mao Xiaomei's sorrowful face. Yes, he cares about his family, so he can definitely come home. Master, you still haven't told me where Xianglai is. Even if he's dead, he must have some remains. Quan Xingnan steeled herself and said, he has been reduced to ashes and scattered to the winds. Mao Xiaomei immediately hugged her children and sobbed, gasping for breath. Reduced to ashes and scattered to the winds? That means he didn't even have peace after death, and there's no trace of him left in the world. As Mao Xiaomei said this, she suddenly snapped back to reality. No, there is. Xianglai died from organ trafficking. His organs are still there. When they're sentenced to death, can I bring back Xianglai's organs? Quan Xingnan slowly shook her head. In criminal law, the crime of trafficking human organs was only formally revised many years later, also due to the maturity of organ transplant technology. As for what crime it was now, Quan Xingnan hadn't studied it closely and wasn't sure, probably something like intentional injury. People like Wang Cheng would certainly be sentenced to death, but those who bought the organs might not be. End. This chapter ends. Chapter 1690, Honeymoon Travel 10. Apart from the identity issues mentioned in the reports, they have reasons to exonerate themselves. From the incident until now, the several celebrities who were found to have purchased kidneys, livers, and bone marrow have publicly claimed that they received donations, that they obtained these organs through voluntary, unpaid donations and paid the donors a substantial sum as nutritional compensation, claiming ignorance of any organ trafficking organization. In other words, these celebrities, who did not cause anyone's death, deny privately purchasing organs from criminal organizations. At the same time, they produce voluntary donation agreements stamped with the fingerprints or thumbprints of the organ donors. Donating a kidney, half a liver, or bone marrow does not cause death. Many kind-hearted people voluntarily store their sample data in bone marrow banks and donate it free of charge to leukemia patients in need. Some people sell blood for money, essentially, it's blood selling. Some donate organs like kidneys or livers to the wealthy in exchange for large sums of money. These are common occurrences, though rarely reported. If they dare to trade in organs, exonerating themselves is not difficult for them. They have long been prepared. Those with foresight left themselves a way out during the surgeries, making it easier to extricate themselves from any future exposure. As for those who caused deaths, they have not yet dared to come forward. In short, this case is extremely complicated. Even Quan Shinan, just by reading the news and following the case progress, feels like scratching her head in frustration. When Mao Xiaomei saw Quan Xingnan's reaction, she instantly broke down. We can't get them back, can we? We have no right to reclaim the organs, do we? Mao Xiaomei spoke in fragments, her voice rising to a sharp, piercing pitch by the end. Why not? Why not? Why? Why does the country allow such evil people to exist? Why can't it seek justice for us victims? Why can't we retrieve the victims' organs? My Xianglai is dead, why should those wicked people survive by relying on his organs? Yes, why? This barrage of questions left everyone present speechless, including Quan Xingnan. Her clairvoyant eyes could see through the past and future, and help people resolve their troubles, but she could not control human hearts. How long had it been since the incident with the disabled children? The country had cracked down severely for a while, so why hadn't it uncovered this criminal organization? Why had it allowed them to remain entrenched in Jinling for years, committing endless atrocities? Whose responsibility was it? Hell is empty, and all the devils are here on earth. Quan Shengnan crouched down in front of Mao Xiaomei. After her breakdown, Mao Xiaomei squatted on the ground, clutching her head and sobbing loudly. The two children whimpered along with her. Quan Xingnan reached out and gently touched Mao Xiaomei's hair. You have to trust the country. The country will not let any criminal go unpunished. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. I know these words sound like empty hindsight. They can't bring Dong Xianglai back to life, can't save your shattered family, can't reunite you as husband and wife or father and son, but I can tell you this. Heaven's justice is clear and retribution is certain. Those criminals will all die a miserable death. Let time prove it. For the first time, Quan Xingnan used the curse technique from her inheritance. Curses were forbidden arts, not allowed to exist. Misfortune talismans could bring a string of bad luck, but curses involved altering others' fortunes and ending their lives, requiring too great a price. That was why Quan Xingnan had never used one before. End of chapter. Chapter 1691, Honeymoon Trip 11. No one took Quan Xingnan's words of comfort to Mao Xiaomei seriously. After Quan Xingnan had consoled the victims and their families in turn, the police continued handling the case methodically, while also asking Quan Xingnan to help deduce the identities and list of victims. Quan Xingnan's image as a divine calculator had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. With just one look at the criminal organization's leader, she could deduce how many people the murderer had harmed, as well as the specific identities and home addresses of the victims, greatly easing the police's burden. After all, many victims like Dong Xianglai had been reduced to ashes, leaving no leads to trace. Quan Xingnan also gave Wang Cheng and the others a truth talisman each, shortening the police's investigation. After seeing Dong Xianglai off, Quan Xingnan arranged for Mao Xiaomei and her children to return to their hometown and organize their future livelihood, making it clear that the children's tuition would be fully covered by the student aid fund. Mao Xiaomei was overwhelmed with gratitude. She pulled her two children into the car and, at every bridge and crossing along the way, told them to call for their father to come home. To expose the crimes of those who brought organs to the world, Quan Xingnan did not immediately return to Hong Kong to reunite with her husband. Instead, she disguised herself and lurked near the organ buyers, giving each of them a truth talisman as well. What did it matter if they had prepared an escape route? During police interrogation, confession meant leniency. By the time they confessed to the police, Quan Xingnan had already returned to Hong Kong, burying her face in Hua Xiuedong's chest, unwilling to speak. What's wrong? Hua Xiuedong reached out and gently stroked the top of her head. He didn't actually need to ask. He understood what Quan Xingnan was thinking. This case must have touched her heart. Quan Xingnan let out a long sigh, then looked up and said, I curse them. Without involving innocent people, she cursed those who had traded with the organ trafficking organization, wishing them a miserable death. She let off the occasional one or two who were unaware, because they truly hadn't known. She wanted their deaths to serve as a warning to the world, do evil, and face divine retribution. An unnatural death, wasn't that divine retribution? People always needed a sense of reverence. Those criminals had none. They felt no one could punish them, and so they committed heinous crimes time and again. Hua Xiuedong froze, then quickly asked, Does it affect you? No, it only cost her a third of her spiritual power, but a large part of her spiritual power came from the merit she had accumulated, so the loss was immediately replenished, just like when she had reverse time to let Etienne be reborn. Hua Xuedong let out a low sigh. Even if Quan Xingnan denied it, he could tell she was lying. My darling, you're a human, not a deity. You can't right every wrong in the world. I'm willing to do charity with you, even if it means giving away all my wealth. It doesn't matter, because money can be earned back as long as we're alive. But I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself to bring justice to the world. As Hua Xuedong spoke, his gentle eyes were almost pleading. Promise me, okay? If something happens, we can solve it together. Don't take risks with yourself. He had 100 ways to make those celebrities involved in organ trading fall from grace and die miserably, even if it meant using schemes and tricks. Being called a despicable villain, he didn't care. Husband. With a tender call, Quan Xingnan kissed his lips, then paused at the corner of his mouth. Husband, I promise you everything. I won't gamble with my life. I'm the one who will stay with you for life after life. End of this chapter. Chapter 1692, Honeymoon Trip 12. Quan Xingnan paid the price, so of course she wanted to see the results. The results were that after the case was closed, both the organ buyers and sellers died one after another, some hit by cars, some choking on food, some drowning while drinking water, some falling to their deaths while walking, and some drowning while crossing rivers. In short, the ways they died were varied and bizarre. Hua Xuedong's work went very smoothly, perfectly resolving the economic turmoil that would have been triggered by the incidents involving high-profile figures. When they flew back to the capital to attend the full-month banquet for Xiaochan, Enli Qianxuan's daughter, Quan Onan said to her that Long Xiaoxing died just as you predicted, suddenly and especially miserably. Because he didn't leave a will, all those mistresses brought their children to fight over the inheritance. The news we leaked to his wife came just in time. Mrs. Long immediately organized a team of lawyers, and after DNA testing, it turned out that none of the illegitimate children fighting for the estate were actually related to Long Xiaoxing. This incident caused a huge scandal in high society. He had kept several mistresses and fathered 6 children, only to find himself cuckolded. None of the children were his. At the same time, many people envied Mrs. Long. Since Long Xiaoxing had no parents or other relatives, his assets worth hundreds of billions in new Taiwan dollars would be inherited solely by her, instantly making her a wealthy woman. She also reclaimed most of the marital property that Long Xiaoxing had given to his mistresses. She wasn't too old, under 50, and still had a great life ahead of her. Many middle-aged widowed or divorced men were secretly planning how to pursue Mrs. Long. What about Zhou Yu? With Long Xiaoxing dead, Zhou Yu had no one to rely on. Quan Onan thought for a moment before recalling the newest old mistress by Long Xiaoxing's side, the most famous homewrecker in Taiwan. You mean her? The property and money Long Xiaoxing recently gave her were all taken back by Mrs. Long. Her daughter was the one splashed with sulfuric acid, right? She needs a huge amount of medical fees for treatment, so she tried to pull the same old trick again. Unfortunately, no one gave her the chance. Many wealthy wives were on guard against her ruining their families. Su Baoi secretly resented Zhou Shui for trying to ruin her looks and steal her boyfriend, so she quietly fueled the fire. As for the rich men, they had plenty of money. Who wouldn't want to keep a young, fresh girl? A woman past her prime, old and faded, wasn't their type. Not everyone had Long Xiaoxing's peculiar taste. So, Zhou Yu's prospects were bleak. Years of extravagance had left her with little savings, and now she could barely make ends meet. Wang Yuzyan refused to pay for Zhou Shui's treatment and wanted a divorce, citing Zhou Shui's infidelity. The mother-in-law and son-in-law, who were close in age, were now facing off in court. Serves them right, Quan Xingnan said. Xiaochan and Li Qianxuan walked over, holding their daughter Daodu. The latter asked, what serves them right? Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Nothing much to say. Quan Xingnan hugged Daodu, praised her, and gave her plenty of clothes, jewelry, and a peace charm. Xiaochan and Li Qianxuan treated it as if they had found a treasure. Quan Xingnan's peace charms were now priceless and hard to come by. Seeing Quan Xingnan holding someone else's child, Tian was very upset. She pouted and turned her head away, refusing to look at Quan Xingnan. Hua Xuedong smiled and teased her. Does Tian not want to see Mom and Dad anymore? She won't even acknowledge them. Well then, Mom and Dad will take your brother on a trip and leave Tian behind. I want to go. Tian raised her hand. Lin Xiaoxue asked, you're going on a trip? Yes, Nanan and I never had time for a honeymoon. She's free lately, and I don't have any major work issues, so I plan to take her out for a while. Consider it making up for our honeymoon. We'll bring the 2 kids along. A honeymoon trip with 2 children, probably only he and Quan Xingnan would do something like that. End of chapter. Chapter 1693, Honeymoon Travel 11. He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan wanted to take their 2 children on their honeymoon, but were immediately opposed by all the elders present. Nonsense, old Madame Qin said, tapping her cane firmly on the ground. The 2 of you flying back and forth, what does it look like to bring the children along? They're so young, how can they endure the hardship of traveling? Lin Xiaoxue also said, yes, leave the children in the capital for me to take care of. You 2 go enjoy yourselves. Mom. Quan Xingnan looked at her mother and mother-in-law with difficulty. They planned to return directly to Hong Kong after the trip, so of course they wanted to bring the 2 babies with them. When she took care of the babies herself, they annoyed her so much her head felt like it would explode, and she wished she could stuff them back into her womb. But being apart from them for a while made her miss the feeling of having them by her side. She couldn't help but look at the babies. Zhuang was focused on eating his fruit puree, while Tian hugged her favorite plush dinosaur. Don't bother calling Mom, even calling Grandma won't help. Old Madame Qin held little Tian in her arms, her face full of affection. If you bring the children, how can the 2 of you enjoy the mountains and rivers? Will you each carry a child while climbing mountains and wading through water together? You haven't thought this through at all. Besides, the children have so many staff members around them, are you taking them all along too? Like your mother said, leave the children in the capital. You 2 have your fun, then come back to take them to Hong Kong. With that, old Madame Qin sighed. In truth, she couldn't bear to let her little grandson and granddaughter return to Hong Kong. Even though transportation was convenient now, the days without them by her side were hard to endure. As if sensing old Madame Qin's feelings, Tian placed her little hand on the old lady's face. Grandma, my little Tian. Old Madame Qin's heart melted. Old Master Qin wasn't feeling well today and hadn't come in person, but old Master Yun and old Madame Yun were there. The elderly couple joined old Madame Qin and Lin Xiaoxue in denouncing He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Young people just don't know how to think things through. Quan Xingnan, feeling overwhelmed, made a funny face at He Xuedong. He Xuedong had previously mentioned the trip to Tian, and little Tian had been thrilled to go along. Now there was no backing out. Even though the children were very young, they wouldn't break their word to them. So, the couple first took the 2 babies to play for a few days at scenic spots in the capital, treating them like little treasures and keeping them happy. Then they left them in the capital and set off on their honeymoon journey themselves. They hadn't planned to go abroad. They hadn't even traveled through all the beautiful landscapes of their motherland yet. How could any foreign scenery compare to what they had at home? So, they traveled light with just 4 bodyguards. Their first stop was Mount Tai. The sunrise at Mount Tai was stunning, famous worldwide. To see the most beautiful sunrise, they arrived at the Mount Tai scenic area, went to sleep in the evening, and started climbing the mountain at midnight. Both were simply dressed in hiking shoes and sportswear, with water and food in their backpacks. At the foot of the mountain, many small shops sold incense, food, walking sticks, and other items, but they bought nothing. Though it was nighttime, there were quite a few tourists on the mountain path, mostly in pairs or small groups. Few climbed alone. When someone saw them ascending hand in hand, they couldn't help asking, "Are you 2 also planning to watch the sunrise?" "Yes, and you?" Quan Xingnan smiled at the elderly couple who had spoken to them. "We heard that making wishes at Mount Tai is very effective, so we're going to make some wishes." Writer's block to the extreme, stuck to death, begging for a cure for writer's block. I missed titles 6 and 7 earlier, but the content wasn't missing, so cough. Here comes another November 12th. I've gotten used to messing up the titles, can't change it now. End of this chapter. Chapter 1694, Honeymoon Travel 12. The 2 elderly individuals who claimed they were going to the mountaintop to make wishes were both in their 60s. Although their clothing was not branded, their speech and demeanor were refined, and they were full of energy. At the same time, they also recognized the extraordinary qualities of He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Though the night was dark, the moonlight was bright, and scattered lights on both sides allowed them to see the steps beneath their feet and the faces of those around them. When the 2 elders saw Quan Xingnan's gentle smile, it shone like a luminous pearl, illuminating her stunning beauty, and they also heard her clear, melodious voice say, "You 2 are blessed with deep fortune, your wishes will surely come true." The elders sought neither wealth, power, nor fame, they only prayed for the safety of their descendants. With upright features and kind expressions, they were both good-hearted and fortunate individuals who had dedicated their lives to education, with students all over the world. They had enjoyed a harmonious marriage, filial children, a peaceful old age with 4 generations under one roof, and would eventually pass away without illness. "Thank you for your kind words," the 2 elders said in unison. The 2 couples, young and old, then climbed the steps in pairs, one ahead and one behind. He Xuedong and Quan Xingnan courteously stayed behind the elders. The elders, sensing their politeness, walked alongside them. The elderly woman spoke first, asking Quan Xingnan, "Young lady, you look familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before. And you seem quite young, are you even 20? Quan Xingnan covered her mouth with a smile. "I'm not a young lady anymore. Our child is already over a year old, and we've been married for 2 years. The elderly woman was taken aback. "Married so early? I wouldn't have guessed. The elders in our family are quite advanced in age, so we got married as soon as we were old enough to register." Quan Xingnan shook Hu Xuedong's hand. "We've been married for 2 years, but we've only now found time for our honeymoon." "Honeymoon? Don't most young couples go abroad for their honeymoon? Why are you climbing a mountain?" Quan Xingnan smiled gently. "Our motherland has such magnificent landscapes, each with its own unique cultural heritage. Why should we go abroad, neglecting what's close at hand? While there are beautiful places overseas, they are not what we desire." "Well said." The elderly man gave a thumbs up, his voice booming like a bell. "That's exactly what our people should say. It's the same moon. Who says it looks rounder abroad? Young lady, I know who you are now. Aren't you my granddaughter's idol? She admires you so much. I heard you've settled in Hong Kong. How do you have time to climb a mountain?" His wife suddenly realized, "You're Quan Xingnan, and this must be Mr. Hua." Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan smiled faintly without denying it. "What a stroke of luck. My husband and I are truly fortunate to meet you today. My husband is Lu Zitao and I am Yu Chuanrong. Master, you must give me an autograph so I can make my granddaughter jealous when I get home. I asked her to come hiking with us, but she refused and insisted on staying home to write her web novel." Yu Chuanrong let go of her husband and grabbed Quan Xingnan's other hand, as excited as a young girl. Quan Xingnan hadn't expected to encounter someone who recognized her while hiking. She quickly smiled and said, "Please don't get too excited. We didn't bring paper or a pen, so let's skip the autograph. I'll give you a safety talisman for your granddaughter instead." "That would be wonderful. Who doesn't know the reputation of Master Quan?" Taking the safety talisman handed over by Hu Xuedong, Yu Chuanrong treasured it like a precious gem. She carefully wrapped the jade pendant in a handkerchief and tucked it into her inner pocket, gently patting it. "My granddaughter will be overjoyed. She admires you so much and says you're a winner in life." "No, I'm still stuck. I can't continue." End of chapter. Chapter 1695, The Storm on Mount Taiwan. Chapter 1695, The Storm on Mount Taiwan. A winner in life? In others' eyes, did she really give that impression? Quan Xingnan looked at Hu Xuedong beside her. Yet, the reason she had become a winner in life was entirely because of this man by her side, who had finally brought peace to her heart, adrift for 2 lifetimes. Hu Xuedong reached out and took her hand, holding it tightly as they climbed upward together. Gradually, they left the 2 elders, who had paused to rest, behind. Along the stone steps, every stretch of stairs was followed by a flat section. Even so, it was enough to exhaust ordinary people. With every segment they walked, they could see tourists sitting on the steps or resting by the side, all panting heavily. "Honey, are you tired? If you are, let's rest for a while." Quan Xingnan cultivated spiritual energy and had been full of energy the entire time. Although she knew Hu Xuedong was in excellent physical shape, she still worried. Hu Xuedong flicked her on the nose. "I don't think I'm that weak yet." Quan Xingnan stuck out her tongue. The 4 bodyguards lagged behind them, simply watching as they ascended. Climbing a mountain was truly exhausting. Many people who were usually healthy found it hard to walk on mountain paths as if on flat ground. But their boss and his wife? Though not exactly like walking on flat ground, they weren't panting either. After climbing a bit further, Quan Xingnan looked down. 800 meters above sea level. "Honey, are we at the halfway point? Let's rest a bit before continuing." Above the halfway point of Mount Tai, the steeper it gets the higher we go. Hu Xuedong took a jacket from his backpack and draped it over his wife's shoulders. "It's very cold on the mountain at night. Put on an extra layer first. A bit further up, we'll need to switch to a down jacket." Quan Xingnan grinned and nodded. The mountain wind was bitterly cold at night. After climbing for a while, they changed into down jackets. Sure enough, the higher they went, the steeper it became. Below the halfway point, the path alternated between stretches of mountain road and flat ground. Even the steps were only 3 to 5 or 10 to 20, making the terrain relatively gentle. Stopping and starting along the way wasn't too tiring. But above that, it was different, mostly long stretches of steps that seemed almost endless. Many people climbing up didn't dare look back at the path behind them. Even the 4 bodyguards were starting to pant. They adjusted their added layers, but had to wipe sweat from their foreheads. "The missus has incredible stamina, doesn't she? I can see the boss is a bit out of breath, but the missus is just like usual." Alexander glanced at him and smiled. "What do people call her?" "Master Quan. As a feng shui master, she must have some secret techniques. The boss, like us, is just an ordinary person." "That's true. It seems the boss needs to train harder to keep up with the missus." Quan Xingnan heard this clearly and cheerfully repeated it to Hu Xuedong, lowering her voice at the end. The things from those traditions so far are only suitable for me to cultivate alone. I really wish I could advance my cultivation further so I could practice with you. Even if it doesn't extend our lifespans, I hope we can live a healthy life together. Hu Xuedong smiled faintly. Staying together without parting is enough. Coveting too much would invite divine punishment. I think having you by my side means I have a lifetime. He reached out and smoothed his wife's hair, tousled by the night wind. That was what he said, but human hearts were never truly content. As the couple leaned in to whisper to each other, suddenly, not far ahead of them, an argument broke out. Amid the shouting, the girl in the quarrel shoved the boy she was arguing with, sending him tumbling down. Stuck on writing, what to do, what to do. End of this chapter. Chapter 1696, Mount High Turmoil 2. Chapter 1696, Mount High Turmoil 2. The boy was caught off guard and fell backward, tumbling down the steps. Seeing this, Quan Xingnan let go of Hu Xuedong's hand, tapped her toes on the steps, and appeared behind the boy with lightning speed beyond imagination. She reached out to support the back of his neck, spun around, and both of them steadied themselves beside the handrail of the steps. Once the boy was stable, Quan Xingnan let go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the boy said, gripping the handrail tightly in shock. Under the night sky, his face was pale, and he looked only 17 or 18, about the age of a high school student. Hu Xuedong hurried up and embraced Quan Xingnan. Honey, are you okay? Seeing the harrowing scene, Hu Xuedong's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. I'm fine, I'm fine. Quan Xingnan patted her husband's back. You know my skills, and I wouldn't risk my safety for a joke. She would help others within her limits. Compared to outsiders, she valued her own life more. She had a husband, children, and many family members. Just then, the boy slowly slumped onto the steps, his hands, feet, and entire body trembling uncontrollably. Gradually, he hugged his shoulders and curled into a ball. Only when facing death did he realize the preciousness of life. The girl who pushed him seemed frozen in shock, standing still and staring at her empty hands. She suddenly screamed, covering her ears, then stumbled down the steps without even glancing at the boy she had pushed. She passed him and continued downward. Descending the mountain was far easier than climbing, and soon vanished from everyone's sight, merging into the dark night. Quite a few people had witnessed this scene. Besides Quan Xingnan's group of 6 and the 2 involved, there were about a dozen others on the steps, either climbing breathlessly or resting against the handrails. As the girl left, a loud murmur of discussion erupted. How vicious, she didn't even look back and just ran. Oh my god, how terrifying. These are steep steps. If he'd fallen, he'd have rolled all the way down. At the very least, he'd be battered and bleeding, if not paralyzed. People like that should be sentenced. It's attempted murder. Thank goodness for that young lady just now. She's incredibly agile, must be a martial artist. She caught the boy in an instant. If not for her, he'd be done for. Hu Xuedong signaled Alexander to hand a bottle of water to the boy. Drink some water and calm down. You're safe now, Alexander said, unscrewing the cap before passing the bottle and patting the boy's shoulder in comfort. The boy clutched the water and gulped it down, choking and sputtering, tears and snot streaming. My name is Chen Cheng, he murmured. Thank you, sister, for saving me. I was so scared, I really thought I was going to die here. I didn't plan to climb Mount Tai in the middle of the night. Guyali insisted on dragging me here. Then she argued with me because I forgot to bring a thick coat, and she pushed me straight down. Alexander asked, you can settle the score with her when you get back. No, I can't, I mustn't, I shouldn't. Chen Cheng's reply stunned Alexander, and those who hadn't left found it strange too. This was a matter of life and death. Why did he say no, can't, mustn't? Quan Xingnan said, of course you won't, can't, and mustn't, because she's the daughter of a high-ranking official. Seeking a cure for writer's block. This chapter ends. Chapter 1697, Mount Tai Turmoil 3. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. In the moonlight blending with the night, they saw the young man's attire, clothes, and shoes worth a few dozen yuan, a backpack of similar value, clearly from an ordinary family, not even middle class by the looks of it. Thinking back, the girl who had run down was completely different from Chen Cheng. She had an extraordinary aura, exquisite clothing, and those in the know could tell at a glance that everything she wore was designer, more valuable than a pile of gold jewelry. Just like the girl who had saved Chen Cheng, she was from a wealthy family. Her simple sportswear was anything but ordinary. Hadn't they noticed she even had bodyguards while climbing the mountain? How did you know, sister? Chen Cheng looked up at Quan Xingnan. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. I just saw it. Take it that I know everything. Your future prospects are limitless. She will regret this later, because you will reach a position she can only dream of. She saw a wisp of purple aura rising from the young man's head like smoke, shooting straight into the sky. In his past life, his fate had been unfortunate, ending here. But now that she had saved him, she had truly earned a great merit, allowing his life, which should have been cut short, to continue. A golden scale is no mere pond dweller, it transforms into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds. That saying was meant for Qincheng. Quan Xingnan had never expected to encounter such a young man. She realized that when she saved Qincheng, she had gained immense and profound merit. Qincheng himself was deeply grateful to her. Thank you for your kind words, sister, and for saving my life. I can't repay you now, but I will in the future. May I ask your name? My surname is Quan, and my given name is Xingnan. We will meet again. With that, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong continued climbing, leaving the others behind in discussion. Suddenly, someone slapped their forehead. I remember now. Isn't that Master Quan? The richest woman. Many of her family members are high-ranking officials, and her in-laws are too. She's the most powerful and wealthiest woman in the world. Meeting her is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Kid, you're lucky. Master Quan's words about you mean you truly have a bright future. Hearing this, others eagerly asked for details, and someone else chimed in, I know who she is. My neighbor couldn't afford their child's medical bills, but the Quan Xingnan Foundation donated the money to cure them. She's a truly good person. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong paid no attention to what others were saying. They leisurely continued their climb, reaching the summit a little after 4 in the morning. The wind was bitingly cold, piercing to the bone. The couple visited the restroom, and when they came out, they were fully bundled up in cashmere clothes, down jackets, gloves, and wool hats. Although there were stalls renting out military-style coats, they chose not to rent any. Let's head east. The terrain there is better, and the view is clearer. If we're late, it'll be crowded. Even though Hua Xuedong had said it was still early, by the time they arrived, the eastern peak was already packed with tourists. Some were wrapped in military coats, others in down jackets, all bundled up like bears, stomping their feet and rubbing their hands to keep warm. A few, dressed too lightly and without rented coats, were shivering uncontrollably. As the sky turned a pale fish-belly white and the first hues of dawn appeared, just as the red sun peeked out, Quan Xingnan saw a wisp of purple aura rushing toward her, instantly merging into her body. At the same time, the golden and purple light within her intertwined with Hua Xuedong's. End of chapter. Chapter 1698, The Turmoil of Mount Taifor. At this moment, Quan Xingnan had no time to appreciate the magnificence of the sunrise. In fact, she herself possessed no purple aura, despite her profound cultivation and boundless merits. Hua Xuedong was born with the visage of a ruler, hence he had a purple aura, and his many virtuous deeds also granted him golden merit light. After Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong married, somehow she too became tinged with purple aura. Quan Xingnan guessed it might be because she married Hua Xuedong that she received a share of his purple aura, though it was not as thick as his. When the full red sun revealed itself completely, the intertwined purple aura and golden light finally separated, returning to each of them. The golden light was brilliant and vast, while the purple aura shot straight up from the tops of their heads into the clouds, still entwined together, then suddenly transformed into an auspicious image of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity, making the red sun shine even more brightly. Hua Xuedong, who had been holding his wife's hand all along, had long noticed her unusual state. But seeing her solemn expression tinged with a hint of unexpected joy, he dared not disturb her, guessing that she might have gained some benefit from the sunrise at the horizon. When she finally let out a sigh of relief, he quickly asked with concern, what happened? Something good. Quan Xingnan's smile was far more brilliant than the sunrise and rosy clouds, 10 or even 100 times more beautiful. Hua Xuedong's heart relaxed. For you, what counts as something good? Quan Xingnan's big, sparkling eyes playfully squeezed toward him, and she leaned close to his ear and said, I've gained an enormous benefit. No wonder Mount Tai has been the place for imperial sacrifices since ancient times. If I had known this, we should have come earlier. At this point, her expression was especially regretful. What exactly did you gain? Hua Xuedong's curiosity was piqued. From now on, husband, your and my lifespan, fortune, health, and so on are all closely linked, no longer separate. In short, it meant sharing life and death. Regardless of whether the inheritance had given Hua Xuedong a method of cultivation, as long as she lived, Hua Xuedong would live healthily. If they earned the favor of heaven, being together forever and never abandoning each other would be more than just a vow. Hua Xuedong tightly gripped his wife's hand. Wife. Quan Xingnan raised the index finger of her other hand to her lips. Shoo, let's talk about this when we get home. It's daylight now, so let's go see the scenery on the mountain. Didn't they say there's a place for burning incense and making wishes? Even though we don't need to make wishes, we can still go take a look, see what kind of shrine it is that attracts so many incense offerings every year. It was indeed just an incense shrine, not a formal Taoist temple. Of course, people also came and went from the temple, but most of those burning incense would kneel on a stone in front of the shrine, holding incense and making wishes, then toss the incense into the shrine. When Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong arrived, a young man was just kneeling on the wishing stone, holding a large bundle of incense and making a wish. How many sticks of incense were there? Quan Xingnan curiously counted, at least 100, a huge armful. He made his wish for a very long time, eyes closed, murmuring silently in his heart. After about a quarter of an hour, amidst the anxious waiting of those hoping to make their own wishes, he stood up and stepped down from the wishing stone. But as he turned around, the bundle of incense scattered all over the ground with a clatter. How many wishes did this guy make? That much incense. Quan Xingnan heard someone nearby mutter. Someone else replied in a low voice, at least 100. He's probably praying for wealth, official position, marriage, and so on. But with the incense scattered all over the ground, who knows if heaven will grant his wishes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1699, The Storm on Mount Hai 5. Chapter 1699, The Storm on Mount Hai 5. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but the young man earnestly picked up the fallen incense sticks, gathered them all in his arms, and placed them into the incense burner. The flames inside blazed fiercely, and a pungent, burning fragrance surged into the air. He bowed respectfully to the incense burner. Quan Xingnan studied the young man's face, her heart trembling slightly. She turned to Alexander and said, "Remind me of this, so I don't forget. After we go down the mountain, call the Shuyong Education Assistance Fund and tell them to arrange for someone to help this young man. His name is Zheng Lan, a high school student. His family urgently needs 200,000. Did you see something, ma'am? Is he seeking wealth?" Alexander asked curiously. By then, Zheng Lan had already left the area. Quan Xingnan said calmly, "It's not easy for a student from a humble background to pursue an education. If we can lend a hand, we shouldn't hesitate to do so. This money is a loan to him, not a gift." Children of influential figures have 100 times more opportunities to enter prestigious international schools than students from humble backgrounds. This child named Zheng Lan had scored over 600 points, with consistently excellent grades and well-rounded development. Yet he missed out on a spot at a prestigious foreign school because his application for an exchange program was rejected. Meanwhile, a female classmate, who was the niece of a high-ranking official, scored only 200 points, but still managed to take Zheng Lan's spot to study abroad. Wasn't Zheng Lan's wish-making here just a search for some psychological comfort? He was solely focused on his studies and shouldn't be mocked by everyone. Alexander was even more astonished. "You say he's from a humble background? What's so hard to see about that? The past and future of anyone in this world are laid bare before my eyes. Of course, except for your Huixing, I can't see through his future. Zheng Lan's life story is simple. Give him a chance, and he'll naturally achieve something. Just remember this for me. I'll go with your Huixing to see the mountain summit views." Hua Xiuedong indulged her completely. He admired his wife's kindness. Ultimate goodness leads to ultimate beauty. Though he didn't know what injustice this child named Zheng Lan had faced, prompting him to come to Mount Tai to make a wish, Quan Xingnan's willingness to help showed that the boy had good character. Overlooking the distant mountain scenery, Quan Xingnan turned to him and said, "After we go down the mountain, let's speak with Big Brother. The best educational resources are already tilted toward children from upper-class families. If they refuse to grant even the last shred of fairness to students from humble backgrounds, stripping them of their final and only chance to change their lives, then what will they rely on to turn things around in the future? For children from upper-class families, if they work hard and earn good grades, no one would object to them entering prestigious schools on merit. I believe such children would even be highly praised. But scoring around 200 points and using one's connections to steal someone else's spot, how laughable and how pitiful. All right, I'll speak with Big Brother and clean up the scum in the education sector," Hua Xiuedong agreed without hesitation. "Tell me who that 200-pointer is and whose influence she's relying on to act so recklessly." Quan Xingnan looked at him. Though not at Big Brother's level, she lives in the compound. Hua Xiuedong frowned. "I've told you before that children of influential figures, regardless of their academic performance, can directly attend prestigious international schools. There's no need for them to steal someone else's spot." "I know that, but what can you do when she's not the official's own daughter, but a niece? The privileges that children of influential figures enjoy, she might not have them, so she can only rely on her connections to bully others." Writer's block to the extreme, almost in tears. Tomorrow is the last day of the deadline. The day after, with enough time, hopefully, the block will ease. End of chapter. Chapter 1700, Mount Tai Turmoil 6. At any other time, Hua Xiuedong wouldn't meddle in others' affairs, but who could blame him for having a wife who loved to stick her nose into things? After hearing his wife's words, he nodded slightly. I understand. I'll speak with Big Brother. The world was vast and injustices were countless. Since they had stumbled upon this, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Thank you, honey. Thank you for indulging me. Quan Xingnan smiled sweetly, her features lively and beautiful like a celestial being. Such a young and beautiful girl naturally attracted many gazes. Several people with cameras were secretly snapping photos of them, unable to help but marvel inwardly at how rare it was to encounter such an outstanding couple. Yes, a couple. Their clothing was clearly matching outfits, even their shoes were coordinated, not to mention their fingers intertwined, never separating. After discussing Zheng Lan's matter, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong admired the scenery for a while, then went to the restroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces. When they came out, they found a spot, sat on the ground, and took out the food they had prepared, only asking the bodyguard to buy hot water from a stall at the mountaintop. Quan Xingnan took a sip of hot water and a bite of a biscuit, her crystal-clear eyes darting around as she observed the faces of passers-by. Suddenly, she noticed a young girl's face and grabbed Hua Xiuedong's hand. Honey, I think I'm going to meddle again. Why are there so many students climbing Mount Tai lately? Am I fated to run into students? What now? Just as Hua Xiuedong asked, he saw his little wife jump up and walk over to a young girl, blocking her path. Hello, may I bother you for a moment? She said with a bright smile. The girl was startled at first, but upon seeing a breathtakingly beautiful woman, she immediately relaxed. Hello, miss. Is there something you need from me? Quan Xingnan said, I'm a fortune teller and I'm very accurate. Would you like me to tell your fortune regarding your exam results? Exam results? The girl's expression instantly dimmed. No need. I failed anyway. I didn't get into the university I wanted. What's the point of having it told? I'm here to clear my mind, not to have my fortune read. Quan Xingnan smiled. What if I told you that you did get in? The girl froze, then grabbed Quan Xingnan's hands urgently. What did you say? Are you saying I got into university? But then she shook her head. Impossible. If I got in, why hasn't school started yet? Many people have already begun military training. Why haven't I received an admission letter? Even though the normal university I applied to isn't a top-tier school, just a second-tier one, not receiving the letter means I didn't get in. It's simple. Someone took your place, usurped your name, your student records, and used your identity to attend university. It's not that you didn't get into your dream school. Quan Xingnan said slowly. The girl trembled all over. Really? Are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me. Quan Xingnan smiled. Of course I'm not lying to you. I wouldn't ruin my own reputation. Don't linger at the mountaintop. Hurry down the mountain with your family, who came to accompany you to clear your mind. Go directly to the school you applied to and verify if what I said is true. Then return to your alma mater and demand the justice you deserve. For another student to usurp someone else's place in university wasn't the work of just one person. Thank you, thank you. My name is Mingwan. If this turns out to be true, we will definitely visit to thank you in person. After asking for Quan Xingnan's name and home address, the girl left in a hurry to find her family. Writer's block to the extreme, driving me crazy. I have a classmate who used someone else's identity and student records to attend school, the only school of its kind in the country. End of chapter. Chapter 1701. The Storm on Mount Tai 7. Alexander's bodyguards were instantly stunned. Ma'am, is all of this true? They found it hard to believe. Setting aside Chen Cheng being pushed down and nearly falling to his death, which had nothing to do with academics, the two cases they encountered afterward, one involving Zheng Lan and the other Mingwan, were shocking. The first had her study abroad spot stolen, and the second had her university place usurped. The first case is bad enough, but the second one, aren't they afraid of being found out? When a spot is stolen for studying abroad, the person still uses their own identity, not someone else's. Surely the real Mingwan and the fake Mingwan look different, right? Even if the fake Mingwan replaced all the photos on her identity and academic records with her own, could she use Mingwan's identity for her entire life? She could use it for academics and career, but what about marriage in the future? How would that work? The real Mingwan is an actual person who would live her life using her own identity. Since they dared to pull off this impersonation, it means someone had already arranged everything long ago. This isn't something one person can accomplish alone. It requires coordination on multiple fronts to allow a girl with a completely different appearance, name, and identity to replace Mingwan. Maybe one day it will be discovered, but by then, Mingwan's ruined education will already be beyond repair. If Quan Xingnan hadn't intervened, Mingwan wouldn't have discovered she had been impersonated until over a decade later, when internet information became widespread. By then, the imposter would already be a university teacher, while Mingwan herself would have accomplished nothing. Overwhelming media coverage would force the imposter to apologize and offer compensation, but sure Mingwan would never be able to let it go. That was the life she was supposed to have. The university she had worked so hard to get into had become someone else's stepping stone into society. After speaking, Quan Xingnan shook her head and sat back down beside Hu Xuedong. The two of them sat on the steps together. She took the half-eaten bread from Hu Xuedong's hand, stuffed it into her own mouth, and then took a couple of sips of hot water. I have to make sure Big Brother cleans up these scum in the education system, Quan Xingnan said fiercely, her delicate and exquisite face turning serious. Many people are born standing at the finish line of ordinary life, or rather, many ordinary people spend their entire lives unable to reach the starting point of people like them. Yet there are so many who refuse to give ordinary people a way out. How tragic is that? Hu Xuedong responded decisively, I'll have Big Brother thoroughly investigate this matter. It must be dealt with seriously. Destroying someone's education is like destroying their entire life. If this continues, the consequences are worrying. Most importantly, this situation could lead to a talent gap. Yes, academic credentials are very important. Those who steal other spots or identities to study abroad or attend university are after these credentials, to gild themselves and make future employment easier. But in terms of intelligence and hard work, those who steal from others can never match the students they replace. If given the chance, the students who are replaced would surely achieve more than those who replace them. The country is still developing. If a talent gap emerges one day, it will be a terrifying thing. Quan Xingnan has a strong sense of justice and only wants to help the children who were replaced, while Hu Xuedong thinks far more long-term and comprehensively. She believes that the cases of impersonation they encountered today are far from the only ones. Given the vastness of the country, the size of its population, and the multitude of students, the number of children facing this situation is no small figure, just like when Ma Yanling used Xingman's brother Xing Tang's grades to go to school. I really want to write more, I really do, but I'm stuck. What do I do? What do I do? Frustrating. This chapter ends. Chapter 1702, Mount Tai Turmoil 8. After 2 hours of sightseeing at the summit and taking many photos, the couple had their fill of fun and were preparing to descend the mountain when they suddenly encountered the elderly couple, Lu Zitao and Yu Chuanrong, who had finally made it to the top. Panting heavily, Mr. Hua, Master Quan, please wait a moment, Lu Zitao called out. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan stopped in their tracks. The former politely asked, Is there something you need, sir? Lu Zitao, while patting his chest to catch his breath, said, Just now at the foot of the mountain, we ran into a former student of mine named Zhao Ming. He works as a porter now. What is a porter? Alexander asked curiously. A porter is someone who carries food, water, vegetables, and other goods from the foot of the mountain to the halfway point or the summit to sell to tourists. Do you know why things are so expensive up here? Because everything is carried up by human labor. After explaining, Lu Zitao continued, I clearly remember that Zhao Ming's grades weren't bad. Whether it was his estimated scores or his final results, he could easily have gotten into the second-tier university he applied for. He could have worked part-time while studying, his scores were more than enough. But he said he never received an admission letter. His family's financial situation was poor. Not long after the college entrance exam, his father became paralyzed and his mother fell ill, adding insult to injury. His older siblings ignored their parents entirely. He had no money to retake the exam, so he went out to find work. He tried many jobs, but none paid as well as being a porter. Plus, he needed to stay close to his parents to take care of them, so he came to Mount Tai to work as a porter. At this point, Lu Zitao sighed. It's been a few years now. I don't know if bringing this up now will do him any good, but I still want to ask for your help to look into this matter. Earlier, while we were resting on the path, we heard a girl mention meeting a female fortune-telling master who told her that her exam results had been stolen. I thought, could Zhao Ming be in the same situation? As for their family's living expenses, there's no need for you two to worry. Especially his parents' medical bills, my wife and I will cover that after we return home. Hu Xuedong immediately asked Alexander to note down Zhao Ming's home address and other details. She nodded at Lu Zitao and said, Rest assured, sir. Encountering this kind of thing repeatedly means we can't ignore it. I will inform my elder brother about this. Who is Hu Xuedong's elder brother? While not everyone knew, those in the know were well aware. Qin Fengji, the most powerful and influential figure. Lu Zitao said excitedly, Then I thank Mr. Hua on behalf of Zhao Ming. If the investigation turns up nothing unusual, then so be it. It would mean he simply wasn't capable, and there's no one to blame. But if Zhao Ming's academic credentials were stolen like that girl's, rather than him failing the exam, then this child deserves justice. The college entrance exam was a single plank bridge for countless students. To successfully cross it, every child who devoted themselves to their studies had poured immense effort into it. No one had the right to strip them of their ticket to university. As they descended the mountain, Quan Xingnan was in a very bad mood. Don't be angry. Let my brother handle this. If it's not resolved soon, it will become a bigger problem, Hua Xiuedong said, holding her hand as they walked down. Even though we found out a bit late, we can still give them justice. Can we put a stop to it? Quan Xingnan asked, skeptical. Hua Xiuedong let out a soft sigh. Wife, you always hit the nail on the head with one sentence. Human hearts are greedy. As long as people have desires and selfish motives, this kind of thing will never be completely eradicated. Even in ancient times, there were cases of exam fraud. At the very least, we can prevent this from continuing for now. Even if it's only temporary, it can still save the lives of many students. This chapter ends. Chapter 1703, The Storm of Mount Tainan. Chapter 1703, The Storm of Mount Tainan. The word eradicate is simple to write but difficult to achieve. Quan Xingnan had done so many good deeds and solved so many cases. Aside from the initial media frenzy and the government's strict crackdown for a period, what happened afterward? The intensity of the crackdown slackened, and criminals reverted to their old ways. Quan Xingnan was somewhat exhausted. She rested her head on Hua Xiuedong's shoulder, most of her weight leaning on him as he supported her while they walked down. Sometimes, when I think about it, I feel pretty disheartened. Hua Xiuedong said gently, you should think of it this way. If it weren't for you, there would be even more injustices in the world. Your presence has given many people hope in life and helped many obtain the justice they deserve. You have more merit than the gods and Buddhas people worship. Although Quan Xingnan wouldn't compare herself to gods or Buddhas, Hua Xiuedong's words did give her confidence and lifted her spirits. Yes, because of her, where there might have been 10 injustices in the world, now there were only 5. It showed that her efforts hadn't gone to waste. She had ultimately helped those in need. She was human, not a deity. She couldn't change the desires of people's hearts. She could only do her best. The most important matter at hand concerned the lives of the students whose identities had been stolen. After descending the mountain and returning to the hotel, Hua Xiuedong called Qin Fengji and told him in detail about what they had encountered that day. Qin Fengji had already gone home from work. Leaning by the window of his study, he initially wanted to tease his younger brother and sister-in-law, saying they couldn't even stop seeking justice during their vacation. But the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. His expression gradually turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Go ahead and enjoy your trip. Send me the detailed information of the students you've contacted. Leave this matter to me. As you said, if we allow the scum in the education system to continue bending the rules for personal gain, the consequences would be unimaginable. What does a developing country need most? Talent. Why has the country developed so rapidly? Why has it moved the entire world? It's because, in past eras, countless elite talents unhesitatingly returned from abroad, willing to remain anonymous for decades. They made tremendous sacrifices for the nation, repeatedly upgrading the country's military equipment. They were willing to live in poverty their entire lives just to teach and nurture talent, contributing further to the nation's development. With economic growth, people's hearts have grown increasingly restless. Qin Fengji had long noticed this problem, but he couldn't change it alone. If he stood by and did nothing about these issues in the education system, he would never forgive himself. After hanging up with Hua Xiuedong, Qin Fengji left the house immediately. By the time Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan arrived at their next destination, they learned from the news that the Ministry of Education had issued a directive. Strictly investigate and compare whether the admitted students' information matched the individual's reporting for enrollment. Anyone who had usurped someone else's place in school, along with all involved parties, regardless of their power or influence, must face legal punishment. All study abroad quotas were to be thoroughly screened. Any students who had taken spots based on family connections rather than merit, along with their families, would face disciplinary action, including the schools and teachers who granted those quotas. At the same time, the Ministry of Education established a special task force to investigate nationwide, causing an upheaval no less than a major earthquake in the education sector. A storm of change, nothing less. End of chapter. Chapter 1704, The Storm of Mount Titan. Even though Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan were at the summit of Mount Huang, they could still feel the impact of the earthquake. After visiting the 5 sacred mountains, no other mountains seem worth seeing. After visiting Mount Huang, no other sacred mountains seem worth visiting. In terms of scenic beauty, Mount Huang surpasses even Mount Tai, though it lacks the fame of Mount Tai's imperial ceremonies. Thus, their second stop was Mount Huang. According to the news sent to them, Zheng Lan, Shi Mingwan, and Zhao Ming were the first students to receive justice. Not long after making a wish, Zheng Lan obtained the study abroad spot that should have been his, along with an interest-free loan from the Xuyang Foundation. Overjoyed and astonished, he felt an urge to rush to the summit of Mount Tai to fulfill his vow. Praying to the gods on Mount Tai really worked. As for Shi Ming'an, she was a new college student this year. Her family rushed to the school she had applied to and got their answer, then took the matter to her high school. Although Shi Ming'an was a girl, she was the only girl among the dozens of boys in her maternal grandparents' family and the Shi family. She had been the apple of everyone's eye since childhood. Her family didn't have much power or influence, but they had a fierce, headstrong temper. Their precious child had clearly been admitted to college, yet someone else had taken her place. The imposter had even registered and attended military training. How could they not raise a storm? With information becoming more widespread, they brought journalists along when they confronted the school, sparking a massive uproar in the local area. It was the start of the school season, and parents everywhere were paying close attention to the matter. The university naturally claimed no responsibility, washing its hands clean, since all the photos in the student files were of the imposter who had replaced Shi Ming'an, not Shi Ming'an herself. However, Shi Ming'an's high school couldn't escape blame, because the imposter was her classmate from the same school and the daughter of a teacher there. Soon, higher authorities launched an investigation. The people behind Shi Ming'an's case were instantly doomed. The female student's mother faced severe punishment for allowing her daughter to steal a student's identity and grades to attend school, truly the worst of the worst. Zheng Lan and Shi Ming'an were able to obtain justice. Their lives had not yet been ruined. Zheng Lan got his chance to go abroad, and the university Shi Ming'an had been admitted to welcomed her enrollment. But it was a pity for Zhao Ming. The classmate who had taken his place had already graduated and started working, still using Zhao Ming's name, and Zhao Ming could no longer go back to being like Shi Ming'an. Quan Xingnan chose not to follow up further. The more she looked into it, the more she would find countless similar cases in society, too many to handle. She decided to leave it all to the state. Even so, she said to Hu Xuedong, that Zhao Ming. Don't worry, I'll have someone arrange things properly. Hu Xuedong understood his wife's soft heart. His father is paralyzed and his mother is ill. The foundation will definitely help him. There's no need to use Professor Liu and his wife's retirement funds. We're on our honeymoon, so let's not dwell on these unhappy matters. At least you've helped them get the justice they deserved, haven't you? Quan Xingnan sighed. I still feel like I haven't done enough. Hu Xuedong took her hand and led her forward. It's enough. It's already very good, Nanan. Remember, you're human, not a deity. No matter how capable you are, you can't bring peace to the whole world. All we can do is do our best and leave the rest to fate. I won't think about it anymore. I won't. Once she stopped thinking about it, she felt much happier. Mount Huang was beautiful. Seeing such stunning scenery drove away all her worries. Quan Xingnan posed at various scenic spots for Hu Xuedong to take pictures of her, and they also took many photos together. Stuck in a writing rut to the point of death, feeling sorry for the editor, who arranged the recommendations, and for the readers following the story, tears streaming down my face. This chapter ends. Chapter 1705, The Storm of Mount Tai 11. Chapter 1705, The Storm of Mount Tai 11. The couple used the welcoming pine as a backdrop and asked Alexander to take photos for them. Since many people were waiting to take pictures with the pine, they only snapped a few before quickly giving up the spot. The welcoming pine of Huangshan is a symbol of the mountain. As they admired the pine's graceful posture, Quan Xingnan suddenly heard a stammering voice. Miss Quan. Huh, did she run into an acquaintance? Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan turned around and saw a young man in his 20s looking at them with surprise. No, he was looking at Quan Xingnan. You are. Quan Xingnan didn't recognize him, but she could tell he was excited to see her. My name is Mao Jihong. The young man quickly walked over to them and bowed deeply. You definitely don't know me, but I will never forget the help you gave to my entire family. Quan Xingnan smiled gently. Help from me? What help? Shouldn't it be help from the foundation? Mao Jihong said seriously. No, not the foundation. It was you. Me? Quan Xingnan thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything. She had helped countless people and simply didn't remember what she had done for him. If it wasn't the foundation, then it must have happened before the foundation was established. Yes, Mao Jihong was especially emotional. My family was very poor. I have an older brother and a younger sister. My parents worked hard all year just to have enough to eat and wear, which meant we siblings often fell behind on tuition and faced discrimination and ridicule. That year, all the money we had, plus what we could borrow, wasn't enough to cover the tuition. We paid for me and my sister first. My brother was mocked by a teacher at school, who called our family a bunch of poor wretches. My brother couldn't take it, went home, and hid to drink pesticide. As he spoke, tears glistened in Mao Jihong's eyes. Poverty had subjected them to endless ridicule as children, their dignity trampled into the dirt. It wasn't just his brother who was called a poor wretch. When he couldn't pay his tuition, he had suffered the same treatment. He had also thought about drinking pesticide to end it all, but before he could act, he received help from Quan Xingnan. He eventually got into university smoothly and will graduate next year. Now, during his internship, he was touring the scenic Huangshan with colleagues from work. Pesticide. Quan Xingnan was startled. Is your brother okay? How could he gamble with his own life? Mao Jihong said gratefully, he's fine. He was discovered right away. Someone sent by Miss Quan to inspect our village found my brother, gave him first aid, and took him to a big hospital. He was saved after emergency treatment, and it was Miss Quan's people who paid the medical bills. After learning about our situation, Miss Quan's people used her money to support all 3 of us siblings through school and also built roads and a school in our village. Later, my parents opened a small shop in the village and slowly paid off all the debts. My brother, sister, and I also worked part-time while studying. We agreed that once we earn money, we'll donate it to Miss Quan's foundation first. Quan Xingnan smiled. There's no need to mention repayment. Knowing that all of you have succeeded in your studies already makes me very happy. Really, Mao Jihong, thank you for letting me know that my kindness wasn't wasted. Even if she couldn't change all the injustices in the world with her own strength, she felt satisfied. At least, she had truly changed many people's fates. Because of writer's block, I didn't update and didn't dare to show up, afraid of being scolded mercilessly. End of chapter. Chapter 1706, The Turmoil of Mount Tai 12. After touring Mount Huang and descending the mountain, Quan Xingnan's mood had completely lifted. In life, having a clear conscience is enough. Thus, the next few stops were all very enjoyable. By coincidence, she even ran into several men and women she had once supported, who were now either accomplished in their studies or successful in their careers, filling Quan Xingnan with confidence in the future. The people Quan Xingnan had helped were scattered across the country, so Hua Xuedong didn't find it strange. Instead, Quan Xingnan kept exclaiming how coincidental it was. It's normal, Hua Xuedong said with a smile. You rarely went out before. Aside from those in your own social circle, you never had the chance to meet others you helped. Now that you're out, the frequency naturally increases. Quan Xingnan thought about it and realized, yeah, let's go back. We've been out for over 10 days. Zhuang and Tian must hate us by now. Her mindset was already very stable. She had never expected anything in return when she did good deeds, and she felt a bit embarrassed by the constant praise from those she had helped. Most of the funds for helping others were borrowed to offer as a gift. The moment she mentioned going back and brought up the children, Quan Xingnan couldn't wait to return home. They arrived home, dusty and tired, to find Zhuang and Tian sitting in their high chairs, scooping egg custard from their bowls with small spoons. Seeing Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan, Zhuang's eyes lit up. He quickly put down his spoon and, for the first time, actively reached out his arms toward them. Daddy, Mommy. Little Tian glanced up at them, snorted, and turned her back. Oh, is little Tian angry? Since little Tian is angry, I'll just hold her brother instead. Quan Xingnan leaned toward the 2 babies, pretending to reach for Zhuang, who was already in Hua Xuedong's arms. Little Tian turned her head to look, then burst into tears. Mommy, she cried, hiccuping, and half a spoonful of egg custard spilled onto her bib, creating a mess. Lin Xiaoxue lightly tapped Quan Xingnan. Look at you. Coming here and picking on little Tian, what's that about? Sweetie, Grandma hit Mommy for making you angry. Seeing Lin Xiaoxue hit Quan Xingnan, little Tian became even more upset and cried louder. Mommy. All right, I won't hit your mommy. How about you hit her yourself? Lin Xiaoxue lifted her out of the high chair, but the little girl reached out toward Quan Xingnan instead. Quan Xingnan didn't dare joke with her daughter anymore, afraid of hurting her fragile feelings. Held in her arms, the little girl still had 2 streaks of tears on her face, but didn't forget to rub her cheek against Quan Xingnan's. Grandma Qin and Grandpa Qin sat nearby with Grandpa Yon and his wife, just smiling without saying a word. They were too old to hold the children, only able to watch them, so the heavy responsibility of caring for the kids fell on Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuang, who often came by. Of course, the 2 children also had staff arranged by Hua Xuedong around them. After all, she's the real mom. Even after being apart for 10 days or half a month, she's still close to her mother. Lin Xiaoxue complained, but had a big smile on her face. Her daughter's happiness was her greatest joy. As for her son, little Tian was already tattling to Quan Xingnan. Uncle. What about uncle? Quan Xingnan asked patiently. Little Tian thought for a moment. Hit. Zhuang interjected. Sister hit uncle, cried. Quan Xingnan laughed. Which uncle did sister make cry? Zhuang held up his little finger. Little lion? Quan Xingnan burst out laughing. It's fine. Tian made uncle cry. Mommy will apologize for you. Mommy bought lots of gifts for the uncles. They were all local specialties bought during the trip. Seeing the dazzling array of specialties, the 3 younger brothers, who had just returned from school, were indeed very happy. Just as the family was gathered joyfully, Little Lion suddenly said, "Is sister leaving again?" The laughter stopped. Chapter 1707, Innate Ability 1. Although Hong Kong University does not take attendance during classes, granting students a certain degree of freedom, Quan Xingnan could not afford to skip classes frequently. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not ask for leave. She ended her honeymoon trip precisely because she had to attend classes. So, Quan Xingnan patted her younger brother's head and said, "Yes, your sister has to go to school." "Little Lion, aren't you already in school now?" "Your sister has to go to school too. It's just that her school is a bit far from home." This home referred to their home in the capital. Upon hearing this, Little Lion crouched off to the side and sulked. Little Sweetie toddled over on her short little legs, looked up at him, and said, "Uncle, don't cry." "I'm not crying. I'm your uncle, I'm a grown-up." Little Lion reached out and poked the dimples on Little Sweetie's face, finding them soft and tender, so he poked again. "Little Sweetie, if you go home with your sister and don't see me, will you be unhappy?" "Happy." Little Sweetie only remembered his last two words and repeated them casually. Hearing her say happy, Little Lion immediately became unhappy. He puffed out his cheeks and accused indignantly, "You ungrateful little sweetie. I like you so much and I don't want you and your sister to leave. But you say you'll be happy not seeing me. You're such a wicked little sweetie. When I get my New Year's money, I won't buy you any dolls to play with." Little Sweetie reached out and grabbed his finger. "Uncle, play." "I won't play with you," Little Lion said deliberately. Little Sweetie stared at him for a moment. When she realized he wasn't joking, she pursed her little lips, closed her eyes, and burst into tears. "Uncle is mean. Uncle is mean. Grandma." Lin Xiaoxue came over and lightly smacked her son on the head. "You little brat, who told you to make Little Sweetie cry?" Little Lion jumped up, rushed to Quan Xingnan's side, wrapped his arms around her waist, and said to Lin Xiaoxue, "You all only care about little Zhuang and Little Sweetie. You've forgotten all about Little Lion. Sister, Little Lion is so pitiful. When you leave, pack me in a suitcase and take me away. Big brother and second brother have no status at home either. How about you prepare 3 big suitcases?" "Little Lion, are you still a child? Competing for affection with your nephew and niece?" Lin Xiaoxue was both exasperated and amused. "I'm Little Lion." Little Lion made a funny face, his earlier anger long forgotten. Hua Xiuedong said gently, "There are quite a few good schools in Hong Kong." Lin Xiaoxue shook her head. "I know what you mean. Little Lion and the others are very close to Nanyang, and you think sending them to school there would be a good choice. But it's not possible. Given their identities, they can take the university entrance exams in Hong Kong or apply to prestigious schools abroad when they grow up, and no one will say anything. But if they don't attend school in their own country from a young age, people will gossip." Lin Xiaoxue's greatest concern was that others would say the children of national leaders don't even study in their own country, implying how disappointed they must be in domestic education. Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong had a very close relationship, enduring a long-distance romance for several years. She had studied in the mainland until she finished the college entrance exam, and then entered Hong Kong University with excellent grades. No one had ever gossiped about her. As for the children of the Qin and Lin families, none of them had gone to Hong Kong or abroad before university. The more one was in the public eye, the more cautious one had to be in words and actions. After hearing Lin Xiaoxue's words, Hua Xiuedong thought it over and agreed. "I didn't think it through." "It's not that you didn't think it through, it's that you saw how close the siblings are and wanted them to be together." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Xiaoxue's mouth. "Don't mind these little rascals. They're just causing trouble." End of chapter. Chapter 1708, Innate Ability 2. According to the itinerary, Quan Xingnan and Hua Xiuedong would stay in the capital for a day or two to spend time with their elders. There were no major issues with work or studies, so they weren't in a rush to leave. However, now that there was a next-generation baby, the parents had lost all standing in front of their own parents. Lin Xiaoxue saw Quan Xingnan pacing around with nothing to do since the elders had taken over all the childcare duties, and said to her, "Stop walking back and forth in the room. You're making me dizzy. Let a Tong take you out for a stroll." The next time her daughter's family would return was anyone's guess. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxue felt a pang of sadness. Old Madame Jean hugged the little grandson sitting beside her, reluctant to let go. She truly wished she could follow her little grandson and granddaughter wherever they went. "Grandma." Zhuang patted old Madame Jean's face. Old Madame Jean responded, her heart melting. "Oh, my little Zhuang. How could Quan Xingnan not see through her mother-in-law and mother's thoughts?" Having lived in the capital for so many years, even though she was now settled in Hong Kong with her husband, children, and her own home, she couldn't bear to sever her deep ties with the capital. "Honey, no one needs us, and they're even annoyed with us. Let's just leave." Quan Xingnan pretended to be wronged as she pulled Hua Xiuedong outside. Little Tian Tian saw this, slid off her chair with a whoosh, and trotted after them on her short legs. Mimi. Mommy. As Quan Xingnan turned around, little Tian Tian hugged her leg, looking up with a sweet, coquettish smile. Zhuang, without hesitation, stood beside Hu Xuedong, reaching out his small hand to grasp one of Hu Xuedong's fingers, as if afraid that Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan would leave and he wouldn't see them for a long time. Lin Xiaoxue said, well, it looks like they want to go out too. Take the two of them out to play for a while. These two were precious treasures. Yuan Ziyuan and the others were often at work, and Lin Xiaoxue and Quan Shuaying were worried they couldn't handle them alone. Even with bodyguards and nannies around, they rarely took them out. So, following their parents to see the sights outside, the two little ones were overjoyed. Zhuang, held in Hu Xuedong's arms, had sparkling eyes as he pointed at the scenery along the roadside. He could only manage simple words, anything too complex he couldn't yet express, babbling incessantly. The courtyard house itself was located near Hohai, so the area was naturally full of ancient architecture. The weather was a bit hot, and the sunlight was harsh. Hu Xuedong and his son wore baseball caps, pearl-white shirts, and gray linen trousers. Quan Xingnan and her daughter wore pink straw hats. Quan Xingnan was in a pearl-white linen long dress, while little Tian Tian wore a pink linen dress with matching leather shoes, an outfit she had picked herself. The little girl loved pink the most, just like her nickname, Tian Tian, sweet. Clutching the Barbie doll in her arms, Tian Tian pointed at a fortune teller under a tree by the bridge or beneath a sun umbrella. Mommy, no eyes. She pointed at a blind fortune teller. Quan Xingnan grabbed her hand. Don't point at people randomly. That fortune teller had some skill, which was why he suffered from the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. Without realizing it, they had arrived at the spot where she had set up her stall for a long time, and they saw Wang Taizhu waving at them. I thought it looked like you from afar, and I was right. How do you have the time to come here for a stroll? Wang Taizhu was overjoyed as they approached. Let me see, these are the twins, right? They're absolutely adorable. End of chapter. Chapter 1709, Innate Abnormality 3. Chapter 1709, Innate Abnormality 3. Meeting an old acquaintance after a long separation, Quan Xingnan felt very happy. Yes, my son Hu Zhaoxiu and my daughter Hu Zhaoyang. Zhuang, Tian, say hello to Grandpa. Quan Xingnan crouched down to look level at the children standing on the ground. Mommy's good friend. Grandpa. Tian, with her sweet voice, called out the fastest. Zhuang followed with a call, then pressed close to Quan Xingnan, curiously watching Wang Taizhu. Wang Taizhu smiled and said, what auspicious faces for great wealth and honor. Quan Xingnan chuckled. Can my son and daughter's fates be anything less? Born with hundreds of billions in inheritance to inherit, right? They were rated by the media as one of the richest babies in the world, provided that Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong were fair and just and wouldn't let them stir up a farce over inheritance disputes. With parents like you, that's why I say they'll have both wealth and honor for life. Wang Taizhu said cheerfully, handing them 2 small stools. You haven't been here since you got married. People often ask about you. Hey, old man. Have you seen that beautiful fortune teller who used to do 3 readings a day here? To those rude people, I pretend I can't hear. Fortune tellers with real skill often had some disability, and Wang Taizhu occasionally played deaf without anyone catching on. Quan Xingnan laughed. I haven't been here for so long and people are still looking for me? Were they referred by those I calculated fortunes for before? Wang Taizhu nodded. Very likely. You have quite a reputation around here. Oh, right, Zhao Hongyan came looking for you, but after you got married and settled in Hong Kong, she stopped coming. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment. Is that the woman whose daughter was murdered by her mother-in-law? Yes, a little girl named Yaya was killed by her grandmother, whose name is Li Xiaoyan. Later, she came to you for a fortune reading, got the location where her daughter was buried, and planned to go back and call the police, but what? Wang Taizhu sighed. But her husband didn't agree to let her call the police. He said the child was already dead, the dead couldn't be brought back to life, and they couldn't drag his mother into it. For that reason, the couple had a fierce argument and fought. Zhao Hongyan's head was bashed open, blood spilled everywhere, and she immediately called the police. Both the mother-in-law and the husband were arrested. Absolutely inhuman. Saying the dead can't be brought back to life, so they just let the murderer go free? People like that deserve to have no one to support them or see them off in their old age. Quan Xingnan didn't realize that her words had sealed the future of Li Xiaoyan's son and Zhao Hongyan's husband. Are they divorced now? No normal woman could tolerate that, unless she's born with a slave mentality that can't be changed. But Quan Xingnan clearly remembered Zhao Hongyan leaving her stall with a determined expression. Divorced, Wang Taizhu replied. With her family's support, Zhao Hongyan not only got a divorce, but also sent Li Xiaoyan to prison. Even though the child had been dead for a long time, there were still traces left behind. Murdering a newborn infant deserves death 10,000 times over. After recovering at her parents' home, Zhao Hongyan started working and went to Shenzhen. She came looking for you before she left, but unfortunately, you weren't here. I told her you were already married. She was a bit regretful that she couldn't properly thank you. Quan Xingnan smiled. Knowing that the wicked got their just punishment makes me happy. Seeing me or thanking me doesn't matter. Wang Taiji said, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, isn't what we emphasize all about cause and effect? Good deeds bring good rewards, and evil deeds bring bad consequences. That's why I've always urged people to do good. End of chapter. Chapter 1710, Innate Ability 4. Chapter 1710, Innate Ability 4. This news was probably the biggest gain from going out today. Quan Shinan, who was committed to fairness and justice, felt very happy. The little girl didn't understand and just giggled along, Mommy. Mommy is very happy. Are you happy? Quan Xingnan looked down at her precious daughter. Wang Taiju praised repeatedly, what a good baby. You two go ahead and get busy. Don't stay here in the sun. All right, we won't disturb your business. Worried that the two children might be hungry or get sunburned, Xuedong and Quan Xingnan went to the nearest was hotel, booked a private room, and made a list for the chef to prepare food. The two of them often ate at street stalls outside, but when it came to taking care of the children, they were very particular about hygiene. With a big boss and his family of 4 visiting, the hotel manager moved as if he had wind-fire wheels under his feet, quickly finding the head chef to cook. The hotel's management was very strict, and the ingredients were all fresh, so they just had to follow the menu. The chef truly pulled out all the stops, making the dishes perfect in color, aroma, and taste, comparable to a state banquet. Of course, this chef had participated in 3 state banquet preparations. A simple sweet soup made Zhuang and Tian very happy as they ate. When the children ate happily, the parents were happy too. After they had eaten their fill, Xuedong and Quan Xingnan sat at the same table with a few bodyguards, ready to eat, when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Come in, Xuedong said casually. 2 middle-aged men walked in respectfully. One was Hu Ming, the president of Tiankuan Film and Entertainment Company, and the other was Jiang Hui, a famous agent. Of course, they were biological brothers with different surnames. The 2 brothers owed Quan Xingnan a favor, so when they heard she was dining here, they immediately came to pay their respects and thank her again. Quan Xingnan smiled and said, I accepted Mr. Zhang's divination fee, so naturally I should help him solve his problems. Hu Ming said seriously, Master, your divine calculations go beyond simple problem solving. You saved our company and prevented our opponents from succeeding. Instead, Bai Shui, who had betrayed them, ended up losing more than she gained. Jiang Hui nodded in agreement. I'm very glad I approached Master back then. Although he had initially wanted to recruit Quan Xingnan into the entertainment industry, which eventually turned into a fortune-telling session, he was immensely grateful. Xuedong turned his head to look at his wife's delicate, jade-like face and politely said to Hu Ming and Jiang Hui, if you 2 gentlemen haven't eaten and don't mind sharing a table where the children have eaten, please sit down and join us. I'll have a few more dishes ordered. Hu Ming and Jiang Hui, having a request for Quan Xingnan, shamelessly replied, we'll gladly accept your kind offer. Quan Xingnan smiled and asked Alexander to go out and order a few more dishes to be brought up. Zhuang sat on Quan Xingnan's lap, blinking his big eyes curiously. He and Tian took turns sitting with their parents. Pointing to the area beside Hu Ming, he said to Quan Xingnan, Mommy, look, someone's there. Everyone at the table was startled. Quan Xingnan immediately held his little hand and said, yes, today's 2 uncles are ones you haven't met before. Although Hu Ming and Jiang Hui were quite a bit older than Xuedong, in social settings, younger people usually addressed elders as uncles and aunties, so her explanation was fine. Hearing this, everyone assumed Zhuang was just pointing out strangers and didn't think much of it. But Xuedong glanced at his wife and got the answer from Quan Xingnan's eyes. Zhuang had inherited Quan Xingnan's ability. He could see things ordinary people couldn't, such as a female ghost following Hu Ming, a very pretty, very young female ghost. End of chapter. Chapter 1711, Innate Ability 5. Chapter 1711, Innate Ability 5. In truth, Quan Xingnan was also very surprised. She had never thought that a child could inherit her ability. Was it only Zhuang who had inherited it? Or did Tian have it too? For now, it seemed Tian had not inherited the ability to see ghosts, because when the female ghost had been standing right next to her, she had shown no sign of anything unusual. As for other abilities, that remained to be observed. Meanwhile, Zhuang looked at his mother, a question flickering in his eyes. Mom? Quan Xingnan pressed her forehead against his. Zhuang, be good. Mommy is holding you. In a place where her son could not see, Quan Xingnan made a gesture, flicking the female ghost that had been following Hu Ming out of the private room. No matter what unfinished business the female ghost had, she did not want her son to reveal the fact that he had abilities because of seeing her presence. When Zhuangzhuang looked up again, he found the female ghost had disappeared. He let out a soft his dazed expression rather amusing, as if asking how that person had suddenly vanished. Quan Xingnan couldn't help but kiss him. When it came to her children, Xuedong had no intention of wasting more time on outsiders. After the meal, upon hearing Hu Ming's plea for help, she gave a slight smile. President, who can contact my secretary first? I will send a specialist to assess whether your company is worth investing in. Having been betrayed, Hu Ming's Tiankuan Film and Entertainment Company was facing a funding gap, which was why he had come to seek help from Xuedong. The Hu Group was immensely wealthy. A mere sum of money could bring Tiankuan Film and Entertainment back from the brink. Not to mention the Hu Group, even the personal funds of Xuedong and Quan Xingnan would be more than enough, just a drop in the bucket. Everyone in the world knew that the wealthiest couple was the one before them, unlike some whose entire net worth was built on stocks. The stocks of Xuedong and Quan Xingnan only represented a portion of their wealth. Not having been outright rejected meant there was still a glimmer of hope. Hu Ming immediately said, "Thank you, Mr. Hua." Jiang Hui also expressed his thanks, all the while silently marveling to himself. He truly admired his own audacity back then, daring to think of making the mistress of the Hua Group a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Countless female stars in the entertainment world had thrown themselves at the chance to marry into wealthy families, even wasting away until their 30s or 40s, all for the sake of money. Blinded by glitz and glamour, many had ended up marrying into fake wealthy families. Quan Xingnan was born into wealth. Someone like her would only enter the entertainment industry if she genuinely loved acting. Jiang Hui, who lived and breathed the entertainment world, understood its rules all too well. After they left, Xuedong and Quan Xingnan immediately took the children home, returning to their new house rather than Quan Xingnan's family's courtyard home. Since there were dedicated staff handling everything, they could move in with just their bags. After sending all the bodyguards and staff away, Xuedong and Quan Xingnan both crouched down in front of their twins. "Zhuangzhuang," Quan Xingnan said as she set up a formation to ensure no one could eavesdrop. "Tell mommy, did you see the auntie who was with that uncle just now?" Zhuangzhuang bit his finger. There was someone, but then there wasn't. "Honey, does Zhuangzhuang have yin-yang eyes?" Hearing Xuedong's question, Quan Xingnan replied with some frustration, "I don't know. Yin-yang eyes can be sealed, but heavenly eyes are not so easily dealt with, unless Zhuangzhuang cultivates spiritual energy himself when he grows up and learns to control it freely. If Zhuangzhuang's ability is inherited from me, it's more likely to be heavenly eyes rather than yin-yang eyes." "What's the difference?" Xuedong asked. "Yin-yang eyes allow one to see ghosts or yin energy, but heavenly eyes are different. The eye of heaven governs heaven and earth, penetrates yin and yang, divines fortune and misfortune, determines life and death, knows the past, and foresees the future." This chapter ends. Chapter 1712, Innate Ability 6. Quan Xingnan only gained her ability after growing up in her previous life. By then, she was already very sensible. Even though her spiritual power was insufficient and she couldn't freely control whether to close her heavenly eye and earthly pupil, she knew she couldn't speak of it to anyone. She kept the secret buried in her heart for her entire life. But Zhuangzhuang was different. He was only a little over a year old, right at the age when he should be learning to talk. Children say whatever comes to mind. If he saw ghosts around him, he would definitely speak out, and he wouldn't understand the consequences of doing so. Xuedong placed his hand on Quan Xingnan's shoulder. He understood the source of his wife's worries. "In that case, let's return to Hong Kong. Clear away all the lingering spirits around the children, and try to keep them from facing such supernatural matters at such a young age. It'll be hard on you, my dear, because you're the only one in the world who can see ghosts. So aside from going to school, you'll have to stay with them." As he spoke, a trace of guilt flickered across Xuedong's face. But only his wife could handle this matter. He might be full of wisdom, but he had no way to intervene. Who else but me is their mother? For the sake of the children, I can't call it hardship. Quan Xingnan stared at her son's innocent little face. "After we go back, I'll set up layers of formations in Tongsheng Palace to ensure not a trace of yin energy seeps in. Unless necessary, don't take the children out. If we do go out, I must be by their side." Thinking about how her son would be able to see all kinds of ghosts in the future, Quan Xingnan felt immense pressure. Some ghosts had relatively peaceful deaths, but most wronged spirits died in all sorts of gruesome ways, the more tragic, the more common. It was unbearable to look at, especially those who had been dismembered. They would definitely terrify her son. Xuedong sighed. "For now, this is all we can do." Quan Xingnan furrowed her brows. "The Yuan family bloodline inheritance, isn't it supposed to awaken only in members of the Yuan family? Why did my child, who bears the Hua surname, inherit it?" In ancient times, I would be considered married-out daughter, spilled water. Zhuangzhuang and Tian are still young, barely able to speak a few words. They can't explain things clearly, and we don't even know what else they can see. It's just Zhuangzhuang. Don't lump Tian in with him. One Zhuangzhuang with an innate ability was already shocking enough. They couldn't have another Tian with one. Tian should just stay safe and sound as their little princess. Quan Xingnan patted her chest. I think I should do a reading for both of our children. By seeing whether they would use their abilities in the future, she could tell if they had inherited them. First, she would read their faces, then open her heavenly eye. With a thud, Quan Xingnan sat down directly on the ground and gave Hua Xuedong a bitter smile. Congratulations, Mr. Hua. You have a pair of children with innate abilities. Zhuangzhuang inherited my heavenly eye, and Tian inherited my earthly pupil. The reason they didn't show it before, and why Tian hasn't displayed any signs yet, is simply because they haven't encountered any ghosts or similar things. When they encountered ghosts, they realized Zhuangzhuang had the heavenly eye. She guessed that if they brought a piece of rough jade, they could confirm Tian's earthly pupil. To prove her point, Quan Xingnan specially found a piece of fully unopened rough jade. When she married Hua Xuedong, many gambling stones had been brought to their new home as part of her dowry. Any random piece of rough jade could hide treasures within. This particular piece contained high-ice-grade pink-purple jade. Since Tian liked pink, as soon as the rough jade was placed in front of her, she pointed at it and said to Quan Xingnan, "Pretty, pretty." End of chapter. Chapter 1713, Innate Ability 7. Quan Xingnan glanced at Hua Xuedong, who said softly, Tian, tell daddy, what's pretty pretty? Pretty pretty. Tian furrowed her little brows and pointed at Quan Xingnan's wrist. Yes, to confirm her daughter's ability, Quan Xingnan had opened the jewelry box, taken out 2 glass-grade pink-purple bangles, and put them on her left wrist. They were crystal clear, with a rich, vibrant spring color. She herself favored green jadeite and rarely wore lavender jadeite. The reason was probably that green jadeite looked even more vividly green under sunlight, while lavender jadeite tended to lose its appeal in the light. Although high-ice jadeite was slightly inferior to glass-grade in texture, the colors looked the same to a child. Hua Xuedong continued, is it the same as mommy's bangles? Tian nodded her little head, pointed at her own wrist, and looked up at Hua Xuedong with a soft, tender smile. Tian wants pretty pretty. Quan Xingnan said in surprise, you want to wear bangles at such a young age? Mommy pretty pretty, Tian pretty. Hua Xuedong understood her meaning. You want to be as pretty as mommy, don't you? Tian showed her little milk teeth. Like mommy. You have bangles, lots of them, gold bangles, silver bangles, jade bangles, a whole bunch. They were all gifts from everyone. Quan Xingnan was referring to baby bangles. Many people gave gold bangles and anklets as full-month or first birthday gifts, but they never put jewelry on the child. Instead, they tied a small protective amulet with red string around their feet. In fact, little Tian's personal collection of precious jewelry already surpassed that of most socialites and wealthy ladies worldwide. After all, she had grandmother Qin and grandmother Hua, who doted on their granddaughter as if their lives depended on it. That morning, while reading the newspaper, she and Hua Xuedong saw a report about Hong Kong. The headline was about Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua, despite their old age and frailty, appearing at an auction and spending a fortune 50 million on an ancient painting for their grandson Hua Zhaoshu, and 60 million on a string of glass-grade imperial green jadeite beads for their granddaughter Hua Zhaoyang. This didn't even include all the toys, clothes, and expensive jewelry the old lady had given Tian when she wasn't in Hong Kong. Upon hearing that she had bangles too, Tian immediately stretched out her fair little wrist. Pretty. Seeing their daughter's adorable expression, Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan's hearts softened. They agreed and took the children to the bedroom. Chapter 1714, Innate Abilities 8. When Old Master Hua and Old Madam Hua were showing off to their grandchildren, Quan Xingnan pulled Hua Xuedong for a walk around the Tongsheng Palace. A set of formations was set up outside, another layer inside, and each of the 3 main buildings had its own formation. One ring linked to another, one layer covered another, preventing any Yin or evil entities from approaching, all in an effort to ensure the children's maximum safety. Zhuangzhuang can see ghosts. That makes it a bit easier, just don't let him see them. As for his other abilities, he can figure them out slowly as he grows up, or I can teach him how to control them. He's very smart, so it won't be hard. But Tian can see through everything. I'm worried she might accidentally blurt something out. What do we do? For the past 2 days, Quan Xingnan had been so distressed she was nearly pulling her hair out. Hua Xuedong held her hand. Don't worry. Everything will work out when the time comes. Since the children had inherited these abilities, it was fate's doing, something no human power could resist. How many people wished for such abilities but never got them? Just look at elder Yuan Chengda, who had been troubled by this his entire life. Children have their own blessings. All they could do was protect them until they came of age. Hua Xuedong began to think about how to shield their son and daughter. The most important thing right now was to prevent their abilities from being exposed to others. What if they ended up being dissected? Hua Xuedong had invested in several research institutions and was well aware of the extreme lengths some scientists would go to. The Quan family's power and the Hua family's wealth were indeed among the world's top, but compared to entire nations, they were insignificant. To achieve their goals, the wicked could be far more ruthless than ordinary people could imagine. Quan Xingnan sighed. I guess that's all we can do. Let me study how to seal their abilities. Hua Xuedong suddenly said, you can make truth-telling talismans. Can you make a silence talisman? A silence talisman? Quan Xingnan was stunned. Yes, a silence talisman. I don't know if that's the actual name, but I'm just expressing my idea. The main function of this talisman would be to seal the children's mouths, preventing them from speaking about their abilities. As for them seeing ghosts or seeing through things, that doesn't matter as much. As long as we're around and keep others from noticing anything unusual, it should be fine. Your truth-telling talismans are so powerful, so a corresponding silence talisman should exist, right? Logically, Hua Xuedong thought it was highly likely. Honey. Quan Xingnan threw her arms around Hua Xuedong's neck and kissed him hard on the mouth. You're absolutely brilliant. I was only thinking about sealing their abilities, but you thought of sealing their mouths. Of course, such talismans existed, and quite a few too. There were even talismans that could completely silence someone. Hua Xuedong wrapped his arm around her slender waist, a warm smile on his face, and kissed her back without hesitation. You're too worried to think clearly. First, seal the children's mouths, then carefully study how to seal their abilities. It's not good for their development to constantly see things normal people shouldn't. That night, Quan Xingnan condensed 2 talismans using spiritual energy and infused them into the sleeping babies in their cribs. This type of talisman was called the Silence Curse. Quan Xingnan had carefully selected it after reviewing all available talismans. With it, even if the children wanted to talk about their abilities, they wouldn't be able to make a sound, or even move their lips, to prevent anyone skilled in lip reading from noticing anything. Starting from the first, I'll resume 6 updates a day. I can't promise more because I've been stuck for too long and can't manage 12 updates. Lately, I've been going over the entire story, and after a long time, I finally read it from start to finish. I found many loopholes, but since the backend doesn't allow edits, I can't fix them. Oh, this chapter ends. Chapter 1715, Innate Ability 9. Although she planned to stay close to the child, Quan Xingnan's studies were still ongoing. Therefore, when she couldn't be with the child, Hua Xuedong tried to work from home as much as possible to take care of the baby. Unless it was an occasion he absolutely had to attend, he would decline ordinary social engagements. The outside world had no idea about the miraculous abilities of Zhuang and Tian, and they jokingly said that Hua Xuedong had turned into a stay-at-home dad. After the day's classes ended, some classmates gathered around Quan Xingnan, waving freshly printed newspapers. Come on, Annie, share your secrets for managing your husband. How did you train Mr. Hua to willingly become a stay-at-home dad, and the richest one in the world at that? Although Hua Xuedong had transferred his billions in assets to his wife before marriage, after 2 years of hard work, he had once again become a wealthy man. Financial newspapers often reported that Hua Xuedong had made extremely high profits from personal investments over the past 2 years. Based on what had been disclosed and calculated, he was already worth several billion. Quan Xingnan packed her textbooks, stationery, and school bag as she said, "What secrets for managing a husband? I don't know anything about that." Managing a husband? It sounded disrespectful to him. They married because they loved each other, stayed together because they loved each other, and protected their shared home. There was no such thing as one managing the other. Mr. Hua is completely devoted to you. He holds you in his hands, afraid you'll fly away, and keeps you in his mouth, afraid you'll melt. This year's wedding anniversary, even though it fell during your belated honeymoon and wasn't celebrated well, Mr. Hua gave you a crown originally collected by a famous foreign wealthy family. Isn't that your secret? Teach us a little. It would be endlessly useful for us. Quan Xingnan looked at the girl speaking, Zhang Huaqian, whose English name was Maria. She was a distant niece of Zhang Yifei's family and, thanks to Zhang Yifei's financial support, continued her studies. She was very active on campus and in social circles. A socialite, as the media called her. Why are you all so gossipy? On our wedding anniversary, I didn't receive any crown. The crown was something Hua Xuedong had acquired from abroad a year and a half ago. It had once been an heirloom of the British royal family, disappearing for half a century. Somehow, Hu Shiwedong learned of its whereabouts. It was in the hands of a prodigal son and immediately bought it. He then spent a long time having a matching necklace, earrings, and ring designed and crafted for it. They had their own diamond mines and companies, so finding nearly identical diamonds and pearls was easy. Thus, the crown was not a wedding anniversary gift. Moreover, she had never worn it. It was kept at home. How did the media find out about it again? They were truly relentless. Zhang Huaqian laughed. This isn't gossip, it's just everyone's curiosity. That crown was once worn by a queen, with a main stone of 88 carats. We don't know the size or number of the matching diamonds, only seeing it in old black and white photos. It's also set with many pearls. The most important thing isn't the pearls or diamonds, but what it represents. Next week, we're planning a charity event to raise funds for an orphanage, inviting many wealthy people. How about you and Mr. Hukum? Wear that crown. A charity event wasn't a place to show off wealth. Wearing a crown would invite ridicule, wouldn't it? Many media outlets in Hong Kong were very harsh. If she did that, the next day's reports would be a mix of envy and mockery. End of chapter. Chapter 1716, Innate Ability 10. Quan Xingnan frowned and flatly refused. Zhang Huaqian tugged at her hand and shook it. Don't refuse, Annie. Haven't you always been dedicated to charity? Planning and organizing events like this is a platform for doing charity. You're the most famous philanthropist in high society. Your and Huixing's presence will definitely attract more celebrities to show their kindness. Quan Xingnan said seriously, charity stems from people's willingness and their own circumstances, not from forcing them to show kindness through charitable events. Just because celebrities have money doesn't mean they're obligated to donate. What do you mean? Zhang Huaqian was stunned. It means my husband and I need to take care of our child, so we can't go. Quan Xingnan slung her backpack over her shoulder and tilted her head with a smile. But we'll arrange for someone to deliver our share of goodwill. That's it. Bye, my child is waiting for me at home. After taking 2 steps, Quan Xingnan suddenly turned back. Annie. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Huaqian's face, thinking Quan Xingnan had changed her mind. Unexpectedly, Quan Xingnan looked her up and down for a moment and said earnestly, I have a good relationship with your aunt. For her sake, I'll give you a piece of good advice, Maria. Without sufficient capital, marrying into a wealthy family isn't that easy. Be careful not to lose more than you gain. She observed Zhang Huaqian's facial features and discovered that she was actually a third party disrupting someone else's family. Zhang Yifei had resolutely divorced due to Jiang Tao's infidelity, being a fiery woman who couldn't tolerate any flaw. How could she bear it if a distant niece destroyed someone else's family and successfully took over? In fact, with Zhang Huaqian's looks, talent, and education, she wouldn't have trouble marrying into a good family. What a pity. It's a pity that she only had eyes for so-called wealthy families, even studying hard just to build up her own capital. After Quan Xingnan walked away, Zhang Huaqian stood frozen in place at a loss. All the students present, including the entire school, knew that Quan Xingnan had uncanny foresight. Celebrities from all walks of life often visited her, humbly lowering their stance. In terms of fame and ability, Hu Shiwedong had only made achievements in the business world, while Quan Xingnan's connections spanned the globe. In many people's eyes, the mysterious and unpredictable Quan Xingnan was far more formidable than Hu Shiwedong. Her words were like a final verdict. What does Annie mean? Asked Yi Tianhong, who was planning and organizing this charity event with Zhang Huaqian. I sense a tone of earnest advice. It must be warning Maria not to think about marrying into a wealthy family. Warning. Not only Yi Tianhong frowned, but the expression of the person involved, Zhang Huaqian, also darkened. Maria is great, isn't she? Talented and beautiful, a famous socialite in the city, often moving in high society, and with the backing of former Mrs. Jiang, now Miss Zheng. How can she not marry into a wealthy family? Yeah, Maria can at least marry a wealthy young master worth hundreds of millions and live a glamorous life as a rich wife. A female student with black-rimmed glasses picked up her backpack and said sarcastically, wealthy family? Not every Tom, Dick, or Harry with some assets qualifies to be called a wealthy family. In your eyes, hundreds of millions make a wealthy family, and marrying someone like that means marrying into one. In their eyes, assets of hundreds of millions aren't even enough to serve tea and water. The secretaries and bodyguards around Mr. and Mrs. Hua, under their guidance, have salaries, bonuses, gifts, and investments worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. None of them consider themselves part of a wealthy family. End of chapter. Chapter 1717, Innate Ability 11. When she spoke, the girls who had been whispering among themselves fell silent. They all knew this girl's identity. She was Geng Yuehua's grandniece on her mother's side, a blood relative, named Geng Qianxian. Though she was unremarkable in appearance and usually didn't care about dressing up, she had entered the school with the highest scores, consistently performed excellently, and never dropped to second place in any exam. The teachers liked her very much, and Quan Xingnan's relationship with her was much better than with other classmates. The Gung family wasn't a wealthy clan, but every member of the Gung family was a scientific research elite. Her grandfather was a scientist with extremely high social status. Gung Qianqian also had exceptional talent in this field, and it was said that the school's research department had already extended an olive branch to her. The only thing that made people keep their distance from her was her sharp tongue, which cut straight to the heart like a knife. Just like now, several girls who admired Zhang Huaqian were blushing deeply with embarrassment. Also, Annie is a very good person, approachable, with a compassionate heart, and she's very kind to her classmates. What she said to Maria was a well-meaning reminder, not a so-called warning. I ask you, having been classmates with Annie, don't you know what kind of person she is? Twisting her words like this, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? We didn't mean that. Zhang Huaqian quickly spoke up. I know Annie meant well. Gung Qianqian glanced at her disdainfully. You know, so why didn't you defend her when everyone was questioning her? Maria, if I were you, I would take Annie's words to heart, because I know she wouldn't say something like that for no reason. If I were you, I wouldn't force Mr. Hua and Annie to endorse this charity event that you organized to showcase your own organizational skills. Zhang Huaqian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. You only think Annie is easygoing, so you want to build up your own credentials, but you never considered what kind of impact this event would have on them. Yes, many wealthy people, big and small, will come to support it because of them, but have you thought about what people will say about them afterward? No, you simply won't think about it. You'll only feel that you've created a grand event, raised a lot of donations, and made the headlines of gossip magazines. You'll shine, but what about Mr. Hua and Annie? Actually, it's not that you can't think of it. It's that you don't want to. School is a place for learning, not for comparison and showing off. Please remember that. After saying this, Gung Qianqian became the second person to leave. The first was Quan Xingnan. While they were saying all this, Quan Xingnan had already gotten into the car and said to Alexander, "Don't rush home just yet. I promised Tian this morning before I left that I'd buy her a doll." Alexander chuckled and drove toward the mall. Doesn't little Tian already have a lot of dolls? But she still wants new ones, and they have to be different dolls. Quan Xingnan ran a hand through her slightly messy hair, looking troubled. If I didn't agree, she wouldn't let me leave, so I had to fork out the money. Alexander and the other bodyguard in the car both laughed. A doll doesn't cost much, ma'am. It's not like you can't afford it. If you put on that face, Tian will be sad. Quan Xingnan stretched a finger from the back seat and waved it at the two bodyguards in the driver's and passenger's seats. Not much? You underestimate dolls. You've seen expensive dolls before. Those are really so expensive it hurts the heart. This chapter ends. Chapter 17-18, Innate Ability 12. As soon as she stepped into the store specializing in Barbie dolls, Quan Xingnan's first reaction was to clutch her wallet. The two bodyguards following behind couldn't help but laugh. Although Quan Xingnan was dressed like a student, her wallet was just an ordinary embroidered handbag, and the only eye-catching item on her was probably the wedding ring on her finger. The shop assistant still recognized her at a glance. Mrs. Hua, the assistant said with utmost respect and excitement. Not everyone had the chance to speak with her face-to-face. Are you buying a Barbie doll for Miss Tian? Please follow me. We've just received a new shipment, including a limited edition Barbie designed by a famous artist, one of a kind, perfect for Miss Tian's status. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Tian is just an ordinary child. She doesn't have an extra eye or two ears compared to anyone else. Toys are just toys to her, not measured by their value. The assistant naturally agreed repeatedly. Please feel free to look around and choose whatever you like. Quan Xingnan swept her gaze across the store and was taken aback. She spotted a very exquisite Barbie doll placed in a prominent position, covered in pearls and diamonds, all real. Just the pearls and diamonds alone were worth a fortune. She glanced at the price tag. Good heavens, it cost as much as her car. Thinking of how her diamond ring was worth a mansion on her finger, Quan Xingnan no longer found it strange. At that moment, she realized the extent of her daughter's assets. Since Tian was born, she had received countless Barbie dolls from celebrities across various fields. From head to toe, every single doll was valuable, filling several rooms with little repetition, likely the limited editions the assistant mentioned. As Quan Xingnan browsed the rows of Barbie dolls, she racked her brain, recalling the dolls arranged among her daughter's toys. She pointed to one in a glass cabinet. I'll take this one. It wasn't cheap, but it couldn't compare to the limited editions. She chose it because Tian didn't have this doll among her collection. To Tian, it would be new and different, and she would surely be delighted. She was just an ordinary child who didn't express her likes or dislikes based on a toy's value. The assistant didn't dare show any disappointment and quickly took it down. Is this it? It seemed too ordinary, didn't it? Among the dolls in the store, this one was only slightly more expensive than the cheapest. This one. Quan Xingnan opened her embroidered wallet, pulled out a card, and handed it over. Please pack it for me. Certainly. After swiping the card for over 800 Hong Kong dollars, the assistant carefully placed the doll in a box, then into a paper bag, and handed it to Quan Xingnan along with the signed receipt and card. Welcome back, Mrs. Hua. Buying a doll for Tian Tian meant she had to buy something for Zhuang Zhuang too. As a mother, she had to treat them equally. Confident that she wouldn't favor any child, Quan Xingnan then entered a nearby children's store and picked out several colorful picture books for Zhuang Zhuang to stimulate his intellect. Just as she reached the doorstep of her home, Quan Xingnan spotted the female ghost that had been following Hu Mingjingui and had been seen by Zhuang Zhuang. Tongsheng Palace was heavily fortified with formations by Quan Xingnan, so the female ghost couldn't enter and could only linger outside. When she saw Quan Xingnan, she immediately floated over, her face full of urgency. You can see me, can't you? You were the one who sent me outside the hotel back then, right? Right? 2 more updates at 10. Starting today, 6 updates daily, except during power outages. It's hard to cook without rice. It's summer and the electricians get high temperature subsidies and double pay, so they're out fixing the circuits now. There was a power outage on the 3rd or 4th. I'll try to save drafts as backup. End of this chapter. Chapter 1719, Obsessive Love 1. Chapter 1719, Obsessive Love 1. Quan Xingnan sat in the back seat, holding a paper bag containing dolls and picture books, staring expressionlessly at the female ghost hovering before her eyes. The female ghost was very beautiful, with a dignified and full round face, slender eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, luscious lips, smooth and radiant skin, and a slightly curvaceous figure. She was a traditional beauty, exuding great charm. Her manner of death was also beautiful, as it had not affected her appearance. She was wearing a dragon and phoenix wedding gown, naturally not as valuable as the one Quan Xingnan wore at her wedding, but still quite expensive. She was adorned with gold jewelry, 6 pairs of gold bracelets on her arms, a large gold pig pendant around her neck, gold rings on every finger except her thumbs, and a headpiece made of pure gold. She was dripping with an air of wealth. Alexander sensed nothing and drove straight in as the gate opened. The moment the car entered, the female ghost was thrown out. Even though she appeared inside the vehicle, she could not withstand the power of the formation. Master, please wait for me. I beg you to help me. The female ghost pounded on the gate, only to be repelled by an invisible force above it. Fortunately, she was not harmed, but this deepened her understanding of Quan Xingnan's abilities. She could freely enter and exit all places in her daily life, except for the Hor residence. Clearly, this world-renowned master had done something. Quan Xingnan acted as if she hadn't heard. Once the car stopped, she got out carrying the paper bag, while another bodyguard followed behind holding her handbag, delivering it to Steward Tang at the entrance of the main house. Quan Xingnan called out to Tian Tian and Zhuang Zhuang, "Look what mommy bought for you." Tian Tian rushed out first. "Mommy doll, my doll." Zhuang Zhuang calmly followed behind Tian Tian. "No doll. I want it." Tian Tian turned back to snap at him, then stood on tiptoe to look into the large paper bag. "Doll." Quan Xingnan sat on the sofa and first opened the doll's packaging box. Tian Tian was so happy her eyes narrowed into slits as she hugged it tightly. "My doll. So pretty. Thank you, mommy." Zhuang Zhuang stood nearby, staring eagerly. "Mommy." He pointed at his own nose. "Of course, our Zhuang Zhuang has one too." Quan Xingnan quickly took out the picture book. Seeing her son's beaming expression, Quan Xingnan silently congratulated herself for not buying only a doll for her daughter. Zhuang Zhuang leaned over the coffee table to look at the picture book, even though he couldn't understand it. Tian Tian, meanwhile, ran to the sofa and lined up the new doll with several other dolls already there. Those dolls were gifts from others, all limited editions or custom-made, adorned with precious gems like pearls, diamonds, rubies, agate, and jade. One Barbie doll had a skirt covered in tiny diamonds and wore crystal shoes on her feet. Under the light, they shimmered brilliantly. Tian Tian pointed at each of the original dolls, tapping their foreheads one by one, and finally pointed at the new doll. Little sister, little sister." Old Madame Hua watched with a smile. "Tian Tian is so clever. Mommy brought a little sister home for them." Tian Tian nodded vigorously, then turned to look at Quan Xingnan. "Mommy, I want a little sister." "A little sister?" The little sister she meant wasn't a doll. Old Madame Hua immediately looked at Quan Xingnan, her gaze sharp and nothing like an elderly person's. Privately, she hoped the Hua family would flourish and grow, but she couldn't use her personal wishes as an excuse to interfere in the young couple's life. Whether they had another child was between Quan Xingnan and Hua Xuedong. She couldn't urge them or ask about it. End of chapter. Chapter 1720, Obsessive Love 2. Zhuang suddenly looked up and shouted, "Little brother, no little sister." Old Madame Hua was startled and quickly turned to look at her grandson. Zhuang, what did you say? Can you tell grandma? Little brother. Zhuang held up 2 fingers to old Madame Hua. Little brother. You mean mommy is going to give you 2 little brothers? Old Madame Hua could hardly contain her excitement as she crouched down in front of her grandson. Can you tell grandma? Grandma is really curious. Yes, little brother. No little sister. The little one nodded quickly, and Quan Xingnan rolled her eyes. She had placed a silence spell on her 2 children, preventing them from uttering any words related to their abilities before they turned 15. She never expected something like this to happen. She knew that Zhuang had seen a future scene, which was why he had said the words, little brother. The words little brother were related to abilities, but also closely tied to daily life, making them impossible to forbid. Besides, he hadn't said that he had seen or perceived anything, he had only said little brother. It seemed she would have to stay by her children's side at all times. Old Madame Hua was initially delighted, but then doubt crept in. She asked Quan Xingnan, "Dear, what's going on with Zhuang? Has he inherited your talent? Does he know the past and the future?" Before Quan Xingnan could answer, Hua Xiuedong entered from outside, just in time to hear Zhuang and old Madame Hua's conversation. "Auntie, you're overthinking it." Hua Xiuedong took off her coat and handed it along with her briefcase to the housekeeper, Tang, then sat down beside Quan Xingnan. "It's probably just that boys like playing with boys and girls like playing with girls, so one wants a little sister and the other wants a little brother. Haven't we already talked about children? Let nature take its course. Right now, Xingnan is still in school, and we don't plan to have a 3rd baby until she graduates. We can barely handle 2 as it is." Old Madame Hua said, "That's not necessarily true. People say children's eyes are the clearest, they can see things adults can't, and their words are often accurate. If Zhuang says there will be 2 little brothers, then there will definitely be 2 little brothers." At this, the elderly woman beamed with joy. 2 more little grandsons, that would mean 3 grandsons for the Hua family. Although she wasn't biased toward boys over girls, as an elderly person, she naturally hoped for a large, lively family with many children and grandchildren. Besides, Hong Kong didn't have the same birth control policies as the mainland. They could afford to have more children, and they could certainly raise them, whether boys or girls. Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan were both helpless, but since the elderly woman was advanced in age, they didn't argue with her. Instead, Hua Xiuedong leaned close to Quan Xingnan's ear and whispered, "You always say that divination doesn't apply to oneself, and you've never calculated our future children based on family members. So we don't know how many children we'll have." When Zhuang said those things, did he actually see the future? His talent shouldn't be weaker than yours, right? And he's so young. Quan Xingnan sighed and said softly, "He's exceptionally gifted." Zhuang's words instantly dampened Hua Xiuedong and Quan Xingnan's excitement about other babies, leaving them quite frustrated. Babies were gifts from heaven, meant to come as fate dictated, but now Zhuang had revealed everything. "Hua, in the future, our country will have more men than women. Look at us, we have 3 sons and 1 daughter. If a son isn't quite up to standard, it'll be hard for him to find a wife. You need to work hard and save up for our son's bride prices." Quan Xingnan encouraged him. 6 updates completed. See you tomorrow night. Updates will be posted together. This chapter ends. Chapter 1721, Obsessive Love 3. Hua Xiuedong smiled faintly, brushing away the stray strands of hair that had fallen onto her cheek. Our son won't be able to find a wife? People were already flocking to propose betrothal agreements with their family, weren't they? However, although they were parents, they were quite open-minded in this regard. Betrothal agreements were truly unsuitable for modern society. They were nothing but outdated feudal remnants. They hoped that when their children grew up, with a certain level of thinking and decision-making ability, and the capacity to bear the pressures of starting a new family, they would then consider marriage, provided they had found their own love. Quan Xingnan chuckled. "That's right, our son won't end up as one of the tens of millions of bachelors." "Tens of millions?" Hua Xiuedong's eyes showed a hint of understanding. Quan Xingnan nodded. "Yeah, more men than women, an imbalanced ratio. Plus, women are becoming more independent and unwilling to rush into marriage. They have to work, handle household chores, exhaust themselves, and in the end, they might not even get the rewards they deserve. On top of that, wealthy officials and businessmen keep multiple women at once. No wonder so many people want to be rich. Under these circumstances, it naturally creates tens of millions of bachelors. In 10 or 20 years, you'll see the country worrying about this issue." Old Madame Hua's hearing was usually poor, but at this moment, it was exceptionally sharp. She had already confirmed that her grandson had inherited Quan Xingnan's abilities, and that she would indeed have 2 little grandsons. Hearing the exchange between Quan Xingnan and Hu Xuedong, the old lady said, even if this situation arises, it's useless for parents to worry. Who caused this? Yes, the country has the basic national policy of family planning, but hasn't it also promoted gender equality for over half a century? Yet many families still raise sons while drowning or abandoning daughters. With scientific progress, it's gotten even worse. Even though the state bans fetal sex determination, many people use connections or pay to find out the gender. Boys are kept, girls are aborted. So, in 10 or 20 years, bachelors unable to find wives are purely the consequence of the older generation's own doing. Those innocent baby girls who lost their lives are watching. Although old Madame Hua and her husband had come to Hong Kong long ago and never set foot on the mainland since, she had witnessed countless tragic deaths of baby girls in her childhood and youth, and had long felt indignant about it. If it really turns out as Nanan says, and the country feels anxious, it's not hard to understand. I think they're probably worried about social incidents. Human hearts are unpredictable. Old Madame Hua spoke at length. Most of those parents deserve it. They want sons to carry on the family line, let them taste what it's like to fail at that. It's just a pity for those good-natured bachelors. When I was young, I saw bachelors everywhere. To put it plainly, it was all caused by favoring sons over daughters. Hu Xuedong smiled. It's definitely not just about social incidents. It also concerns population growth, elderly care, and so on. If things continue as they are, we'll soon enter an aging phase. The situation is quite serious. Quan Xingnan gave 2 thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you and fourth brother are both right. I have nothing more to say. I'm going to take a shower. Mommy, bath time. Little sweetie dropped her Barbie doll, her eyes sparkling as she ran to her mother, placing her hands on her knees. Sweet and pretty beautiful white. Quan Xingnan pinched her nose. You little vain girl. The chapter ends. Chapter 1722, Obsessive Love for. Mom and little sister went to take a bath. Zhuang thought for a moment and wanted to follow, but Hu Xuedong scooped him up into his arms. Zhuang, you're a boy. Boys can't bathe with girls. Come on, Dad will bathe with you. His daughter was one thing, but his son? Hu Xuedong couldn't bear the thought of him seeing his wife's graceful figure. Zhuang blinked his big, dark eyes, filled with confusion. Hu Xuedong said seriously, Mom and little sister are girls. Zhuang and I are boys. We need to have boys' secrets. Oh. Zhuang wanted to know what his secret was, so he obediently wrapped his arms around his father's neck. Old Madame Hua sat on the sofa, covering her mouth with a smile. After laughing for a while, the family of 4 went upstairs to bathe. She began to think about the 2 little grandchildren who would be born at some unknown time, and started calculating how much assets she and her husband had left, needing to prepare the milk money in advance. They were all grandchildren. She couldn't play favorites. After coming out of the bath, Tian, wearing a pretty dress, tugged at Quan Xingnan's hand and said, Mommy, play. After taking 2 steps, she remembered the dolls sitting in a row on the sofa. The little girl quickly ran back, grabbed the one Quan Xingnan had bought her, held it in her arms, and continued clutching Quan Xingnan's hand, urging, play. Quan Xingnan felt guilty for not being able to spend time with her children on regular school days. Once you have children, as parents, you have to be responsible for them. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had always thought this way and tried their best to act on it. So when their daughter asked to go out and play, Quan Xingnan didn't hesitate and took her to the playground. Of course, it was the playground at home. Tongsheng Palace was huge, with top-notch facilities. When the kids said, go out, they just meant stepping outside the house. It was getting a bit dark, so Quan Xingnan immediately had someone turn on the outdoor lights to prevent the baby from bumping into anything. Tian pointed at the swing and said, Mommy. Quan Xingnan understood and lifted her onto the swing, standing behind her to push her. It was a very beautiful swing, specially installed for the baby. Sturdy, needless to say, the swing ropes on both sides were adorned with scattered pink silk flowers and green plastic leaves. The green leaves swayed, and the pink flowers spread out. To Quan Xingnan, it looked incredibly tacky, but it was Tian's aesthetic. Sitting on the swing, she laughed happily and said, Fairy. Hu Xuedong and Zhuang arrived at the playground and saw the scene. The older one led the younger one in, and the little one plopped down on the grass, dirtying his freshly changed clean clothes. Quan Xingnan was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Hu Xuedong walked over and gently pushed the swing. Quan Xingnan said, You watch the kids. I'll go to the entrance. With children at home, she didn't want to let that female ghost in. As soon as she said this, she laughed at herself. I'm getting confused. Telepathic communication works fine, doesn't it? It won't draw attention. Hu Xuedong immediately understood the situation and asked in a low voice, You saw her again? It's the one Zhuang saw. When I came home from school, she was lingering at our door. I didn't let her in. Honestly, I don't really want to deal with her. I think it's a waste of time. Quan Xingnan wrinkled her nose. Not a good person? That was the only thing Hua Xueden could think of. Quan Xingnan sighed. Not exactly a bad person, but she has serious issues with her character. Just a woman who wanted to be a third party, unwilling to let go even in death. Sat all day without finishing the writing. I want to ask, what the hell am I writing now? There's a 150,000 word task, and suddenly I feel like backing out. Crying. Chapter 1723, Obsessive Love 5. Quan Xingnan didn't want to deal with this female ghost, but she couldn't stop her from relentlessly banging against the gate outside, trying to break the invisible protective barrier formed by the formation. Each vibration made Quan Xingnan aware of it. When it came to her family's safety, Quan Xingnan naturally took it 1,000% seriously. All right, stop banging, Quan Xingnan said unhappily, directly transmitting her words to her. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave. If you keep this up, I'll send you straight to reincarnation. The reason she hadn't sent her to hell upon meeting was that she wasn't an evil ghost, but rather a benevolent one. That's right, this female ghost had a very faint golden glow, indicating that she had done good deeds either during her life or after her death, accumulating a certain amount of merit, and not a small amount at that, or else it wouldn't be a faint golden light. After all, for an ordinary person to do good deeds, having a soul that glowed white was already quite impressive. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, the female ghost was not frightened but instead delighted. Master, can you really send me to reincarnation? Really? That's wonderful. Then let me be reborn into a wealthy and powerful family, so I can meet Mr. Hu and marry him, okay? That's all I ask. Many people and ghosts say you're unfathomable, and I didn't quite believe it, but now I finally do. Quan Xingnan said speechlessly, let me ask you, what's your name? How old is Hu Ming this year? If you were alive, how old would you be? Reborn into a wealthy family, why not ask her to be reborn into a royal family? Even though the ability she inherited was extraordinary, she wasn't a deity and couldn't control the cycle of reincarnation. My name is Wang Linlin. Mr. Hu is 52 this year. If I were alive, I'd be 28. The female ghost cupped her face, her cheeks flushed, and continued confidently, I know you're going to say there's a big age gap between us, but so what? Love knows no borders or age. I like him, and I want to marry him. It's that simple. Quan Xingnan said bluntly, do you think the world is cruel and unkind to you, because Hu Ming has a wife, a son, and a daughter, with a happy and harmonious life, and he doesn't see you, a beauty, in his eyes? Wang Linlin's tears immediately fell, and she nodded quickly. Yes, yes, I'm in so much pain. Is this female ghost mentally unstable? Quan Xingnan thought. Couldn't she tell that she was being sarcastic? Where are you from? Quan Xingnan asked directly. Wang Linlin answered truthfully, Mr. Hu and I are from the same hometown, so of course I'm from the mainland. From the day I started my career, I've liked him so much. Pity my fate, willing to be a concubine, I was already willing to humble myself, but Mr. Hu didn't agree. His wife and daughter even scolded me, saying I had no shame. Love is so beautiful and I was just pursuing my own love. How could they insult me like that? They even threatened to blacklist me and not let me stay in Mr. Hu's company. I think Mrs. Hu and Miss Hu are right. Treating someone who tries to destroy your family should be as ruthless as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Quan Xingnan's words were like a knife stabbing into Wang Linlin's chest. Wang Linlin staggered back several steps, clutching her chest, and accused, how can you be like this? You and Mr. Hua have an age gap of over 10 years, and you can be together. Why can't I like Mr. Hu and be with him? Are harshness and jealousy the common labels of all legitimate wives? You can't even tolerate my love. This chapter ends. Chapter 1724, Obsessive Love 6. A total lunatic, Quan Xingnan concluded after her assessment. She suddenly felt a bit of regret. She really shouldn't have bothered with this female ghost. The woman wasn't inherently bad, had some merit, and died by suicide unrelated to anyone else. It wasn't because of Mrs. Hu and her daughter's accusations that she took her own life. Purely, she was outwardly as dignified and stunning as a peony, but inwardly prone to melancholy. After being rejected by Hu Ming for the 100th time, she drowned her sorrows in alcohol and then consumed a large amount of sleeping pills. Many people know that some traditional Chinese medicines can be taken with alcohol, but Western medicines cannot, nor can they be taken with milk. Yet Wang Linlin had no such qualms. If she didn't die, who would? But the obsession that kept her lingering in the human world was truly exasperating, completely trapped in her own delusions. The Hu family had been cursed for generations to encounter such a relentless female celebrity. Yes, a female celebrity. Wang Linlin debuted at 16 and was assigned artist under Hu Ming's company. She was very beautiful, highly educated, and her first period drama made her an instant hit. Over 12 years, she amassed countless fans. Perhaps because she became famous, her pride swelled. Although Hu Ming was over 50, many wealthy people from well-established families knew how to maintain their health and appearance. He had always been self-disciplined, rarely indulging in debauchery, so he looked only about 40. Among the wealthy, having regular features counted as handsome. Wang Linlin fell in love with him, which seemed almost natural to many, a hero matched with a beauty, right? Many of Wang Linlin's fans strongly supported her pursuit of Hu Ming, hurling insults and attacks at Hu Ming's wife and daughter, demanding that Mrs. Hu step aside and let Wang Linlin take her place, claiming Wang Linlin could surely give Hu Ming an heir, and so on. In a fit of anger, Hu Ming had the company shelve Wang Linlin. For all the legitimate wives and lawful spouses in the world, Hu Ming was a good man. But for those who tried to use love as an excuse to intrude into others' marriages and relationships, he was a heartless scoundrel. Hu Ming sought help from Hua Xiaodong due to company issues, likely influenced by the fallout from Wang Linlin's death. The business world is like a battlefield. Every company has its friends and enemies. Friends offer help in times of need, while enemies only kick you when you're down. Hu Ming's company was now in a precarious position. Quan Xingnan reached into the void, grabbed Wang Linlin, crumpled her up, and stuffed her into the open gate of hell. Using love as an excuse to destroy someone else's family, better to be reborn quickly. She couldn't be bothered to argue. Wang Linlin had merit, so her next life wouldn't be bad. Seeing his young wife's actions, Hua Xiaodong's lips curled slightly. Solved. Solved. This is much better, no messing around. Quan Xingnan clapped her hands, as if trying to shake off the lingering aura from grabbing Wang Linlin. Hu Ming is really unlucky to have run into such a crazy wannabe mistress. Hua Xiaodong was silent for a moment, then said, Wang Linlin. Honey, have I ever told you that you're really smart? Quan Xingnan said with a grin. You have, but I wouldn't mind you praising me again. Just as he finished speaking, Hua Xiaodong's phone rang. He pulled it out and saw it was He Deming, so he answered. Martin, what's up? Aren't you busy right now? He Deming said in a deep voice, I'm looking for Nanan. I called her, but no one answered. Hua Xiaodong glanced at his lightly dressed wife, who had no pockets for her phone and wasn't holding it either, so he said, we took the kids out to play. Her phone is probably left in the house. Yuehua's niece from her maternal side has come down with a strange illness and wants to ask Nanan to take a look. Suddenly struck by a new inspiration, feeling like there's a lot more to write. End of chapter. Chapter 1725, Obsessive Love 7. Hua Xiaodong said without hesitation, if you're sick, you should see a doctor. What's the use of looking for Nanan? Although Nanan can indeed treat some difficult and complicated cases, she hasn't taken action in a long time. Quan Xingnan understood traditional Chinese medicine and was quite skilled at it, but her ability to treat difficult and complicated cases came from the earth pupil. Many times, Hua Xiaodong didn't want her to continue taking this risk. He Deming said helplessly, Yuehua's cousin's family isn't in the best financial situation, but it's not bad either. Do you think they haven't considered sending their daughter to the hospital? Even the doctors were at a loss, only able to watch the child roll around on the bed, crying and screaming, saying things like, don't come to me, I didn't harm you. I wonder if she's seen a ghost. Quan Xingnan listened to her husband's account, thought for a moment, picked up her phone and said to He Deming, there could be many reasons. Without seeing the person, I can't know the specifics. Maybe she really has seen a ghost. Nanan. He Deming heard her voice. Could I trouble you to come over tomorrow? Quan Xingnan glanced at Hua Xiaodong, and seeing him nod, she agreed to He Deming. All right, I'll go with fourth brother tomorrow. But let me make it clear first, everything in the world has a cause and effect. I don't save bad people. He Deming quickly said, Can is a very well-behaved girl. She's not a bad person. Good then. Quan Xingnan finished speaking and hung up the phone. Hua Xiaodong asked casually, could it be something bad? I don't know, but every grievance has its source. If that thing really came to find Gung Can, then its death is definitely connected to Gung Can. Quan Xingnan crouched beside her son, brushing off the dirt and grass blades from his clothes. Because the child was nearby, she deliberately changed the word ghost to thing. Hua Xiaodong hummed in acknowledgement. Rest well tonight. We'll go take a look tomorrow. He Deming couldn't withstand the urging from his wife's family and couldn't wait for them to come on their own. Early the next morning, he came to pick them up himself, driving his Bugatti Veyron, exuding the aura of a super-rich tycoon. Can is 30 years old this year. She had excellent grades back then and always studied in Hong Kong without going abroad. After graduating from university, she relied on her own ability to join a subsidiary of the Tianxia Group. Now she's already a senior manager. He Deming briefly introduced his niece's situation. She started showing symptoms a month ago, saying her head and body felt heavy, she couldn't sleep, and someone kept calling her name in her ear. In a daze, she would hear the sound of drums and music, the same kind of music from your wedding in the capital. The grand wedding of Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan had been fully recorded, even with aerial footage. He Deming had obtained an edited version and played it at home, and Gung Cancan had watched it too. Quan Xingnan had been playing with Hu Xuedong's fingers, but upon hearing this, she sat up straight. You said she heard wedding drums and music? Yes, that's what Cancan said, He Deming replied. Then what else did she see or hear? He Deming thought for a moment and said, I don't know what she saw. After she mentioned hearing those sounds, she fell into a deep sleep. The things she said, like, don't come to me, were also muttered in her sleep. We couldn't ask her anything. Seeing her condition, it seemed like she encountered something supernatural. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong, so I had no choice but to come to you. Quan Xingnan had a vague idea. We'll know what's going on once we see her. They sped along and soon arrived at the hospital where Gung Cancan was staying. End of chapter. Chapter 1726, Obsessive Love 8. Don't come near me, don't come near me, I never harmed you, don't come near me. As He Deming and his wife Hu Xuedong entered the hospital room, they saw a woman in her early 30s thrashing about on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her face twisted in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gung Weihua and a middle-aged woman were trying to hold her down but could barely manage it. Quan Xingnan raised a hand, and Gung Cancan on the bed instantly fell still, though the fear on her face did not fade. Gung Weihua let out a sigh of relief. Gung's mother wiped her tears and said, Master, Cancan has been like this for a month now. During the day, she's a little better. She stirs occasionally but mostly stays asleep, unable to eat a single grain. The doctors can't find anything wrong, so they can only give her nutrient drips. But at night, she goes completely wild. We have to tie her down, or she'll get out of bed and try to walk out on her own. Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had, we could have brought Nan and over earlier to see if she's been haunted. Gung Weihua knew scolding her now was pointless, so she could only place her hopes on Quan Xingnan. Nan, what do you think is going on? Quan Xingnan did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked at a young male ghost lying beside Gung Cancan. This ghost was also around 30 years old, with sharp brows and bright eyes, but his face was pale and bluish. He lay on the bed in the same posture as a husband sleeping beside his wife, his expression one of utter contentment. Cancan, soon you'll be mine. Soon we'll be together forever, the ghost murmured. He had no idea that Quan Xingnan's spiritual eyes could see between the realms of yin and yang. If he had known, he would never have lingered by Gung Cancan's side. He pressed a few kisses to her face, then dissolved into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Gung Cancan's brow relaxed slightly. Quan Xingnan reached out and tapped Gung Cancan's forehead. Spiritual energy flowed in, and her eyes snapped open. Cancan. Gung Weihua and Gung's mother wept with joy. Gung Cancan sat up abruptly. Mom, Auntie, please save me. I don't want to go with him, I don't want to go with him. Gung Weihua was taken aback. Him? Who is he? Who's trying to take you away? Don't panic. We've invited Master Quan here. Tell her everything and we'll find a way to solve this together. Gung Cancan looked up and saw Quan Xingnan standing by the bed. She burst into loud sobs, all traces of her usual mature, independent demeanor gone. Quan Xingnan patted her shoulder. Don't cry yet. First, tell us what happened to you. Recalling what had befallen her, Gung Cancan was once again consumed by terror. I don't know what's happening either. I just feel like someone is lying beside me, calling my name. It happens every single night. And I can hear wedding music, drums and horns, and I see a wedding procession, the kind from traditional ceremonies. I vaguely make out a big red bridal sedan chair. Someone pulls me into it, and by morning, the feeling fades, but no matter how hard I try, I can't open my eyes. Gung's mother's tears fell instantly. How could this be? How could this be? During the day, I can sense people coming and going around me, and I can hear them talking, but I just can't open my eyes or wake up. Gung Cancan shrank back. It repeats over and over, every day and every night. I don't want to get into that sedan chair, but the man in the groom's clothes keeps pulling me in. Oh, and I think I noticed I was wearing a bride's outfit too, with a veil over my head. Quan Xingnan said, a ghost marriage. This is a ghost marriage. Someone has taken your birth date and bound you in matrimony to a dead person. End of chapter. Chapter 1727, Obsessive Love 9. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, everyone in the hospital room except Hu Xuedong shuddered. Ghost marriage? Gung's mother blurted out. That's right, a ghost marriage. Quan Xingnan was certain. Did you give Gung Cancan's birth date and time to anyone else? Without her birth details, they couldn't have arranged this marriage. The ghost marriage has been going on for over a month. If it exceeds 49 days, Gung Cancan's soul will leave her body, and even I won't be able to do anything. Gung Weihua exclaimed in shock, is it that serious? Yes, it's that serious. The other party used esoteric occult techniques, and Gung Kankan's spirit is already unstable. Because she could see ghosts, Quan Xingnan rarely used the occult arts she had studied in both her past and present lives, but that didn't mean she was ignorant of them. The world was vast, and there were many practitioners of the occult. Hong Kong was full of feng shui masters. Although Quan Xingnan had never interacted with them, she never underestimated them. Master, you must save her. Her wonderful life has just begun. How can she be married to a dead man? If Quan Xingnan hadn't stopped her, Gung's mother would have knelt down. Quan Xingnan said, "You should answer my earlier question first. Or have you promised something to someone?" Promised? How could we ever agree to a ghost marriage? Not only Gung's mother said this, but even Gung Kankan, who had always believed in science, agreed. I've never had my fortune told or given my birth details to anyone. Gung's mother nodded along. Kankan hasn't met anyone she wants to marry, and I haven't given her birth details to anyone. That's strange. This is clearly a ghost marriage using birth details as a medium. Quan Xingnan furrowed her delicate brows. Think carefully. Besides the two of you, who else among your relatives knows Gung Kankan's birth details? Could someone have leaked them? Gung Kankan, your father should have your birth details too, right? Gung's mother said firmly. Her father would never give his daughter's birth details to anyone. If anything happened to Kankan, he'd be the most worried. If it weren't for work and raising medical expenses, he'd be here with me, watching over her. Gung Kankan suddenly spoke up. Mom, is there no one else who knows my birth details? Gung's mother thought carefully. Your grandparents knew, but they passed away long ago. Besides them, only your aunt knows. When I gave birth to you, your aunt was with me the whole time. At that point, Gung's mother's eyes widened in shock. Gung Weiwa frowned. What's going on? Knowing Kankan's birth date means knowing her birth details, right? Gung's mother didn't answer Gung Yuewa's question, but turned to Quan Xingnan instead. Aren't birth details just the heavenly stems and earthly branches calculated from the time of birth? Quan Xingnan nodded. That's correct. Gung's mother said through gritted teeth, then she should know Kankan's birth details. Quan Xingnan smiled faintly. Don't be too certain. Your husband isn't here, so we can't confirm whether he gave your daughter's birth details to anyone else. I'll call and ask him. Gung's mother acted immediately, decisive and quick. On the phone, Gung's father swore he hadn't. Without looking at the paper recording his daughter's birth date, he didn't even know the exact time of her birth. How could he tell anyone? Besides, that paper had always been kept by his wife. End of chapter. Chapter 1728, Obsessive Love 10. It wasn't Gung Kankan herself, nor her mother, and now it seemed it wasn't her father either. The answer appeared obvious. Quan Xingnan could tell that Gung's mother and Gung Kankan weren't lying. As for Gung's father, she hadn't met him yet, so she couldn't confirm for the time being. She had long passed the age of taking others' words at face value, relying solely on her own eyes to discern whether someone was lying. But from what Gung Weiwa and Gung Kankan, mother and daughter, had said, Gung's father had also been tirelessly working to find a cure for his daughter's illness. Setting aside who leaked Kankan's birth date and time to outsiders for now, Nan, how should we resolve Kankan's situation? Hearing Gung Yuewa's words, Gung's mother quickly chimed in. That's right. We'll deal with that later. We won't let him off. But the main thing is to resolve Kankan's crisis. Didn't the master just say that after 49 days, it would be too late? I counted, and Kankan has been sick for 39 days now. 10 days, only 10 days left. Gung Kankan also looked at Quan Xingnan with hopeful eyes, suddenly noticing that she was even more beautiful than the photos in the newspapers. Her face was as fair and luminous as jade, almost glowing, and she had a pair of stunning eyes, clear as autumn water. She looked very young, with a pure and sweet aura, nothing like someone who had given birth to twins. Under the gaze of the women, Quan Xingnan spoke calmly, just sever the bond of fate between the two of them. The solution was simple, but not everyone had the means to do it. Gung Kankan asked humbly, how do I sever it? Humans and ghosts are on different paths, and that bond of fate is invisible and intangible. There are two ways. One is to find the birth date and time of the man you're bound to in a ghost marriage. Starting from that, burn the marriage contract and use a ritual to sever the bond. Otherwise, why would she be so persistent about who leaked Gung Kankan's birth date and time? She was trying to find the male ghost's birth date and time, and the marriage contract. It was the simplest, most convenient, and fastest method. Gung Kankan frowned. She couldn't yet confirm who had leaked her birth date and time, and even if she found them, they might not admit it. Besides, it would take too much time, and she was already terrified of that suffocating feeling of being pinned down by a ghost. What's the second method? Quan Xingnan tapped her smooth, glossy chin with her finger. The second method is to wait until night, wait for them to come for the wedding again, and destroy the male ghost when he shares your bed. Shares my bed. Gung Kankan's face paled dramatically, and she pulled the blanket up to her chin. Has that ghost been here all along? He comes at night and leaves in the morning. He's been by your side the whole time. Otherwise, where do you think that feeling of being pinned down comes from? Quan Xingnan's words sent a chill down everyone's spine, except for Hu Xuedong, who was well aware of his wife's abilities and felt no fear. He knew his wife's methods all too well. So we have to wait until night? He Deming asked. Quan Xingnan nodded, revealing teeth like fine jade. Yes. During the day, the yang energy is strong, and ghosts are somewhat cautious. It's still early, only 8 o'clock, so we'll come back tonight. Gung Can hugged her shoulders. What if I faint again while you're not here? At that, Quan Xingnan reached out and lightly tapped her finger on Gung Can's brow. With that gentle touch, Gung Can felt a wave of warmth spread from her brow through her entire body, as if the restraints around her had vanished, bringing an indescribable comfort. Because of this, Gung Can looked at Quan Xingnan with eyes full of admiration. End of chapter. Chapter 1729, Obsessive Love 11. Quan Xingnan withdrew her hand. I've expelled the yin energy that was eroding your body. You can rest well now, but you won't fall into a coma. Thank you, master. Gung Can was certain that Quan Xingnan was capable of more than just foreseeing the future. Quan Xingnan pursed her lips in a smile, then turned to He Deming and Gung Weiwa. My husband and I will take our leave now. We'll return in the evening before the transition of yin and yang. During the day, you can investigate who leaked Gung Can's birth date and time. I doubt anyone would do such a thing without reason. Even in a ghost marriage, compatibility of birth dates matters. In the old customs of marriage, one of the 3 letters and 6 rites was asking for the name, which involved divining whether the birth dates were compatible. He Deming said solemnly, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sent people to investigate thoroughly. Although Gung Weiwa was not Gung Can's biological aunt, their family of 3 was sensible and ambitious, showing great respect for Gung Weiwa. For relatives like this, regardless of how distant the blood ties, He Deming held them in higher regard. That's good. Just as Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were about to step out of the hospital room, He Deming suddenly called them back. Nanan, if investigating Can's aunt still yields no information about the male party, what then? You're so skilled in divination, can't you deduce the situation of the male party? Quan Xingnan smiled lightly. Aren't we planning to meet the ghost tonight and sever the marriage? So, knowing the male party's situation didn't matter to her. What mattered was that the Gung family could investigate and find the instigator, rather than remaining in the dark. He Deming could easily guess Quan Xingnan's thoughts. Alright, Nanan, just show us a little mercy and give us some guidance. Quan Xingnan raised her right hand and rubbed her fingers together. Gung's mother reacted quickly, promptly handing over a prepared red envelope containing a bank card with the password written on the back. When she learned that Gung Weiwa had invited Quan Xingnan, she had already prepared the red envelope. The amount wasn't large, only 100,000, but it was most of their savings. They hadn't given all of it because they still needed to pay for their daughter's medical expenses. Quan Xingnan chuckled. Money makes things easier. Hu Xuedong smiled indulgently, and no one took it seriously. After all, when it came to money, would Quan Xingnan ever be short of it? Can you point us in the right direction now? Hearing He Deming's words, Quan Xingnan tilted her head, squinting her watery eyes. When we first came in, during the morning transition of yin and yang, I caught a glimpse of the departing male ghost. From his appearance, he seemed to be the son of a billionaire who passed away 3 months ago. I saw reports and photos in the newspapers. I think his name was Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan. Gung Can couldn't help but widen her eyes. You know him? Quan Xingnan noticed the fear on Gung Can's face. Gung Can said helplessly, he was my schoolmate. He pursued me when he was alive, but I didn't agree to date him. He gave me a very bad feeling, extremely domineering, and caused a lot of trouble in my life. Gung's mother and Gung Yuehua's husband had never heard her mention this before and couldn't help asking, what do you mean? You know him? Gung Can hugged the blanket, shrinking back. I know him, and that's exactly why it's so terrifying. Just because I rejected his pursuit, does that mean he and his family won't let me go even after his death? Feelings have never been one-sided. Was I wrong to reject him? I just didn't want him to control my life. End of chapter. Chapter 1730, Obsessive Love 12. Chapter 1730, Obsessive Love 12. Having been pampered since childhood, Qin Yuan developed a domineering personality, not just domineering, but obsessive, extremely obsessive. Wherever Gung Can went, Qin Yuan would follow, leaving no stone unturned, even inciting those around Gung Can to pressure her into accepting his pursuit. This made Gung Can particularly disgusted. Although Gung Can's family wasn't as wealthy as the Qin family, they were well off. She had graduated from a prestigious school with a bright career ahead, so she had no need to covet riches and accept Qin Yuan's pursuit. Just because I won't accept his pursuit, it's as if I'm being unreasonable, ungrateful, or playing hard to get. My schoolmates and friends all say the same thing. I really hate this feeling. Gung Kankan frowned deeply. I've rejected him countless times. Whether it's flowers, diamond rings, or candlelit dinners, I've never accepted a single one. Gung's mother sat on the edge of the bed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Someone so awful, it's right not to accept him. A relationship built on mutual affection is the real thing. One-sided insistence will never bring happiness. Gung Kankan's tears suddenly burst forth, and she choked out, I haven't done anything, why won't he stop bothering me? A ghost marriage, just thinking about it was terrifying. A chill ran up from the base of her spine. Quan Xingnan recalled something she had glimpsed from the male ghost's face. Probably because you refused him, Qin Yuan's parents, who had to bury their child, found a way to force a marriage between you and Qin Yuan. Once this marriage is sealed, your 3 souls and 7 spirits will go underground to accompany their son, never to be separated. Naturally, their son will have his wish fulfilled. Gung Weiwa couldn't help but say, are you serious? That's too ruthless. Their son is dead, but our Kankan is still alive, a living, breathing person. In the old days, weren't ghost marriages between the dead and the dead? How can the dead now drag the living down with them? Who performed the ritual for them? Someone like that is a scumbag. Whether it's true or not, that's for you to investigate. I've only told you what I saw. The results of an investigation would make them more convinced. Quan Xingnan waved her hand. You're busy, so we'll take our leave now. He Deming reflexively waved back. Goodbye. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan walked out of the hospital hand in hand, got into the car and headed straight for the Hua group. Will cutting off this yin-yang marriage for Gung Kankan have any effect on you? Hu Xuedong held his wife's hand, finally asking the question he couldn't bring up in front of He Deming and the others. Quan Xingnan had exorcised ghosts before, but she didn't seem to have dealt with this kind of matter. Quan Xingnan leaned close to his ear and whispered without hesitation, no. We both possess great merit and share the purple aura and golden light. Anyone who opposes us will have bad luck. Besides, don't you know my abilities? I'm far more powerful than in my past life. No one could surpass me then, let alone now. But we need to be careful. I remember that after the millennium in my past life, Taoists and feng shui masters who rarely appeared before started emerging one after another, and they were a mixed bag. The 5 calamities and 3 deficiencies had existed since ancient times. Upright and virtuous Taoists and feng shui masters would never perform something as morally damaging as a ghost marriage. The one who performed the ritual for Qin Yuan must have been a crooked practitioner with some real skill. Hua Xuedong felt relieved. As long as it doesn't affect you, that's fine. I'll have someone keep an eye on the Qin family's movements. The character of the Qin family, capable of such a deed, was hardly commendable. They might hold a grudge against Quan Xingnan for ruining this ghost marriage and seek revenge. End of chapter. Chapter 1731. Nip in the bud 1. A gentleman is open and poised. A petty man is anxious and worried. One need not fear falling out with a gentleman, but must guard against the mischief of a petty man. Even though the Hua group was a behemoth compared to the Qin family, Hu Xuedong would not overlook the tactics they might employ. So as soon as he arrived at the Hua group, he instructed his subordinates to closely monitor the Qin family's movements. Not only the Hua group, but the Qianxia group also took similar actions, even investigating who had helped the Qin family perform the ghost marriage ritual. Since it was someone from the Gung family who bore that surname, out of respect for his wife, He Deming would not turn a blind eye. While Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were having lunch, He Deming called. I sent people to find the marriage contract for Kankan and Qin Yuan's ghost marriage. He Deming's words made Quan Xingnan perk up. She put down her soup spoon and asked, found it? Where? Since you found the marriage contract, did you also find the feng shui master who performed the ritual for the Qin family? A sharp glint flashed in He Deming's eyes. Found him. It's a well-known feng shui master from Hong Kong named Lu Ling. He has been in frequent contact with the Qin family recently, and a huge sum of 10 million suddenly appeared in his account from the Qin family. I have reason to believe he is the feng shui master who performed the ritual. Given that a feng shui master's methods are unpredictable, I didn't act rashly because the marriage contract is also in his hands. Nanan, what do you think we should do next? Arrest him, or wait? Quan Xingnan did not answer directly. Authentic feng shui masters all have their own unique skills. It was wise of you not to act rashly. A feng shui master capable of performing a ghost marriage ritual must be quite skilled. It seems that if I don't step in, it will be very difficult for you to retrieve the marriage contract between Gung Kankan and Qin Yuan. He Deming smiled bitterly in acknowledgement. We have no reason to arrest him without cause, and as you said, a feng shui master's methods are unpredictable. That's why I came to ask you what to do. Since the marriage contract isn't easy to retrieve and can't be resolved by burning it, we'll directly sever the yin-yang bond tonight. That feng shui master named Lu Ling dared to commit such an evil act, so he must have the courage to face the backlash when his spell is broken. Quan Xingnan had a clear sense of right and wrong and never showed mercy to such feng shui masters. After work that evening, she and Hua Xuedong arrived at Gung Kankan's location on time. He Deming, Gung Weihua and her husband, as well as Gung Kankan's parents, had been waiting for a long time. Gung Kankan, who had been anxious, showed a trace of joy on her pale and worried face when she saw them appear. It wasn't dark yet, meaning it wasn't time for the transition between yin and yang, but the lights in the hospital room were already on. In the brightly lit room, everyone was on high alert. Quan Xingnan blinked her dark, sparkling eyes and said with a relaxed smile, "Don't be so nervous." "How can we not be nervous? I've been scared to death all day today." Gung Kankan smiled bitterly. No one could stay calm after learning they were married to a dead person. It was terrifying, so terrifying that a chill ran down her spine, as if she were trapped in hell, suffering and unable to escape. Gung Kankan's mother was about to agree with her daughter when she suddenly heard Quan Xingnan say, "It's here." The moment those words were spoken, everyone tensed up and stared at the door. But they saw nothing but emptiness. The nervous Gung Kankan vaguely heard a familiar sound of drums and music again. Unlike before, she didn't see the red bridal sedan chair. She only felt the bed sink slightly, as if someone had sat down on it. End of this chapter. Chapter 1732, nipping the problem in the bud too. But the scene in the room looked different to Quan Xingnan. There was a bridal sedan chair, sedan bearers, drummers, and even matchmakers and maidservants, about 30 or 40 of them, cramming the hospital room. If they weren't invisible to human eyes, they would have long since pushed Hua Xuedong, He Deming, and his wife out of the room. Even so, seeing this gave Quan Xingnan a case of trypophobia. Then there was the young male ghost named Qin Yuan, riding a tall horse as he entered through the door. His pale but still handsome face was full of high spirits, dressed in the old-style attire of a groom, with a big red flower pinned to his chest. After entering the room, he dismounted, sat down on Gung Kankan's bed, reached out to pull her, and called her Kankan intimately. "Kankan, soon we'll be together forever," Qin Yuan said as he pulled Gung Kankan up. Even though Gung Kankan was still conscious, she couldn't help being lifted by him. This scene looked different to Hua Xuedong and the others compared to Quan Xingnan. The former only saw Gung Kankan sitting on the bed, suddenly motionless, her eyes vacant and lifeless. But what Quan Xingnan saw was Gung Kankan's soul already following Qin Yuan to the bridal sedan chair. Not only that, but the clothes on her soul were also the old-style phoenix coronet and embroidered cape, not the hospital gown her physical body was wearing. Even though living people were present in the room, and even though he recognized Quan Xingnan as the unpredictable Master Quan, Qin Yuan acted as if he hadn't seen her, or perhaps he had, but didn't care. No matter how renowned a living master's reputation was, how could they possibly bridge the gap between yin and yang? Quan Xingnan sneered. Was it Qin Yuan's confidence, or was it the arrogance of that feng shui master named Lu Ling? Seeing a faint red thread connecting Qin Yuan and Gung Kankan above their ankles, a small sword formed from spiritual energy, about 3 inches long, suddenly appeared at Quan Xingnan's fingertip. She lightly slashed it from top to bottom at the red thread between their feet, and the thread snapped without surprise. In an instant, Qin Yuan noticed and roared in fury, "What are you doing?" With the red thread broken, Gung Kankan's soul suddenly snapped awake. Terrified, she looked at Qin Yuan and the bridal sedan chair so close to her. One more step, and she would have climbed into it, just like in her dreams. "Master Quan, save me." Gung Kankan reacted swiftly, pushing Qin Yuan away and running toward Quan Xingnan. The hospital room wasn't large. In a few quick steps, Gung Kankan reached Quan Xingnan's side, and at the same time, she saw her own physical body sitting on the bed, surrounded by her parents, who were anxiously calling her name. Though terrified, with Quan Xingnan there, Gung Kankan felt a little calmer, wanting nothing more than to hide behind her. But Qin Yuan didn't give her the chance. His face twisted with rage as he lunged forward, grabbing her hand with a speed and precision beyond normal human limits. "Kankan, come here, come with me quickly. We're a perfect match, a couple destined for heaven and earth, never to be separated." Gung Kankan shouted angrily, "I am not. I have nothing to do with you." She tried to shake off Qin Yuan's hand, but couldn't. In terms of physical strength, at the same level of constitution, women are always inferior to men, and, even as souls, the disparity seemed to exist. Quan Xingnan barked, "Qin Yuan, forcibly taking a living person's soul is an unforgivable crime." As she spoke, her spiritual energy formed a sword and slashed at Qin Yuan, not giving him a chance to speak. He could only watch as he disintegrated into nothingness, his consciousness fading into oblivion. End of this chapter. Chapter 1733. Eradicate the Roots 3. The moment Qin Yuan disappeared, Gung Kankan suddenly felt a heaviness. Opening her eyes, she realized she had returned to her physical body, sitting on the bed, stripped of the lightness of her soul. At the same time, in a certain 1,000-foot mansion, a middle-aged woman spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The marriage contract placed before her was consumed by a golden flame. Seeing this, the feng shui master named Lu Ling spat out another mouthful of heart's blood, her eyes filled with terror. She had no time to attend to the Qin couple waiting in her room for news of the ghost marriage's completion. Master Lu, what's happening? Chen's father spoke first, followed closely by Chen's mother. The marriage contract is gone. That light felt so warm, with a sacred quality. Master Lu, does this mean the ghost marriage has succeeded? Chen's father also thought it had succeeded, feeling deeply grateful for Lu Ling's life-risking efforts. Master Lu, everything you've done for our son, my wife, and I will always remember. From now on, if you need anything, just come to us. We won't refuse. Chen's father thumped his chest forcefully, putting on an air of wealth and arrogance. How ridiculous. Does this look like success? Lu Ling was filled with hatred, but she kept spitting blood, unable to utter a single word, and felt her energy rapidly fading. She must have encountered an opponent. A highly skilled feng shui master had helped the Gung family break this yin-yang marriage. Realizing this, Lu Ling felt both terror and deep regret. If only she had known the Gung family could hire a feng shui master, she would never have accepted the Qin family's request. But it was too late for regret now. Lu Ling grew increasingly weary, unable to stem the rapid depletion of her spiritual power. She didn't even have the strength to move her fingers, and could only breathe her last in regret, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Chen's father and mother. She died with her eyes open. Only then did Chen's father and mother realize something was wrong. How had Lu Ling stopped breathing? This didn't look like success. It looked like what people said happened when a feng shui master suffered backlash. At this thought, the Qin couple was terrified. They exchanged a glance and fled Lu Ling's mansion in panic. While waiting for the driver to bring the car around, they wished they could sprout wings and fly home. Unlike their panic, Gung's father and mother, knowing the crisis was resolved, wept with joy. Thank you, Master Quan. Thank you. If not for you, Can would have been killed. If Chen's father and mother or Qin Yuan's corpse were before her, Gung's mother would have kicked them several times. What they were most grateful for was that Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were truly approachable, taking no credit for solving their troubles. This is what I should do. A yin-yang marriage goes against the way of heaven and is unacceptable to the world. Quan Xingnan, arm in arm with Hu Xuedong, waved at them. Can will recover as long as she rests well. We have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. He Deming and Gung Weiwa saw the couple out of the hospital. What happened to the one who performed the ritual? Can you calculate it, little one? Quan Xingnan's smile carried a hint of cunning and coldness. Those who do evil will suffer backlash when their spells are undone, without exception. Since their spells are meant to kill, the backlash is the heaviest. If they're highly skilled, they might be unaffected or suffer non-lethal consequences. But this person's ability was mediocre, so she met her end. One less such villain means one more innocent person saved from future harm. Of course, the roots must be eradicated. Chapter end. Chapter 1734, Eradicate the Roots 4. Hearing what Quan Xing'an said, He Deming and Gung Weiwa felt immensely gratified. This was true retribution for evil deeds, and they thanked her repeatedly. Dear, rest assured as well. I will take care of all the lingering issues from this matter and leave no trouble for you. He Deming was referring to dealing with Chen's father and mother, as he knew that asking Quan Xingnan to resolve Gung Can's situation could not be kept secret from the outside world forever. Chen's father and mother had been willing to disregard human life and persecute innocent women to fulfill their deceased son's lifelong pursuit. If they learned that their son's soul had already been utterly destroyed, they would surely be unwilling to accept it and might resort to underhanded methods. Since they knew a feng shui master who could arrange ghost marriages, they likely had other connections to find more feng shui masters willing to commit wrongdoing. Money can make the devil turn the millstone, let alone humans. Feng shui masters are also human, and many of them chase after fame and fortune. This situation was very common in Hong Kong. Hu Xuedong listened to He Deming's words and gave him a slight nod. Then we can rest easy. He had already planned that even if He Deming didn't act, he would prevent Chen's father and mother from resorting to desperate measures and harming his wife. One should not have the heart to harm others, but must have the heart to guard against being harmed. Politely declining the dinner invitation from He Deming and his wife, the couple walked hand in hand, fingers interlocked, happily heading out for a date, starting with dinner, of course. After work, they had resolved Gung Can's matter. Although it hadn't taken much effort, Quan Xingnan still felt very hungry. She had never been fond of Western food and had no interest in expensive delicacies like black truffles, white truffles, or caviar. So for dinner, they chose the nearest restaurant to the couple. This restaurant was called Little Jiangnan, specializing in Huaiyang cuisine and Cantonese cuisine, and it also had their own shares. After years of development, the Hu family had become a diversified conglomerate, holding stakes in hundreds of companies, covering clothing, food, housing, transportation, entertainment, culture, and more. The restaurant industry was just one of them. Hu Xuedong and Quan Xingnan were celebrities in Hong Kong, handsome man and beautiful woman, their appearances widely recognized. Without even revealing their identities, they were directly escorted by the reception staff to a VIP room, and the waiter who handed them the menu was extremely respectful. Seeing the menu, Quan Xingnan's eyes lit up, sparkling like stars. Is there Buddha jumps over the wall today? Then let's have 2 bowls first. Buddha jumps over the wall is a Fujian dish, not part of Huayang or Cantonese cuisine, but it was very popular among the people of Hong Kong and Guangdong, so it was also one of little Jiangnan's signature dishes. Quan Xingnan had always loved it. Hu Xuedong asked her if it was enough. Knowing his wife's appetite well, it was not comparable to the bird-like stomachs of most ladies at the time. It's enough. We still need to order other dishes. Quan Xingnan then ordered 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, both of which were Hu Xuedong's favorites. The 2 of them couldn't eat too much, and since it was evening, it wasn't good to be overly full. Hu Xuedong didn't order any more dishes, only a dessert that his wife loved to have after meals. Desserts could lift one's spirits, and Quan Xingnan ate until her eyes curved into crescent moons. Hu Xuedong said with a smile, if you like it, let Chef Li make it for you when we get back. Chef Li was the Hu family's dessert chef. Quan Xingnan was about to nod when she suddenly noticed a wisp of black air seeping in through the gap under the door, bringing with it a chill. Although this black air was faint, not menacing, and drifted aimlessly around the room without a target, it immediately caught her attention. End of this chapter. Chapter 1735, Eradicate the Roots 5. The black mist did not surge in endlessly. After 1 wisp, it had no strength to continue. Even so, Quan Xingnan put down the spoon in her hand, spread the fingers of her right hand, and grasped the strands of black mist in the room, turning them into nothingness. Then, under Hu Xuedong's surprised gaze, she abruptly pulled open the door and found an empty corridor outside, with only servers standing at the entrances of various VIP rooms, waiting to be summoned or to serve dishes. Mrs. Hua, do you need anything? The service here was quite attentive. As expected of a first-class restaurant. Quan Xingnan noticed faint traces of black mist lingering in the corridor, identical to what had seeped into the room but thicker, and asked the server, did anyone just pass by the door? She asked because the servers themselves had none of that black mist that had entered their room, so it was clear from the corridor's traces that someone else had brought it in. The server paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, are you referring to Miss Lu Xiangnong? Xiangnong is dining here? Although Lu Xiangnong was older, everyone knew Quan Xingnan's status, so it was only natural for her to address Lu Xiangnong by name. The server nodded. Yes, Miss Lu and a few friends. Quan Xingnan hummed in acknowledgement and returned to the private room. Hu Xuedong asked her what had happened. Quan Xingnan thought for a moment and said, just now, a trace of foul energy seeped into our room from outside. I wanted to see who brought it in. The server just said that Miss Lu Xiangnong and her friends passed by, so I'll call her to ask if she has time to come over and let me take a look. She paused briefly, then added, mainly because I have some suspicions. Hu Xuedong had little direct contact with Lu Xiangnong, but had considerable business dealings with her elders. She also knew that Lu Xiangnong's former boyfriend, the big star Ng Tian, had once stolen fate and redirected luck, and that the feng shui master who performed the ritual had died by divine punishment. Suspicions about what? Foul energy didn't sound like anything good. Getting involved with it would surely bring trouble. Quan Xingnan said seriously, I recall that the feng shui master who stole fate and redirected luck for Ng Tian was named Zhu Peng, right? Very famous. Hu Xuedong nodded. That's right, very famous. I suspect that Zhu Peng and the feng shui master who performed the ritual for Can come from the same lineage, with somewhat similar techniques. Quan Xingnan tilted her head slightly, a sharp glint in her bright eyes. But Zhu Peng died early, and the feng shui master who performed the ritual for Can also suffered backlash and is surely dead, so there's no need to dwell on that. I mainly want to know the source of the foul energy. Upon hearing this, Hu Xuedong immediately said, then invite Miss Lu over to clarify. Quan Xingnan promptly took out her phone and dialed Lu Xiangnong's number. Master Quan. Lu Xiangnong's tone was very respectful. What instructions do you have for me? Are you dining at Shaojiangnan? Quan Xingnan asked directly. Yes, how did you know? As soon as Lu Xiangnong said this, she laughed. I forgot. You can calculate these things with a snap of your fingers. As you said, I'm entertaining friends at Shaojiangnan. Quan Xingnan didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Just now, a trace of foul energy passed by our room and seeped in. I asked the server and only you all passed by. Do you want me to check who among you brought such heavy foul energy? Lu Xiangnong herself carried a protective talisman that her parents had requested from Quan Xingnan, so the likelihood of her being contaminated was extremely low. I've been trying to keep a low profile because the content is a bit borderline and many chapters have been flagged. The beloved wife has already been taken down. If this piece gets taken down too, don't blame me. This chapter ends. Chapter 1736, Uprooting the Root 6. Upon hearing Quan Xingnan's words, Lu Xiangnong was overjoyed. I'm truly grateful, Master Quan, Lu Xiangnong said in an exaggerated tone, then straightened her expression. Actually, even if you hadn't brought it up, I was planning to bring a friend to see you. He originally intended to go to your studio, but the appointments are booked years in advance, and his matter is urgent, so he came to me, asking me to make a connection and jump the queue. Many people in her social circle knew that her family had a good relationship with Quan Xingnan, at least much better than with strangers. Nowadays, many in high society wanted to get to know Quan Xingnan, but couldn't find a way in. Is he with you right now? Quan Xingnan asked. Yes, I was treating a friend to dinner, and he followed me over to ask for help. But when he came in, he almost got hit by a falling fortune tree. Lu Xiangnong couldn't help but sigh at his streak of bad luck. Quan Xingnan felt a twinge of sympathy. Then bring him over. With that, she told her the location of her private room and hung up the phone. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Come in. As soon as Quan Xingnan's crisp voice fell, Lu Xiangnong entered with a young man around her age. In Quan Xingnan's eyes, the newcomer was shrouded in black aura, almost obscuring his face. Your friend's situation doesn't look good. Quan Xingnan blurted out. Lu Xiangnong nodded repeatedly. Exactly. He's been incredibly unlucky lately. It's like a dark cloud hanging over him. He almost choked to death drinking water, nearly choked eating food, tripped while walking and ended up bleeding, and even passed by a shop just as its sign fell off, barely missing his head. Master Quan, please take a look and see what's going on. How can someone be so unlucky? The young man was quite humorous and quickly added, I wasn't born unlucky, it's just been recently. Then he bowed to Hua Xuedong and Quan Xingnan. Mr. Hua, Mrs. Hua, greetings. My name is Li Yongning, Xiangnong's classmate and childhood friend. Sorry for disturbing your meal. Quan Xingnan glanced at him. You're carrying a safety talisman I made, aren't you? Lu Xiangnong and Li Yongning were startled. The latter blurted out, you can tell that? Xiangnong saw how unlucky I was and gave me the safety talisman her aunt had gotten for her. Many times, I've felt that if it weren't for this talisman protecting me, I'd probably be dead by now. I can't help it, I've been incredibly unlucky lately. That's not wrong. The talisman saved your life, Quan Xingnan said, nodding. Take a close look at that talisman and see how it differs from when you first put it on. The Lu family was wealthy, so the talisman they commissioned was naturally a jade one. The Hetian white jade talisman was smooth and warm, but when Li Yongning pulled it out from under his collar, he saw that it was now covered in fine cracks. How fine? So fine that without careful inspection, they were barely noticeable. Li Yongning had never paid attention to the changes in the jade talisman, and now seeing it, he was shocked. I remember it was perfectly fine when Xiangnong gave it to me. I even checked it under a light. Now it's full of cracks, like it's about to shatter. Quan Xingnan said, when jade breaks, the person is safe. This talisman can shield you from disaster at most one more time before it crumbles to dust. Hearing this, Li Yongning and Lu Xiangnong were stunned. End of chapter.